owner, one of the owners of an NFL team, and I was reading comments. They died, and they died from a ketamine prescription or something, and basically everybody in the comments were saying, like, look, the fact that this guy died from a ketamine prescription is no different than someone who dies from a ketamine prescription on the street, or a ketamine overdose on the street. It's just the fact that one had a glorified drug dealer get them that medication and the other didn't. And I tend to agree with that. Doctors have just become glorified drug dealers. What are your thoughts on that, Zoot? Zoot, did you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, what are your thoughts on that? No, doctors are just have become glorified drug dealers. Correct.
Yeah.
The dealers, they don't actually procure the drug to anyone.
The chemists that get drugs.
Oh, you mean the pharmacist? Right? Zoot. 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 Zoot, can you hear me? Zoot, are you just going to disappear? Oh. There he is. What happened to you?
You glitched out my screen.
I didn't glitch out.
So it must have been me.
Word dog. All right, mister. I have shitty hand-eye coordination. Are you finally going to be able to try to... I know. Are you going to try to beat me at Carom?
That shitty hand-eye coordination.
I don't think so. You've played enough. We've played like 1,000 mini golf games against each other, and you've done fine.
I've never win. I hardly ever win.
You. That's not because of bad hand-eye coordination. That's because you take like risky shots that chances are they're not going to do well. You almost beat me in this game the last time we played. Zoo, where do I put this ball? This should be one of the greatest shots ever. Dog. I just need something fortunate to happen here. And it did not. Life is good, big dog. Zoo, you're doing your thing. You're going to put mine in. Maybe not.
Telling me is that there's no possibility that there's a condition that affects hand-eye coordination, and my brain does not work that way.
I'm not saying that there can't be a condition. I'm saying you don't have it. You have normal hand-eye coordination.
No, I do not.
Yeah, you do. Do you have baseball in Australia?
Yeah.
Is it played by a lot of kids?
No cricket.
Did you ever play baseball as a kid?
Once.
What position did you play? Yo, Zoo, remember?
Didn't play position.
What do you mean you didn't play position?
I only played it once. We didn't play baseball, we played softball.
So you've never played baseball?
We played t-ball.
Oh, so you were just a little kid?
Yeah, we played t-ball. You ever play t-ball?
Oh, for sure, dog.
Were you any good at it?
Believe it or not, I was a pitcher. And if you know T-ball, you don't have a pitcher, or a pitcher doesn't.
You don't have a picture for t-ball.
Yeah, no, I know. So I didn't know I was good at baseball until I would get older. And I'm going to tell a story, and I really appreciate what this one friend of mine did. All right, so I would go to my friend's house after school, and we would practice pitching, and he was the catcher, and I was the pitcher. And then we went to baseball tryouts, and they had um, the coach. We didn't really have like the coach just kind of picked who he wanted as the pitchers, and he picked the like number one, number two, number three guy because they were like big and they were like tall. And my friend was like, "Yo, coach, you should let Rabbi wasn't a rabbi then, but be the you should see him pitch." And the coach is like, "Okay." And what I could do that the other players could not do is I could throw a strike consistently, and I became our number one pitcher. However, it was on a really bad team. So if you know anything about baseball, oh man, you could be the number one pitcher, but if you don't have any run support, you guys are basically never going to lose, never going to win. And I don't think we won a game. I was on one really bad baseball team and one really bad soccer team. We lost a game 21-0. It wasn't really our fault though. We were in 7th grade and we were playing an 8th grade team, playing the best 8th grade team. And on top of that, all the good players who were in 7th grade, they put on the 8th grade team. So we didn't even have the best players that we should have had.
You ready?
Yep. Dude, are you ready for one of the best shots you've ever seen in this game?
That wasn't great.
No, it wasn't.
Good for me though.
Let's see what you can do.
Fucked up. I'm in a really bad position.
You don't have bad hand-eye coordination. You're just bad at angles.
I'm just bad. I'm bad at it.
I mean, you're making up an excuse for your bad play. You're not. If you had bad hand-eye coordination, you would like not be able to move the slider in the right spot and stuff. The fact that the slider goes, you just don't put it in the right area, is part of the game.
It's only one part of hand-eye coordination.
Have you ever had your hand-eye coordination tested?
Yep.
How did they test it?
I was 7, so it was hard for me.
Dog, that doesn't fucking count. Talk to me this decade if you've ever had it tested. Like, somebody could have told you when you were 6, hey, you're gay, and you'd be sucking dudes' dicks now.
I'd probably be earning money. I might be in a better position.
There you go. Dude, are you ready for one of the best shots you've ever seen? I'm serious. Now, this is superior hand-eye coordination. Look at this move. Oh, Zoot. Zoot, Zoot, Zoot. Zoot, you came so close to losing. Zoot.
You mean I just gave you the game.
Thank you.
You have to get that in. Oh, you flopped it.
Yeah, I did. I'm not good at that kind of shot. I blame it on my hand-eye coordination.
Fuck them.
Look at this move, Zoot.
Yeah, I'm looking now.
Well, you should be looking.
Attack. As good as this move?
That was amazing. Get in the thing.
I got lucky.
All right, dog.
I feel like this gets pretty good.
Dude, if you had shitty hand-eye coordination, you wouldn't get as far as you get in bounce.
That's not true.
Yeah, it is true. Zoot, fuck you, man. You're gonna win. Don't fuck up, Zoot.
Remember how I told you I trip over a lot?
Yeah, but I don't really believe that. But okay.
You don't?
Yeah, because you did a whole job for 2 weeks of going door to door, and you didn't fall over.
Maybe I should get my girlfriend in here and tell you how many times I've fought over when I'm doing it.
All right, well, that could be because you're awkward or you're not paying attention. Zoo, you have to get the red one.
Yeah, fucked up.
No, you didn't. Zoo, you could win. You inferior hand-eye coordination douche. Don't fuck up. No way, you won. Fuck you, dude. So how does that make you feel?
I still got poor hand-eye coordination.
Oh, so then what do I have? Do I have to go get diagnosed with some bullshit diagnosis?
No.
Dude, that was garbage.
I don't think you have poor hand-eye coordination. I think Einstein had what I had.
Zoo, you want everything. Super autism. You want super autism, you want to be gay, you want everything.
Super autism?
Yeah. Is that going to be a good shot? Zoot, that's a fuck up. Zoot, you fucked up.
Hey, Rabbi.
Fuck you. Oh, Zoot.
I mean, we could make up mental illness and then yeah, we could make up mental illness and then go on one.
It's called Zoot syndrome. No. Zoot. Stop. Zoot, are you going to win this hole? You're going to hit the thing. short. Look at this comeback, Zoot.
But the only way
Oh,
for you to get it is to get me.
That's incorrect. Zoot, you ready for one of the best shots you've ever seen?
I'm gonna give that a 10.
It is not a 10. That's not a good shot. I'm behind the thing. Are you proud of that shot? Oh, what a shot.
That's 10.
What a shot. Dude, what a shot I just had. That was one of the best water bumps I've ever seen.
Brother.
Zoot, look at this shot. Zoot, look at this shot.
Oh, fuck.
Zoot.
Brother.
Yo, pimp.
I have super autism.
I know you do. That's why I invented it, so that you knew what you had. Zoot, how'd you like that shot?
But do you think there's anyone out there like
Yeah, I think there are tons of people out there. You met one of them, that chick who you used to date.
Data?
You said you used to date her.
We went on a date.
Well, whatever.
Give it a date.
You went on a date. That's dating her.
She's not like me because she's actually believing this shit they're telling her.
You believe it too. She also has super autism.
I don't believe it.
Zoot, you were misdiagnosed. You don't have autism. You have super autism.
I don't believe that.
Oh, Zoot, I can't believe go in. What are you gonna do?
I don't believe any diagnosis I've gotten this year is actually accurate.
Okay.
To what my actual.
Zoot, are you ready for me to make this shot? That's short.
Do you know what I actually believe?
What do you actually believe, Zoot?
There are different neurotypes out there that it's more profitable to put in people into the autism category because the other neurotypes haven't been researched as much as that when it doesn't really exist in the first place. Now there are people out there that do need support needs, like that can't be defined by like an intellectual disability.
Like super.
There are people out there that do.
Like super autism.
Okay, but there are different types of neurotypes that haven't been researched, but yeah, and I mean Tourette's is a neurotype that I definitely have.
Yeah, you do definitely have that.
But the pharmaceutical companies, the problem is a lot of these neurotypes have no ties to pharmaceutical companies, so they'll never be researched as much as other neurotypes. Autism has such a large connection with ADHD, which has a very large connection with pharmaceutical companies, and that's why they want to push that narrative.
Okay, Zoo, you're obsessed with this topic. How's Dog with Hat doing?
Dog with that?
Yeah.
90 cents or something.
Is that good?
I mean, there was a time that I had 3% of the supply, and that would be like, what, $100 million around now, so that would have been good. But
All right, Zoo.
did you say Bitcoin would be $1 million by 2030?
Yeah.
You believe that?
Yeah.
By 2030? Maybe.
Easily.
I wouldn't say easily, but strong possibility.
Word, Dog. Hey, I thought you had bad hand-eye coordination. This is like the best game ever for hand-eye coordination.
You can improve hand-eye coordination.
Yeah, you can. I don't think you do, though. I think you're normal. And I think it's sad to you that you're normal.
I don't think I'm normal.
Aside from Tourette's, you're pretty fucking normal.
You haven't met me in person.
I don't need to.
You think Bitcoin Obama's normal? He keeps on calling me every day.
Yeah, he's as normal as anybody. He definitely has super autism, though. He was
He would believe you.
he was patient. He was
If you
patient.
paid him enough money, if you paid him enough money, he would start telling everyone that autism.
Dude, he was patient 0 for super autism.
It doesn't surprise me.
All right, Zoo. Let's see your hand-eye coordination here, pimp.
I mean, do you want super autism?
I have it too. Dude, 2 bullseyes in a row. Here we go. We've never had this.
Do you struggle with eye contact?
I didn't really recognize its importance until I got older, but then after that, no, I'm fine with it. Dude, that's good. 9? What are you talking about? Your hand-eye coordination sucks. Dude, you just did really fucking well.
I'm only one point behind you.
I know.
Like, sucks that you don't get like huge bonus for getting a bullseye, but you do in bowling. Bowling for getting straight.
Make it, Zoot. And don't fuck up. Zoot. That was really good, dude. If you get a bullseye for the lead.
Told you. Fuck. Oh no. Rabbi. I can't win. Even if I got 3 balls in a row, I can't win.
All right, we'll try.
Points. Bravo, you played the best game you could play.
I did really well.
I think that's the best game I've ever seen you play.
I think so as well. A perfect game would have been 90, and I got 81. Pretty good. All right, dog. It's time for darts.
I did. Oh, yeah, you got. How many balls did you get? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You only have one. You only have 2 bad shots.
All right, big dog. It's darts time. Let's see your hand-eye coordination. It used to be so good. I actually think it's the same, but I just got better at this game.
Better than nothing. Oh. Bye-bye. Double 20. I think this is how you do it, right?
Did you know you just lost?
Yeah. So what are the symptoms of sexual autism?
Huge dick is number 1.
Oh yeah, no, I haven't.
Get that 18. Get that 18, Zoot. Zoot, you just fucked up. I just fucked up. Get that 18. You just busted. Dog. Checked out. Zoot. Zoot, did you know you had an invitation? Zoot.
Y'all gonna win. I don't think that's a good move.
I think it's maybe one of the best moves we've ever seen.
I don't think I made a good move.
I don't think you did either. I think that your judgment sucks. Are you going to go or are you going to jerk yourself off raw?
I think I just helped you.
You're up, pimp. Oh, Zoot. That was good.
Oh, you just fucked me a little bit.
Yeah, I did fuck you a little bit. How'd you like that, son?
I just gonna do this.
Dude, fuck you. Dog, I'm
Hey,
gonna
we can come back.
win.
That's it. You probably not.
Yeah. No, I'm not. No, I lost.
No, you got a move.
I lost.
That wasn't a move.
Oh, you fucked up. In a major way.
It's the only move I can make.
Dog, you fucked up, Zoot. Zoot, you fucked up. Zoot fucked
How
up.
did I move? Okay.
Zoot fucked up in a major way. Zoot fucked up in a major way. Rabbi just beat Zoot. Rabbi just beat Zoot. Rabbi beat Zoot. Rabbi beat Zoot. Rabbi beat Rabbi beat Zoot. Rabbi beat Zoot. I said Rabbi beat Zoot. Rabbi beat Zoot. A rabbi beat Zoot. A rabbi beat Zoot. Rabbi beat Zoot. And you fucked up.
Could I have won that game?
Yes.
Did I make it when I wasn't paying attention?
Word, dog.
Yeah, the move.
Dog, better move, son.
Brother, what's the dog's name?
Yoshi.
Do you ever have a dog?
Yep. Look at this move, Zoot. Look at this move, Zoot. Did you like that? All right, Zoot. I fucked up.
You fucked up the last level.
Word, dog. I still think I won, though. I still won. It's over, Zoot. You're done.
Oh,
And I fucked up twice.
okay. I'm gonna win the next game.
I don't think so. Zoot, you're up, pimp.
Oh, Jeff, I didn't tell you. Do you know what Lily Phillips' new stop's gonna be?
Having sex with 1,000 guys anally?
No. She's gonna suck a dick while skydiving.
Oh, that's cool. But then Bonnie Blues just had sex while skydiving.
I think that's possible.
That girl will make it possible. What's gonna happen, Zoot? Zoot, what's gonna happen, son?
I give you a big lip. I say big man. Rabbi, you made the best movie.
I know.
You might have fucked up.
Oh yeah, I fucked up majorly.
Yeah, you can. I won.
Dude, do you know who Raja Jackson is?
Yeah.
Dog. You don't know who Raja Jackson is?
Who's the guy with the dog?
Michael Jackson? Zoot,
No.
Zoot, look up.
Why did you
Zoot, listen to me. Type in Raja Jackson, Raja space JACKSON. Look what he almost killed this person on Kick, live on Kick, and he still hasn't been arrested, and he's probably going to get away with it.
The Tully's in prison, right?
Yeah.
For what?
I think it was harassing people in the Philippines. He was always nice to me. He gave me shout outs. Zoot, are you watching Roger Jackson? Zoot. Zoot.
No.
Why aren't you looking up Roger Jackson, dog? Zoot, look it up. Look, Zoot, he body slams the guy and punches him 22 times. Zoot, are you it up? Zoot. Zoot, what the fuck are you doing? Zoot.
Michael Jackson.
Zoot, look up Roger Jackson, you jackass. Are you looking it up? Zoot, what are you fucking doing, dude? Zoot, what in the fuck are you doing? Are you awake? What are you doing, dude?
Look at this fast.
It's like that now, but you've changed. I give him shit. He's like, but I wake up to like 75 texts to 100 texts a day. It'll be like a guy being like, what are we doing? Like, what are we doing? Dating? We're gonna date. Oh, you want to go to Noble? Yeah. How about this? Here's $500. Yeah. It's not. Look, here's starting. Yeah. And like the girl was like, sometimes it was like creamsicle flavor or something. Just like she was just frying. Sorry, Jen. Dr. Pepper cream soda is phenomenal. This Pepsi is a good competition. Dude, I'm a big Pepsi believer. I think Pepsi's better than Coke. You can say that. Just say that now. Does that Discord link actually work? Yo, Gonzo, thank you for the follow. No mugs. No mugs. What? I mean, it's just a thing. It's just a thing. Coke is not as good unless you get it from McDonald's, and then it's better. But like, yo, only getting your Coke from McDonald's is crazy. People talk. You guys out of a game? Yeah. Oh, love it. There he is. Sorry, he's probably still in his sauna waking up, so. Yeah, this man like does his little sauna every morning. Bougie. But in Discord, you want to talk? About what? Betsy Sugar Ray, Neon Trees, and Vanilla Ice this weekend. Oh my god, really, John? Yeah, that's actually pretty cool. Everybody say good morning to Ed. He's on Facebook. Say hi on Facebook. What's up? I'm joining you, man. Oh, wow. Where's this other mother trucker? Oh, 7 wins already. Let's go to Simeon. Oh, really? Yeah, I'm crying today. See him. Why? What do I talk about future technology for? Isn't the best technology if you're still alive? Bye. Yeah, I try not to drink as much pop. I drink a lot. I try to drink like a lot of water.
This is garbage.
He's like, so he just gets lost in the shuffle side. I go, than any other car ever, any American car. I think these new ones, the 2025s and 26s, they're better than any other car ever. Any American car. Like the Corvette CR1 is the greatest American car that's ever been. It's 1,100 horsepower. We're Austin. I went down there because Daddy was going to spend a little bit of his UFC antitrust lawsuit money, right? On CR1 and show. Yeah, you're gonna get another car, and then put it into the stocks room and get that out. This isn't French. This thing, yeah. Now this thing is nothing for you because you're a cop, but for most gentlemen out there, you greatest American car ever produced. By a long shot. ZR1. It's got a giant wing on the back of it. It's literally a race car that you can buy. It has 1,100 horsepower. If you know, or excuse me, 1,064 horsepower. 62. And how fast it goes 0 to 60? It can go 205 miles an hour. 205 miles an hour if you want to. 205 miles an hour. Yes. No, I would never. Still, it's insane. And it's beautiful. Look at that thing. I mean, it's just a piece of art and engineering. I'm still not hard at nothing. Not even a little flick. Well, but I am impressed that it goes that fast. All right, I'll take that. Now give the other pictures too. Spin with the tire. Keep
Big shank taller on the bed. Shema Israel, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. Big shank taller on the bed.
One of the historiographic challenges of studying the Holocaust is defining precisely what is it that we mean when we're speaking about the Holocaust. Are we talking about the overall period of persecution that the Jews suffered through, as well as other peoples, during the reign of terror of Adolf Hitler? That could easily take us back into the early 1930s. Or are we speaking about something more narrowly focused, the persecutions that came along with the invasion of Poland in September 1939? That's also quite a reasonable possibility. But the Holocaust and World War II are overlapping and not identical phenomena. Coming to the core of the events which we associate with the Holocaust involve two major periods of Nazi activity: the period of the Einsatzgruppen and the period of the death camps. This is the era in which the Nazis enacted actual mass murders, as opposed to the horrific conditions that were endured by Jews during the period of the ghettos. So let us look at those two moments in particular. We recall that one of the prerequisites of the beginning of hostilities from September 1939 is the sealing of a non-aggression pact between the Soviet Union and the Third Reich, which allowed both Stalin and Hitler to invade Poland and the Baltic states and simply divide up the territory between them. That meant that a significant number of Jews found themselves inside the Soviet orbit between 1939 and 1941. I have a longer lecture on that topic specifically in a different series. You'll see my YouTube channel on the Holocaust for a longer discussion of what happened there. But basically, Jews there, like the surrounding people, were subjected to rapid communization, collectivization of farms, arrest of intelligentsia, and so on. The Holocaust per se really begins, in my humble opinion, with the end of that Soviet period on June 22nd, 1941. The launch of Operation Barbarossa, which was the Third Reich's double crossing of the Soviet Union, abrogating that non-aggression pact as Hitler surprised Stalin with a massive, rapid advance in territory. Now, why that is specifically connected to the Holocaust is because behind the Wehrmacht troops, behind the regular army that was sent in to defeat the Soviet Union, Hitler sent 4 mobile killing squads called Einsatzgruppen. As you can see in this map here, these 4 squads spread out throughout the territory that they conquered in the Soviet Union, and their task was not to prosecute the war against the Soviets, but to prosecute Hitler's war against the Jews. They would go into the local villages known as Städtlach, little Jewish townlets that dotted the countryside, round up the local Jewish population, along with other enemies, others such as communist leaders. Einsatzgruppen would march these Jews and others out to local ravines. If there were no dry riverbeds in the vicinity, they would have the Jews dig their own graves, and then they would simply shoot them by firing squad. This is sometimes called the Holocaust by bullets, because it represented a remarkably large number of casualties, civilian casualties of the war. Estimates range from 1.5 to 2.5 million Jews were killed during this process. And here you can see a map from the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum that gives you a sense of the scope of the townlets that were attacked in this nature. Kiev, which was not a town, but rather a large city, had one of the largest of these mass killings. 33,000 Jews killed in the space of 2 days. The ravine called Babi Yar was used for a much larger number of Ukrainians and other opponents of the Third Reich for coming months. The so-called Holocaust by bullets, however, proved to be a very inefficient and psychologically a very taxing form of mass murder. So the Nazis looked to a new way to rid themselves of their Jewish problem, so to speak. This was discussed at an important conference that took place at a resort at Wannsee on January 20th, 1942. Note the rather late date. You know, the war began in 1939, Operation Barbarossa, which represents the first mass killings of Jews. You know, the only thing that comes close to it before that would have been Kristallnacht in 1938, which had about 260 Jews killed. Now we're talking about hundreds of thousands, even millions of Jews killed in Barbarossa. But that was not fast enough, and it proved to be too hard on the psychological makeup of the soldiers who were engaged in these killing squads. So at Wannsee, this conference, which was chaired by Adolf Eichmann, shown here, they drew up a list of all of the Jews in Europe, a terrifying list, in my humble opinion, perhaps the most terrifying document that survived the German archives of the period. And you can see from this list of countries that it included countries that had not yet even been conquered by Germany, such as, for example, the United Kingdom, and it included even 200 Jews living in Albania, giving you a sense of just how determined the Nazis were to hunt down every last Jew of Europe. They count 11 million Jews, and from the Wannsee conference, it appeared that they intended to massacre all of them. The means to be used was gas poisoning, which they had already been experimenting with for some time. Chelmno was one of the regions where a gas chamber was constructed in order to see if they could scale this up, and in fact the Nazis committed themselves to do so at that Wannsee conference. Here is a map that shows you the 6 so-called extermination camps. I personally don't like that term. The German term was Vernichtungslager, which means make into nothing camps, or destruction camps, or perhaps most simply death camps. These 6 death camps, Chelmno, Treblinka, Sobibor, Majdanek, Belzec, and Auschwitz, were situated in and around the General Gouvernement, which still had a very large concentration of Jews in the ghettos that we discussed in the previous video. And they were very different in terms of camps from the concentration camps, which Hitler had set up from the early 1930s. Unlike the concentration camps, which held largely non-Jews, particularly in the early period, the political enemies of Hitler, the concentration camps were horrific, awful places with a significant death rate of people dying from things like starvation and abuse, but they were nothing like the death camps. The death camps were intended primarily for the purpose of creating death. They were factories of death. Many of them had satellite camps that were used for slave labor, but it only represented a very small proportion of the Jews who were interned in these death camps. Here you get a sense of the process of the deportations from all around Europe, including regions that were conquered nearly at the very end of the war, when it was clear that Nazis were going to lose World War II. Places like northern Italy and Hungary, Jews were deported there in a last-ditch attempt to murder as many Jews as possible. What was the process? Jews were rounded up and placed on cattle cars, some 6,000 a day leaving Warsaw, and then when they disembarked, often a terrifying and horrific long journey from places as far away as Paris, where many of whom had died actually en route, they disembarked and they were subject to selection, where those small numbers of Jews who were deemed to be healthy enough to work in the slave labor camp were isolated and sent away to those satellite camps. The vast majority of the rest of Jews were shorn of anything that could possibly be of value on their persons, not only their personal belongings, but also their prosthetic limbs, eyeglasses, gold teeth, even their hair was taken from them. And then they were sent to these gas chambers where they were made to think they were being sent to be deloused, to have lice removed from their bodies. It was very common in these camps that even the Americans later used DDT to try and remove lice from troops and from prisoners. But in reality,
just catching up. And then
How did I sleep? I slept well, thank you. How did you sleep?
I slept okay. I checked on you and I saw your tummy.
Oh, that happens, girl. I'm like a big bear. It happens. What's new in your neck of the woods?
Okay, my booty was out last night. These legs keep riding off my booty when I'm trying to curl into my little ball. And I was very cold. Yeah, but it's okay. I didn't have any sex. And I took it.
Yeah, get yourself some socks. Socks are important.
Thanks, please.
Absolutely.
You're a hoe, you know that.
Biggest whore on earth, baby.
Actually, I would argue with that, but you should know.
I am a hoe.
You prefer the term.
It depends. Sometimes I say I'm a hoe. Oh, I love sluts. Oh, who doesn't love sluts? Who doesn't love sluts? There you go. I don't understand why sex is so taboo. You're good,
I
good.
understand.
What don't I understand?
It's more different. When you were discussing
What, slut? I didn't follow. Can you repeat that?
she's talking shit to you.
Okay, just one moment. Okay, what'd you say? Can you speak into the microphone? Oh, now I can hear you. There you go. What's up?
I definitely said no, but I forgot. It wasn't interesting, I think.
Poor girl. What's on your agenda for this weekend? It's
It's the weekend. I don't have doctor's appointments. I don't have a job. I'm gonna do nothing.
okay. Well,
Thanks for the reminder. Hopefully, I can find something fun to do.
Yeah.
Like any suggestion ever. They would honestly help me because
okay.
here I don't know what else to do.
Can you go to the lake?
Hey, yeah, dude, how am I gonna get there?
You're in a car.
I should just try.
No, you can ask your friend. Hey, dude, it's
I know how many times I will ask this nigga to go to the beach. It was ridiculous. I'm like, it's so hot out here. Now, not anymore. That, you know, and I have bathing suits in the vehicle. You think I can fucking go to the beach? Oh, we'll go to the beach at least 2 times. Really, nigga. But why would I ask you ever want to take me to the nigga? He hates me. He enjoys bringing me sorrow. Unless I'm on his cock. That's it. He don't even want the whole package of it. He don't even want the sex. He's mad. He's mad right now. Yeah. I'm sorry, but he is not going to do anything for me that he's not required to do.
I mean, maybe, I don't know. Can't you ask nicely? Hey, it's Labor Day weekend. It's like the last weekend of the summer. Is there any way that we could go to the beach?
For what? It's cold as fuck right now.
Oh, it's cold?
It is kind of cold. I don't know. Maybe it's gonna get warm. We got one with this stream. I don't really fucking care about the fucking beach rabbi. Thanks for your idea.
Okay, I mean,
No, everything's fine. You did great. You did great. That's a great suggestion. I don't know why. Because that's what I asked to do besides go to the zoo.
oh,
I'm sorry
dude,
for y'all, but
how,
I can hear me that.
what about the Lincoln Park Zoo?
That's where I wanted to go. Okay, it's all the fucking zoo birds, the geese that are tagged. That want to eat everything they're civil.
It's free.
And they have good popcorn. And they have the puppy zoo.
Okay, so why don't you go to the Lincoln Park Zoo?
I wish I could tell you, bro. I went with our son and took pictures of the lions for him. I don't think you like lions like you say you do. First of all, nigga, and you go from he.
Okay, calm down with the N word. I know you want to sound tough, but it just makes you sound lame.
I'm not trying to sound tough.
Well, you sound lame.
Okay, well, if the way that I speak when I'm upset is lame, then that's how I speak. I don't feel ashamed about that. The fuck?
Hey,
It's my vernacular, and that's how I speak quickly because that's how the people that were around me spoke. I was not raised by my fucking white mother. I was raised by a fucking Puerto Rican man that was not just Puerto Rican, he was also Haitian. That's how I fucking talk. The fuck? Do not, if you didn't fucking speak to me like that either. This is a function of who I am.
So you didn't grow up speaking like that either. You didn't grow up speaking like. No, I'm not. I'm gonna hear your bullshit.
What? Tell me what I did, and I'll tell you what I did.
Okay, I'm saying that you just said that you didn't grow up speaking like that either.
Nigga, I didn't grow up speaking at all. I grew up getting my ass fucking beat. I didn't speak, nigga. I cleaned and I cooked, and that's it. And I shut the fuck up. That's it. Because any answer was not a right answer. I'm not playing around when I say that.
Did you
ask around saying shit?
Look? I have one question for you, and one question for you only. Here's my question.
I'd love to be the autumn that I want, that I created for the world, because I had to create that autumn.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? I was a certain autumn already. Yeah, the one that we all like. Yeah, that was me. I created her, and they destroyed her. Okay. This is
all right.
Fucking
calm down.
This is the one that they deal with. The one that everybody gets when they stop appreciating the fucking nice autumn and then want to test her. This is not a fake person. This is not a fake voice. Why did you think it comes out so quick and like that?
I just have one question for you. Look, I don't give a flying fuck. All I want to know is that, have you ever seen Chappelle's Show?
I've seen some of the Chappelle's Show.
Okay. All right.
So we're actually going to have to just hold on a second while I try to get this letter. Wait. Don't talk. Okay, that hurts. I'm just like, oh, this shit's a break.
May I please speak? Yo, may I please speak?
Don't ever talk to me like that.
Yo, may I please speak?
Just start talking, Rabbi.
Okay,
Shouldn't even listen.
you should know that when you use that word, my streams, the N word, when you use the N word, my streams get marked as mature. So that's all I'm saying is just try not to use it.
Mature already.
I'm just
Every
saying.
time I come in here, it's telling me about 18.
No, I know that, but I'm saying my YouTube streams. No, I understand, but then they're not available in the search engine.
You make that explanation. It makes sense.
I understand. I appreciate
I
it.
mean, I can cognitively try to not use it like as if I were at work or in school.
Perfect. That would be appreciated. I understand. I understand it. I understand that it slips. I understand that it slips. Okay. So, do you think there's a chance you could go to the Lincoln Park Zoo?
I already brought up about how much I would love that insurance so many times, and I brought it up for years. That's not true. And we just haven't gotten around to it. I don't know, I hope that one of these days we'll get around to doing something. Like, thinking about it. You know, we will only go on food days.
You're only good on food days?
Like, there's gotta be something else that we can do together.
Yeah, don't you guys, do you enjoy each other's company? Okay. So you don't really like each other. You just have.
It's like it's definitely fake. We can tell that it's fake on both ends, and that's why it's like that's why he's willing to let me just go out there and die. Then, like long ago, you know what I'm saying? So that's.
How did you guys meet? I understand. How did you guys meet?
We met at his job that I just got tired of.
Wait, he was.
I went there because I needed hours for my
Hold on. Calm down. Well, calm down. I'm only able to take in so much at once. I'm trying to hear you. Okay, so he was working at a place. Where was he working?
At like an AA place. I don't even know how it's just.
Okay, I got you. Okay.
Right. So, anyways, besides him getting fired from there.
Wait, how did you get him fired from there? Not why. How?
Nobody knew I was in there at night. I don't know how I didn't get him fired when I called there because he wasn't at work. He was like, you need to be Ubering with me so we can see for this kid. And he just berate me like and talk shit to him for like 6 hours straight like a job. I called the job and I was like asking him. And the woman on the phone was like not giving any information. So typically people on the phone are like, anyways, I said that like nobody has his phone. You know, bitches and boys have his phone number. Hold on, bitches and whores, and I said, yeah, that's right.
Right.
You don't know who that is.
Right. That's you, bitch.
Anyway,
you hoe.
He didn't get fired for that. But, what did he get fired for? I don't know, but I know I was on against appearances. But
you'd actually show up where he works?
Hell yeah, 100%. The fuck? Because it's a public place, dude. It's fucking AA meetings all day and shit. Just with that, but people would see me like in the office and shit, and downstairs, and they'd be like so suspicious, and like they knew I was like his partner, but apparently I was already too much.
Did he say that you're the one who got him fired?
No, he didn't say that. No, like, literally, like, his boss, like, is just not paying him right now. And I'm trying to tell him that his boss is just a piece of shit. So you're fired. You're done. You're not here. You're done.
So you fired him, but he still is employed.
He's still employed, but I still get because I see your employees. You know, phone against the phone. Other people, like, when they're like that, it's like shit.
Did you have an alcohol or a drug DUI? Did you have an alcohol or a drug DUI?
No, well, I know. Not really. I think I was just young. But how I got over there was I was in rehab. And that time I was in well, every time I went to rehab, my body just decided to change.
Was it alcohol or drugs?
Too bad, but
Dog,
oh, it
girl.
was like drugs.
Okay. Well, that's not like
It was mostly weed.
yeah,
Mostly
which is
weed,
which
and I
which
had like a problem with just overall being risky. Like at that time. The time previous to that was when I had some more serious issues. And when I knew that I wanted to do drugs, I knew that there were certain drugs that I never wanted to do. And I'm proud to say that I never intentionally did it. Correct, not or correct. I never intentionally did any of that shit. But I ended up doing like Xanax and Oxy and shit like that. I was taking other pills, not really knowing what I was doing. And that's not something I was like. I knew that that was an issue. Also at that time, I didn't realize that my diagnosis was PTSD. I still thought my diagnosis was just depression, anxiety, generally anxiety. I will only have like I can be depressed like very easily because I'm a very emotional person, but I'm not like depressed. So now that I have the right diagnosis and I understand that weed wasn't a problem, but like me being a little bit too curious sometimes, and I end up taking stuff and being in places where I don't want to be. But, I can thank my family to exposing me to that at, everything. They're doing drugs and it's just, we're selling it, and I'm aware of it. I mean, that's another reason why I went to it too, is because I didn't want to end up like people in my family, like, with a really bad drug problem. And I was seeing weed like that at the time because, again, it wasn't legal and people were not like, it was like 10 years ago, like 8 years ago.
I understand. People considered it to be much more serious than it is.
Yeah, that was a long time ago. But yeah, still, even then, like, when it was like just becoming recreational, it's so hard to find like prior to it becoming recreational, I didn't find any doctors that would tell me that that was okay. So I was never feeling encouraged to be open about smoking these doctors.
Right. A lot of times they'll.
Even though I worked in with the doctor, one of the doctors was rating weed prescription, and I would go to work high. I was high. I felt really stupid like that because I thought nobody knew I was high. I was so fucking high. I couldn't even I was just filing papers and you did 2 different versions of them. So yeah, well, these dogs get my medicine. They didn't care. I needed that medicine. It's obvious. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna be right back. Bye.
This girl is cray. Cray in a wild way.
was 9:30. He goes, damn, can't answer your phone? I didn't see it. I was asleep. I'm in bed by 9. I didn't see it. So I text him next morning at 6. Like, bro, you called. I'm sleeping. I don't answer your call if you do it when I'm up. We're living 2 different lives, my man.
Yeah. One thing I'll say for Theo, he's good about just reaching out, just in general.
Yeah,
he's good. He might just like, get the phone around going, what's going on? It's just like, hey, what's up, man? Haven't talked to you in a while, that kind of thing. I just go, well, that's pretty good. But not everybody's nice. When you're that busy and you're that, like, you got all this stuff going on, when you got all ups and downs, there's something about keeping in contact with the people you want in your life, until it's like you need something. That's what I don't. The people that you might say, hey, what's going on?
My only thing here, like, we work together, but let's say, whatever reason, you missed the pod for 3 weeks and we didn't communicate, and then when we do talk, you're like, what the fuck, bro? Not catching, like,
no, none of that.
If I have to worry about you getting upset, if I have to check in with you, like, this just isn't gonna work. We're gonna bring this thing up.
But that's not what I'm talking about.
No, I know. I'm just saying. Guys, like, I've had people in my life who I really cared about.
Because I have my own set of rules. Like, it's like, I don't think you should send me 75 paragraphs on the first text. Okay. To me, you gotta check that. You gotta check in.
Callan does that. He'll send a whole, like, 7-paragraph text. I want to read it. I just go, too long. Call me, or I'm never reading this.
I just think you have to be like, hey, you busy? I have to talk to you about something. Nah, don't do that. That's what I need.
I don't like that.
I need to check in. I don't need, like, don't do that to me. I go crazy Super Saiyan. You know what? I'm gonna do it.
I like it all. If it's long, I like a nice voicemail.
Oh, no. Bro, nobody knows your rules, right? You just fucking keep saying, bro. An 8-minute voice note. Go fuck yourself.
Better than an 8-minute text.
No, because you both know to go fuck yourself. At your leisure. Yeah. But when you get a voice note, you're missing shit. You're drunk. And my thing is, he's too loud in my thing. Give it a minute. It's his fault.
There's a
Ask me about it. No. Here's the thing. Voice note. No. If call. This is my thing. If the voice note goes past a minute, Jesus Christ, this guy's fucking. I'm so hot about it.
Here's why voice notes work, because it cuts through the bullshit. It's not, yo, man, what are you up to? What are you doing? Voice note, boom. This is what I got going on. Cuts the fat.
Yeah. Okay. It's like, fucking. What about that British girl that had an axe when because she was being accosted? When she's 14, it's all the hospital. Let's get to something else.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
Well, bring something up, motherfucker. 14-year-old British girl. Her parents sent her with an axe and a blade, and she had to fucking wield it.
Protect yourself and a friend from a migrant who wanted to assault him. Good for her. What a little badass.
Dude, hopefully she was arrested. She won't be out. People are saying, though, that she's a hero. Yeah. She's this little William Wallace.
Hey, friend, take the AirPods out, yeah? So you can hear.
Watch this guy. Watch what happens. Look, she just go nuts. Watch this. This is the guy I like. Hey, guy. What are you doing? The guy that just walked by.
He's trying to get the fuck out of there.
Because this is bullshit. You're walking by. If you see this kind of thing going on, you can just walk by. The real scene in person, it's not as heightened. No, I understand. That's why this guy's like, no, I understand. The little girl's got an axe. Cool. This guy's filming, and this one's doing nothing. Nothing's happening here, man.
No, I bet that guy was like,
internet bullshit.
That girl's tweaking with an axe.
Internet.
Get the fuck out.
She got arrested, and then also, there people are using this. This is crazy. But people are. It is crazy how something like this is used afterwards. But they're making her a legit, like, hero. Like, this is the woman we get in our. It's insane what they're doing.
Yeah, no, she's doing that. I'm proud of it.
That's what you've seen these growing up where a girl is saying, like, we need to date me. It depends me $1,000. Like, you see those memes? Anybody says to date me, you go away the other direction. To date me, I'm talking weird.
How about the thing? Yeah, I know. How about the thing? Where the lady was like, "Did you ever see that one thing where the lady was talking to the camera and she was like, "No, we're not gonna do coffee. We're not gonna do a hangout. We're gonna go to a dinner. You're gonna pay. And then like it cuts to her years later, and she's like, I had to freeze my eggs. And everyone's like, yeah, because you're insufferable, you stupid asshole. But that's a girl also being like in on the joke. What do you mean? She was serious. There's no joke. She had to freeze her eggs here. You want something? I got one of the girl was like, I told my husband, I'm not cooking for you. You know, these are the eggs for me and our kid. If you want eggs, and then the next video was her being like, my husband left me. No. When women are like, it's like, what do you bring to? Somebody was upset because somebody said, what do you bring to the table or something? And women are like, what do I bring to the table? What the fuck is he, dude? You like. And then they'll get mad at us because we talk about how hot someone is, and then it's like, but they also don't want to have to bring anything to the table. So then what the fuck do we get? Yeah. Well, no, Chris, that's the minority. Those bitches are like, women empowered. We work 9 to 5. I know. Or they will start fucking Wakanda on their own just for women. They're just working a fucking job. Those are the fucking. Well, that's a little bit of a difference. Like, yeah, no. Moms. I understand that. If you're a woman and you want to forego having a family and work hard and do your thing, do your fucking thing. Yeah, but do your thing though. Like, I don't give a fuck. But then if you're a woman that's just like, I'm hot and what do you bring to the table and treat me like a princess? No. Well, it depends how hot you are. Here's the crazy part about it, though. Wait, here's the crazy part about it. I'm a dime. No, you're a dime? Everything together, yes. No. Yeah. You're not a dime. No, bro. Have you seen my personality? It's crazy. I know, but your forehead, you get 2 points on down. Dude, everything behind something about me. You know what? I would say. I agree, but your forehead and your skin. Like, you have a good pie of stuff. Yeah. Fuck yeah, that's what a guy needs. The looks aren't the biggest part of it. It's not looks. I would say your hands. You weigh it. It's a dime. Weigh it. Weigh my pie. It's a dime. Because disagree. You know, you put it all together. My attitude, my charisma. You take one of my features and you show it to somebody. You take my feature off of me and you show it to somebody. You go, that guy's gonna be ugly. You put them all together. You go, all right, with the charisma and all the stuff and it's rich. Then okay. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying on the looks department, okay, whatever. We're not talking about that. But objectively, if you get a good picture of me, I'm nice. I didn't say handsome. I said my nose and the forehead. If you light the picture nicely and you catch me at a good moment or whatever the fuck, you know what I mean? I'm saying like it might. All right, nice. You know what? Another one. I got one. But if you get a weird picture of me, I get it, dude. Hey, you're talking to a weird picture. I look hideous. You never know he was a 10. You'd never know he was a 10. At a weird pic. Listen. What he is. No one ever would say you're a 10. Bro. There's no world where you're talking about gay men. I'm talking about women when they see and feel the whole presence. Okay. God damn it. I believe that. Hey, you know what? And we know it's not going to be the one that these women that, like, you say, well, I have to give you $500 to go out on a date. Here's this funny part about that. If you give them $500, I said, okay, let's date. I'll give you $500 to date. But if you also fly them any place, it's now sex trafficking. No, yeah, it's very crazy. It's that crazy. You're fucked if you're a guy, really. You know what I mean? All of a sudden now, I just sex trafficking you. And you're like, no, you charged me. You said I have to give you $1,000 to take you, but we're flying to Vegas. So all of a sudden now, I'm sex trafficking. You know what I mean? It's like, then you're like, can you imagine a girl like, for you to date me, it's $500,000. Like, where the fuck are your parents? Who raised you? Well, she's a hooker. Yeah, congratulations, sweetheart. You're a hooker. Congratulations. You're a streetwalker. Let's take a little break here because college football, my absolute fave, is back. You have Texas. You have Texas playing Ohio State this freaking weekend. Everyone here's going crazy about it. Well, guess what? How about you watch the ridiculous games that make some money? All right? Put your knowledge to the test with DraftKings Sportsbook and turn your big picks into big payouts with live betting. All right, rivalry week odds, boosts, and more. DraftKings Sportsbook has everything you need to own every freaking Saturday, man. Here's something special for first timers. New to DraftKings customers, bet $5 to get $300 in bonus bets instantly. All you gotta do is go to download the DraftKings Sportsbook app, use the code GOLDEN. That's code GOLDEN for new customers to get $300 in bonus bets instantly. We bet just $5. Go Texas in partnership with DraftKings Sportsbook. The crowd is yours. Oh, come on. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly on behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas. Fees may apply in Illinois. 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. For additional terms or responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
You ever seen that guy? Hey, what's that? You know that old school black dude that just like keeps talking to women? He's the best. You know, what's that guy died, I think. Yeah. He's so funny. Kevin Samuels. Kevin Samuels. Talk about high value. Man. Yeah, the girl's like, what do you think you are? She goes, I'm an 8. He just goes, nope. Yeah. He goes, she was just like, no, but yeah, this guy is freaking, this is hilarious stuff. Oh, this guy's great. Did he die, though? Yeah. See, karma. Got 3 women, right? Got 3 women. I think Kevin Samuels died? From his timing, dude? I wouldn't say right? I would use the word. The man killed him because he's agitating black people. Which may be a type of ranking. Don't pound him. I was surprised at that too. You see how happy he got? He was like, yeah, I did it. Got some black points. His disposition is just great. Yeah. But when a man asks you to go out, you decide to give your permission to go and you don't. That's a ranking. How tall are you? 5'5". 5'5". If a man is only 5'6", that's a ranking. Well, you just went right on to it.
So there are several things I'm thinking about, and then I know strategy. So I could take a plumber and have him have an entire business.
Everything this woman is. What? I don't know what that means, but that is the frog. That is the illest statement I've ever heard. You see what you just did?
You see what you just did? See how
I gave you a win. Just 5 hours ago, you got to go make him earn one. Did he say put your penis up? Well, what does that mean? I'm in love with it. Yeah. That's what he's talking about. What does it mean? Wait. Say it like, wait. The podcast? We will take a break until we figure out what put your penis up means. Say it like you're like man up. Oh. Say it like you're trying to man this relationship. That's what I'm gonna say. What's it mean? Put your penis. Of course, you're gonna say that. Just gonna go home for no reason. My wife. Yeah, I knew it. What I'm saying. Sweetie. Put your penis up. Put your penis up. You only say that when she says sorry. No, it's like no, that's like, damn, you weigh more than a man. He's savage, huh?
I used to.
Look at him. Look at his disposition. He's got Eric face on. Did he just fart? No, he has Eric face on. Yeah, because this, you know why? Because he already seen a picture of her. And he's just like, okay, she gonna talk about what a man. Okay, so what's your? So how tall are you, girl? What's your dress size? What's your dress size? Because he already knows he's 16. Keep doing that. You get the 70 pounds. Okay, man. So 5'10". 5'10". Hold on. 5'10". No, see.
he wouldn't actually do my show. Well, white. It's not my fault that you 5'10" and way more than the man that you like.
I mean, but as a 5'10", I was
5'10", and listen, man, 5'10", ma'am, and I don't care how you carry it or not. The higher you
it's like, well, so that's such a great issue. He's trying to, I don't care how you carry it. So if you're like, I got it good, I'm carrying it. Oh, I'm carrying this weight real good. Look how easy I'm carrying this weight. This guy's a hero, but it's like, it's 200 pounds. These things are like really funny. There are women out there you're saying that are like, you need to pay me to date. Yeah. Okay, but they're saying, and like, just, I'm not trying to be funny, they're not saying they're hookers. Right, no, they're saying the way men act these days, I should get paid to even go on a date. That's their whole. Oh, these bitches are single.
The gas that was used was Cyclone Bay, a rat poison that was poured in typically through the roof, and then Jews were exposed to it and died within 20 or 30 minutes of horrible asphyxiation. Then bodies were sent to crematoria in an attempt to get rid of the huge number of corpses, perhaps 1,500 a day in Auschwitz that would pile up. The crematoria, however, were very inefficient, and frequently the bodies simply had to be burned out in open air. Those small number of Jews who were sent for slave labor were sent to live in barracks and labor under unimaginable conditions. The vast majority of them died within a very short period of time because they were considered disposable. But those Jews who survived the Holocaust in these camps were typically the Jews who were not immediately processed for gassing, but rather managed to live because they were sent for slave labor. Other Jews were selected for medical experimentation, horribly cruel, genetic experiments were conducted on children in particular if they were identical twins. In the end, when these liberated the camps, they found a small number of emaciated Jews who had just barely survived the war. This is one of the most horrific chapters in Jewish history, perhaps in world history. Thank you very much for watching.
Okay, think of the first hooker ever. It's either a woman who was just like, I don't want to really deal with this. How about can we just do this and I gotta get out of here? Or the guy doing it like that, just being like, I don't really like your personality, but it's silly. The way you don't marry it. I mean, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, but anyway, the guy you can never, you saw it out. Can you even question what you get for that? You know, it's like, take out a date. Here's 500. Okay, is there a menu? Can I know what's happening on the menu? Okay, so I have to say, okay. Yeah. So the dinner money doesn't come out of the 500 I gave you? Oh, so I have to, okay. So that's weird. All right, so the money that I pay is like burning it. That would be like you're headed to Vegas and you just throw money out the window before you got there. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's like, I'm going to Vegas. I just don't, what we doing? It's like, and look, obviously you don't have to. I genuinely think it's a little weird because like the internet made everything so weird. Like now when you take a woman out, I guess the guy is still to pay, I think, and we don't want to offend him. Well, that's how you're right, but I mean, like, that's how you're raised, man. Like, listen, my mom, R.I.P. rest her soul.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Welcome to another lecture in the Jewish History Lab series. We are now continuing our discussion of the Holocaust. These lectures are intended for educational purposes only. One of the historiographic challenges of studying the Holocaust is defining precisely what is it that we mean when we're speaking about the Holocaust. Are we talking about the overall period of persecution that the Jews suffered through, as well as other peoples, during the reign of terror of Adolf Hitler? That could easily take us back into the early 1930s. Or are we speaking about something more narrowly focused, like the persecutions that came along with the invasion of Poland in September 1939? It's also quite a reasonable possibility. But the Holocaust War II are overlapping and not identical phenomena. Coming to the core of the events which we associate with the Holocaust involve two major periods of Nazi activity. The period of the Einsatzgruppen and the period of the death camps. This is the era in which the Nazis enacted actual mass murders as opposed to the horrific conditions that were endured by Jews during the period of the ghettos. So let us look at those two moments in particular. We recall that one of the prerequisites of the beginning of hostilities in September 1939 is the sealing of a non-aggression pact between the Soviet Union and the Third Reich, which allowed both Stalin and Hitler to invade Poland and the Baltic states and simply divide up the territories between them. That meant that a significant number of Jews found themselves inside the Soviet orbit between 1939 and 1941. I have a longer lecture on that topic specifically in a different series. You'll see my YouTube channel on the Holocaust for a longer discussion of what happened there. But basically, Jews there, like the surrounding people, were subjected to rapid communization, collectivization of farms, arrest of intelligentsia, and so on. The Holocaust per se really begins, in my humble opinion, with the end of that Soviet period on June 22nd, 1941. With the launch of Operation Barbarossa, which was the Third Reich's double-crossing of the Soviet Union, abrogating that non-aggression pact, as Hitler surprised Stalin with a massive, rapid advance into Soviet territory. Now, why that is specifically connected to the Holocaust is because behind the Wehrmacht troops, behind the regular army that was sent in to defeat the Soviet Union, Hitler sent 4 mobile killing squads called Einsatzgruppen. As you can see in this map here, these 4 squads spread out throughout the territory that they conquered in the Soviet Union, and their task was not to prosecute the war against the Soviets, but to prosecute Hitler's war against the Jews. They would go into the local villages known as Städtlach, little Jewish townlets that dotted the countryside, round up the local Jewish population along with other enemies of Hitler, such as communist leaders. The Einsatzgruppen would march these Jews and others out to local ravines. If there were no dry riverbeds in the vicinity, they would have the Jews dig their own graves, and then they would simply shoot them by firing squad. This is sometimes called the Holocaust by bullets, because of these mass killings, 33,000 Jews killed in the space of 2 days. The ravine called Babi Yar was used for a much larger number of Ukrainians and other opponents of the Third Reich for coming months. The so-called Holocaust by bullets, however, proved to be a very inefficient and psychologically a very taxing form of mass murder. So the Nazis looked to a new way to rid themselves of their Jewish problem, so to speak. This was discussed at an important conference that took place at a resort at Wannsee on January 20th, 1942. Note the rather late date. The war began in 1939, Operation Barbarossa, which represents the first mass killings of Jews. The only thing that comes close to it before that would have been Kristallnacht in 1938, which had about 260 Jews killed. Now we're talking about hundreds of thousands, even millions of Jews killed in Barbarossa. But that was not fast enough, and it proved to be too hard on the psychological makeup of the soldiers who were engaged in these killing squads. So at Wannsee, this conference, which which was chaired by Adolf Eichmann, shown here, they drew up a list of all of the Jews in Europe, a terrifying list, in my humble opinion, perhaps the most terrifying document that survived the German archives of the period. And you can see from this list of countries that it included countries that had not yet even been conquered by Germany, such as, for example, the United Kingdom, and it included even 200 Jews living in Albania, giving you a sense of just how determined the Nazis were to hunt down every last Jew of Europe. They counted up 11 million Jews, and from the Banzai Conference, it appeared that they intended to massacre all of them. The means to be used was gas poisoning, which they had already been experimenting with for some time. Chelmno was one of the regions where a gas chamber was constructed in order to see if they could scale this up. And in fact, the Nazis committed themselves to do so at that Wannsee conference. Here is a map that shows you the 6 so-called extermination camps. I personally don't like that term. The German term was Vernichtungslager, which means make into nothing camps, or destruction camps, or perhaps most simply death camps. These 6 death camps, Chelmno, Treblinka, Sobibor, Majdanek, Belzec, and Auschwitz, were situated in and around the Generalgouvernement, which still had a very large concentration of Jews in the ghettos that we discussed in the previous video. And they were very different in terms of camps from the concentration camps, which Hitler had set up from the early 1930s. Unlike the concentration camps, which held largely non-Jews, particularly in the early period, the political enemies of Hitler, the concentration camps were horrific, awful places with a significant death rate of people dying from things like starvation and abuse, but they were nothing like the death camps. The death camps were intended primarily for the purpose of creating death. They were factories of death. Many of them had satellite camps that were used for slave labor, but it only represented a very small proportion of the Jews who were interned in these death camps. Here you get a sense of the process of the deportations from all around Europe, including regions that were conquered nearly at the very end of the war, when it was clear that Nazis were going to lose World War II. Places like northern Italy and Hungary, Jews were deported there in a last-ditch attempt to murder as many Jews as possible. What was the process? Jews were rounded up and placed on cattle cars, some 6,000 a day leaving Warsaw. And then when they disembarked, often after a terrifying and horrific, long journey from places as far away as Paris, where many of whom had died actually en route, they disembarked and they were subject to selection, where those small numbers of Jews who were deemed to be healthy enough to work in the slave labor camp were isolated and sent away to those satellite camps. The vast majority of the rest of the Jews were shorn of anything that could possibly be of value on their persons, not only their personal belongings, but also their prosthetic limbs, eyeglasses, gold teeth, even their hair was taken from them. And then they were sent to these gas chambers where they were made to think they were being sent to be deloused, to have lice removed from their bodies. It was very common in many of these camps, that even the Americans later would use DDT to try and remove lice from troops and from prisoners. But in reality, the gas that was used was Zyklon B, a rat poison that was poured in typically through the roof, and then Jews were exposed to it and died within 20 or 30 minutes of horrible asphyxiation. Then bodies were sent to crematoria in an attempt to get rid of the huge number of corpses, perhaps 1,500 a day in Auschwitz that would pile up. The crematoria, however, were very inefficient, and frequently the bodies simply had to be burned out in open air. Those small number of Jews who were sent for slave labor were sent to live in barracks, and labor under unimaginable conditions. The vast majority of them died within a very short period of time because they were considered disposable. But those Jews who survived the Holocaust in these camps were typically the Jews who were not immediately processed for gassing, but rather managed to live because they were sent for slave labor. Other Jews were selected for medical experimentation, horribly cruel, genetic experiments were conducted on children in particular if they were identical twins. In the end, when they liberated the camps, they found a small number of emaciated Jews who had just barely survived the war. This is one of the most horrific chapters in Jewish history, perhaps in world history. Thank you very much for watching.
I love this girl's music. Okay, she got two styles. When she does her chill, weird elevator music style rapping, it's so good. This is I don't know what's what, but I wish I could hear it. This. This is awesome, bro. Hey, can I be honest? I feel uncomfortable. I can't say something about this. What I like weird about her is her voice does not match her. You know what I mean? Not at all. Like if you closed your eyes and played that, you would not open your eyes thinking she looked like this. I can't even describe what she sounds like to me, Eric. Like Nick. Like if Nick was rapping. Nick, look up the Wildin' Out white girl. She's good. In the morning. She's good. She's got a whole style, bro. But this is what white rappers have to do. But you know what I can't. This is the thing that I think that's great about. That's great about like what's happening in society in terms of being able to make money and this kind of thing. I think that women have an advantage when it comes to like if you have a great talent. Oh yeah. And you look like that. Justine Valentine. That's what I don't want to hear about. I don't want to hear about like how hard it is being a female comedian. Like, dude, you can get on stage. You can get on every show.
Oh, tight. What up, Ace?
That might be good too. The show can't be me in a bikini. Exactly. Yeah. It's hard to be a comedian. My titties aren't going to sell people coming to my show. You'd be surprised. What's tougher?
Thanks, Ace. What a nice thing to say to someone.
The difference is rap's not a meritocracy. Yeah. Justine Valentine goes hard. I still can't hear it. I've seen this. Is she a rapper? Because she... I'm not familiar with your... Did she kill that truck? Here you go. Get ready. We'll let you warm it up right now. Talk about your morning. How did she looks comfortable? That's why. You wake up this morning. Let's wait in the morning. Let's go. Yeah. I woke up at 7. I said a prayer to the gods and I prayed to heaven. I'm like, oh God, it's a must I do. Little Kim, my bitch, you know I got a crush on you. I'm like, oh gosh, you really a beast. I woke up in the morning.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I hope you are well. I am really excited today to have a piece of important news that is a significant milestone in my life, and I'm hoping it will also have a positive impact on yours as well. And those of you who have been with the channel for a while know that just before the pandemic, I signed a contract with a fantastic publisher, Corin Publishers in Jerusalem, to produce a 3-volume history of Jewish people from earliest times to the present day. My goal was to create something that will be dignified yet affordable, and it will be the perfect bar mitzvah gift for the next century. That's my goal. I think it's going to be a really useful project. And the news for all of us today is that this very day, I'm sending the manuscript to the publisher for the first volume. It looks like I've been working on it since the beginning of the pandemic. A few months before is when I really got started. And I'm just really pleased to reach this particular milestone. I want to take a minute in this video to tell you a little bit about how you can be involved if you haven't been already. First of all, the really different thing that I think I tried with this particular volume, and I think it's been successful, is I crowdsourced a certain amount of the research by sketching out the chapters in a series of about 100-odd videos, which I call Jewish History Lab. I've added a few other series as well since then. And I'm really pleased to say that it's found a big response. There have been 9.2 million views on the channel, the fine volume number, about 75,000 subscribers, and 300 channel members who like get involved in a much deeper level. But here's the part that's specifically connected to the book. I created a biblical Jewish history course where I could put all of the videos and organize them so that, because my channel does tend to get a little bit confusing when I work on different projects. I put the videos in sequence and by relevancy, and then I added the draft chapters as we went along. So far, 120 students have gone through the Biblical Jewish History course, and in this particular course, I've gotten the best feedback ever. Really useful stuff. I'm so grateful to you for telling me a little bit about how I might shape this particular book. It's been fantastic. If you are interested in participating in the Biblical Jewish History course yourself, welcome. It would be great to have you there. I'll put the links in the information section. So if you are interested in reading this draft text and giving me some suggestions as to how I might, shape it one way or another, or you'd like to read what other people think and maybe engage in a little bit of community interaction, if you like, it's entirely open to you. We would love to have you. Okay, I have to get started on volume 2 right now, and I want to thank you so much for helping me out as I put together volume 1. Enjoy the videos, and I hope you have a really good day.
Just a sandstorm. Yeah. I never went home, but this is like, we all fly a lot. I'm not bringing this much anymore, but so yesterday. Okay, here's the thing. You don't even think about that you're not going to make it. We just have a thing in our head now. Flight's going to go. Everything's going to be fine. No, I'm saying when something like that happens, I'm talking about like the timing of it. I'm saying you just go, I'm going to get to where I need to get. You just don't even think, you got it. And then something like that happens, then it's just like, that is so disruptive to like everything about your life. Your rhythm is off now. You're thinking about, how am I going to make it to the show? I'm going to miss my connection.
Eric, aren't you glad you lost weight? Because did you see Southwest made it? If you're big, you have to book two flights now. You have to book 2 chairs.
Right now, this is my problem with that.
Hot take.
They should be weighing everybody anyway. This
Yes.
is how it should work. You
Yes.
get on the scale with your bags and yourself, and you have a limit. Because here's my problem with it. If you're 380 pounds, and you get on a plane with now a 50-pound bag, all right? You're over 400-some pounds. If Casey and his girl gets on a plane, right, and they have a 100-pound bag, you're going to charge them? Yeah. What? Casey and his girl in the bag, that's like 216 pounds. Total. You know what I mean? And you're like, I just think that's unfair. I think if you're going to charge for overweight bags, but a big motherfucker can get on the plane, like, I'm like, nah. Well, it should be. You should pay by weight. No, you should pay by body percent fat. No. Yeah, because it's not. It's just because you're way over. Because 6'2", it's not his fault that the guy's 5'6". You know what I mean? If somebody is their God-given, their birth weight, it's different. If you're a fat fuck, okay, then okay, you can add that in, fine, yeah. But that's just, I'm 6'2", I gotta pay the same as a fucking roly-poly 5'4" fat guy? No, he has to pay more. Well, I just think, I think you should all be weigh in at this point, because I feel, but the thing too is like, all 2 times, take too long, take your slow. No, it wouldn't. No, it would not, because when you go to check in your bag anyway, they make you weigh in. So I'm saying that you would just walk up, they should just have a policy. I can solve all this. They should just have a policy. No fatties get to fly. Or they have fat air. I watched that movie. It's six people. You can get air. 6 people. The whole movie is just the planes on the tarmac and they can't take off. No. Listen, guys. They have a little thing there for your bag. Your bag fit these dimensions. Yeah, man. You get on the scale, it weighs you. It's real quick. No, I get it. No, this would be real. No, I hear you. No, or just weigh yourself. Like when you check into your flight online, you have to enter your weight. Yeah, but to be honest, they just be lying. Yeah. Bitches do me lying. I'm putting 135 on mine. You know what I'm saying? What we talking about? Yeah. No, but I think, but you know, my problem with it was before the system was they were giving a fat person a free extra seat. That I really had a problem. Yeah. It's just about fairness. This has nothing to do with fat shaming or anything like that. It's about fairness. They shouldn't be charging for bags like that anyway. But my point I'm making again, if you have to pay for a bag that's over 50 pounds, then what are we talking about? The total weight of the person in the bag is less than the fat fuck. Pay for your gut too. Yeah. What do they call it? They literally call it baggage. What's your? How many bags you got? And then your baggage. You fat? Okay. It's gonna be $50 more. I like the body fat percentage. They just go, okay, you're 30% body fat percentage, so that equals that's an extra 30%. Yeah, but the percentage is that's a percentage shape. It's a percentage they add on the thing. I mean, I'm with it, man. I encourage people to get shape. If you're over 300, you ain't flying. Or you ain't flying by fat air. Well, haven't you been on an airline where they were like, you ever been on one of those flights where they go, hey, we need everybody to, we need like some people to volunteer to go to the back of the plane or something. I'm like, if that's an issue, then that's why I say no. I know, right? Weigh everything in. The person bags. And if you have a couple, you have a 500-pound limit, then it's this amount. If you go over the 500-pound limit or whatever the limit is, it's this amount. But like, you know, watching Casey and his girl suffer. Well, they should suffer. He deserves it, you know.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Let us continue with this new episode of the Jewish History Lab by looking at a very important document at the turning point of Jews in the early diaspora. The creation of the Jerusalem Talmud is what we're going to talk about specifically today. Let us recall, as we discussed in previous episodes, the destruction of the temple happened in the year 70 in the context of the Great Revolt, the first Roman-Jewish war. A tremendous amount of persecution directed at the Jews, particularly in Judea, around the region of Jerusalem. Right afterwards, this is followed by a smaller revolt called the Kitos Rebellion that actually is widespread throughout the Eastern Mediterranean, and then a much larger revolt in the year 132 under Bar Kokhba. All of these revolts are unsuccessful, and the Roman Empire just rolls right over them, although with tremendous amount of difficulty, particularly in the case of the 3-year Bar Kokhba revolt. Jerusalem is declared off limits to Jews. Judea itself, the region in the hill country, is largely denuded of Jews, as many of them flee to the north in particular and to the coast. Jerusalem itself is renamed Aelia Capitolina, and Jews would only later be allowed to visit their capital city on rare occasions, like the 9th of the date in which the temple was destroyed in the year 70. Very, very strong backlash against the Jews in the 2nd century. However, there's a lightening of the load in the 3rd century that's temporary, but it allows the Jews in the region of the city of Tiberias in particular to kind of reconstruct themselves and bring themselves back to a sense of a single administrative and spiritual purpose. And this brief period allows the new center to emerge in the Galilee region. Ultimately, however, this brief honeymoon in the 3rd century would end, and by the time you get to the middle of the 4th century, there's once again tensions between the Jewish population in the north this time and the Roman authorities. There is an uprising against them in the year 352, which the Romans crush mercilessly. Ultimately, they would even destroy the last remnant of political authority of the Jews, the office of the Nasi or the Patriarch, that would end in the 420s. But during this period, amazingly, there is this foresight that is applied to the notion of creating something that would allow the Jews to exist in diaspora, and that major creation is what we call the Jerusalem Talmud. So that's what we're really going to focus on today, is try to understand what exactly is this Jerusalem Talmud. It's amazing to think about the circumstances in which it is written, but let's focus primarily on the document itself. What is this with the name Jerusalem Talmud? If you were paying attention the last couple of minutes, you know that the Jews were actually barred from living in Jerusalem and only gradually allowed to even visit Jerusalem a little bit later on. Why would we call this the Jerusalem Talmud? I mean, the reality is it was not written in Jerusalem. The text is almost completely composed in the city of Tiberias in the north. And a lot of scholars presume that sections of it were also composed on the coast in the city of Caesarea, and also in Sipori, also known as Sepphoris in English. And so it's called the Jerusalem Talmud. It's kind of a misnomer, probably because it's a more familiar term than the term that was used for it in the Babylonian Talmud, its younger sister. The Babylonian Talmud referred to the Jerusalem Talmud as the Talmud de Ma'arava, which means the Talmud of the West, of course, the west of the region of Babylonia, or Talmud de Eretz Israel, the Talmud of the land of Israel. For a long period of time in Western historiography, it's been referred to as the Palestinian Talmud. Of course, right up until really the 1960s, this was very, very common. But once the nationality known as the Palestinians became much more defined, and the consciousness of a people who called themselves Palestinians became much more au courant, then it became sort of awkward to refer to the Talmud as the Palestinian Talmud. But you will see in older scholarship that it's only referred to that way as well. So at any rate, all of these names have some challenges to them, but it was not written in Jerusalem, even though it's nowadays called the Yerushalmi or the Jerusalem Talmud. What exactly is the Jerusalem Talmud? So, first of all, we should understand what is the Talmud. There are two of them, the Jerusalem and the Babylonian Talmud. They are basically extended discussions by hundreds, even thousands of rabbis, and occasionally non-rabbis, non-Jews, women, but primarily rabbis, talking about what the Mishnah means. Now, we've discussed the Mishnah in previous classes, and I don't want to go into great detail here, but that's basically a massive 6-volume statement of Jewish law that expands upon and clarifies passages in the Bible that require additional elucidation in order to actualize it. One quick example, for example, on the holiday of Sukkot, the Bible says that Jews are supposed to celebrate with a palm frond and a goodly fruit, 3/8 Adar. And so the first question is, what is a goodly fruit? What is a beautiful fruit?
How you living,
I personally like those really big navel oranges. But if I walk...
What's good, son? Hello? How was your day? What up? How's your day going?
Well, I guess it's good. Nothing good happened.
All right. What's on your agenda for this weekend?
Well, nothing currently planned. I'm just watching some videos, I guess.
All right, very cool. What kind of videos are you watching?
Music videos, I guess. Music, yeah.
All right, cool. Well, we're just watching Jewish history lectures. Feel free to enjoy.
Sorry, what?
I'm just watching Jewish history lectures. Feel free to enjoy.
Walk to shul with one of those big navel oranges on.
It's not necessarily. I watch all sorts of videos.
All right, very cool, man. That's deep.
Yeah.
What's your favorite video ever?
I guess the history of the entire world by Bill Words.
Oh, is it good?
Yeah, it's really good.
How long is it?
About 16 to 19 minutes.
It's by Bill who?
Bill Wars.
Oh, okay.
It has like 100 to 200 million views, and it's considered really good by the public.
All right, I'll have to check this out. What are your other favorite videos? What are your other favorite videos, son?
Sorry, what did you ask?
What are your other favorite videos?
Other favorite video?
Word, dog.
Well, I can't think of any at the moment because like their countless. I watched so many. So like I'm just thinking at the moment right now.
All right, take your time, big dog.
Alright, sure. I'll take my thought process.
Cool, big dog.
How old do I
On
sound like,
Sukkot,
by the way?
you know, people would look.
What'd you say, pimp?
How old do I sound like to you?
How old are you?
Well, first I would let you guess.
No, just tell me how old you are.
I mean that. What's the point of the question? Then I'm asking like, what do you think I would because of my voice?
All right, you sound 65 years old. How old are you?
Okay, I'm 18 years old.
All right, very cool.
Yeah, cool. What about you?
I sound 65 years old as well.
No, not. You're actually like seriously calculating.
All right, well, guess how old I am.
Well, you didn't guess mine before I told you.
Yes, I did. I said 65 years old. I'm old enough. That's the answer.
Yeah, cool. Sure.
Excellent. All right, here's Jewish history lectures, big man.
Look sideways at me. The real fruit is an etrog, and kind of a lemon-like plant called a citron. And the Mishnah is where we get this oral Torah that explains a lot of these ambiguities. There's a lot more to say about the Mishnah. Please go back and watch the video there if you want. So the Mishnah itself, although it represents a tremendous advantage in clarifying how Jews are actually supposed to live their lives in all aspects of their, experiences of the world, both in terms of, their ritual lives, their financial lives, their civil lives, all kinds of things like that is dealt with in the Mishnah. It still requires much more discussion. It is an open-ended oral document. And so the Talmud, also known as the Gemara or the finishing, is basically the transcript of these massive, long conversations about the Mishnah. And they can go on in many tangents, very far from the original text of the Mishnah as well. But that's essentially what the Talmud is. It's kind of like an expansion of the Mishnah, or at least it is a huge conversation about the human condition that begins with a discussion of the Mishnah. The principal figure behind the Jerusalem Talmud is without doubt the incredible Rabbi Yochanan. He also had a very fascinating chavrus or study partner named Reish Lakish, and the two of them in particular sort of coordinate much of the discussion that happens, although it really involves hundreds of rabbis who pitch in their opinions about one thing or another. It is eventually codified into a fixed text that will become the Talmud itself. The text also includes lots of documents called baraitot or baraisos. These literally translate as outside texts. These are texts that are much older. They're the same age as the Mishnah, but they didn't make it into the Mishnah itself. So it really expands the clarification of the Mishnah by saying, here is a fragmentary literary piece that tells us a little bit about what the Mishnah actually meant and so on. there are some scholars who argue that the tangents in the Talmud are so big that in reality it should be considered an independent work, not essentially an elucidation of the Mishnah. I remain unconvinced. It seems to me it's still very, very rooted in the Mishnah, but at any rate, God willing, you can all explore the Jerusalem Talmud your own and discover what you think about that debate. At any rate, that's basically what this text is. When was it written? So as I mentioned, it involves hundreds of rabbis. These rabbis are called Amoraim, which means the speakers or the sayers. And they are distinct from the generations associated with the Mishnah, who are called the Tanaim, which means the teachers. And it involves like 6 generations of them, including at least 3 generations of scholars from Babylonia who also get involved in the conversation. And the conversations extend basically from the closing of the Mishnah, which would be in the early 3rd century, right up to about the year 400. That's when the text is more or less closed, and we have the Talmud Yerushalmi in its current form. So how does the Jerusalem Talmud compare with the Babylonian Talmud? If you have a look at this map here, you can see in the circle on the left, that's where the Jerusalem Talmud was largely composed. And the circle on the right is the region of Mesopotamia, where most of the Talmudic academies were located in Babylonia, and that's where that was composed. So there was a significant amount of communication between the land of Israel and the land of Babylonia. It's kind of like a long trek around the Euphrates River, but you would have people making that trek backwards and forwards, and they would be sharing ideas and discussions from their respective academies. The Jerusalem Talmud, however, is the older sister. It started probably a little bit earlier, but it certainly finished earlier than the Babylonian Talmud. The Jerusalem Talmud is generally smaller. It tends to have much more material proportionally dealing with halakha or Jewish law than it does with Agarata or philosophy, legends, things like that. The Babylonian Talmud tends to have a proportion that gives a little more weight to the Agarata. There are a few chapters in the Jerusalem Talmud which are completely lost. Part of the reason for this is because the Babylonian Talmud received a lot more attention for most of the Middle Ages, and unfortunately some manuscripts seem to have just simply disappeared. There was a fascinating footnote in the early 20th century when a scholar came forward and claimed to have discovered them. In reality, however, after he generated a tremendous amount of excitement, it turned out he didn't discover them. He actually wrote them. They were forgeries. There's a lot of fascinating things about that, but not for a discussion today. But the Jerusalem Talmud and the Babylonian Talmud have a tremendous amount of overlap. They're basically one shared tradition, one shared purpose of trying to understand the Mishnah, but they are expressed in 2 distinct literary communities that have a certain degree of communication with each other. In the Talmud Bavli, for example, there's frequent references to, for example, the phrase Ki Asa Rav Dimi. When Rav Dimi came back from Israel and shared with us what he learned there. So in the Talmud Bavli, it's always interesting that they say this over there in Israel, and they discuss that for a while. And it happens as well to a lesser degree in the Jerusalem Talmud. Ultimately, however, the Talmud Bavli lasts about 100 years longer before it becomes codified, somewhere around the year 500. That's one of the main reasons why the Talmud Bavli was much more well studied than the Talmud Yerushalmi, because it represented kind of like a later update, more recent software, if you will, to the older versions. Both of them are written in Aramaic, although there's a significant dialectical difference between the Western Aramaic spoken in Israel and the Eastern Aramaic spoken in Babylonia. They're largely understandable to each other, although the orthography, the spelling of some words looks really bizarre if you're used to the Babylonian Aramaic and you switch over to the Yerushalmi, but they're largely understandable to speakers and readers of Aramaic. I think one of the most fascinating aspects of the Yerushalmi is what the Germans call Rezeptionsgeschichte, which means the reception history. How was this book appreciated? How was it adopted? How was it sometimes ignored, and so on? There's no question that the Babylonian Talmud, for the reasons I mentioned a moment ago, received precedence, a much more pride of central place in the minds of most Jews through the Middle Ages, right up until the modern era, really. This was actually stated explicitly by the Gaonim, the great rabbis of Baghdad. For example, Rabbi Gaon, who died in the year 1038, he said we should pay much more attention to the Babylonian Talmud when it contradicts the Jerusalem Talmud, because the Babylonian Talmud, being written later, as it were, had more evidence at their disposal, more time to think about things, and so the Babylonian Talmud is the authoritative one. Why would you study the text, which is not the authoritative one? That's one of the reasons why the Babylonian Talmud really took much more precedence in those areas where Jews lived, where they were heavily influenced by Baghdad in particular. That would include Spain and Provence, for example, and by extension, the Ashkenazi lands of France and Germany. So that really gave the Babylonian Talmud a huge edge. But there are some areas which tended to have a much closer attachment to the land of Israel, intellectually and in terms of its literary tradition. That would include, for example, Italy and North Africa. And it was there that the study of the Jerusalem Talmud was largely preserved. By the time you get to the period of the Rishonim, around the turn of the millennium, you have great figures like Rav Alfasi, known as the Rif, who began to kind of resuscitate the study of the Jerusalem Talmud as a tool to understand difficult passages in the Babylonian Talmud. And of course, this would become much more prominent. Tosfot would also do the same kind of thing as well. Well, they're going to say, we really want to understand the Bavli, and oh, here's a difficult part.
What up?
Look back there to see
how you living? What up, Ruthless? How you living, Pimp?
Why are you always saying things socially?
Why not? Am I not allowed?
They said they need drugs there. They probably thought.
Who?
Socialites.
What did they say?
They said they need drugs to serve you.
Why?
Because you're sitting there doing nothing.
Okay, nobody says I have to be out of the server.
Yes, they did.
Who did?
Mr. Socialite said that.
Okay, that's not a real person.
It is.
No, it's not, my friend.
It's kind of like the Jerusalem Talmud had become a value add to the Babylonians, but it was not independently studied. So unfortunately, what this meant was that no manuscripts, except for one important one called the Leiden manuscript, actually survived in the Middle Ages. Almost everything else is fragmentary little pieces of the Jerusalem Talmud survived here and there, but only one full manuscript. It was copied in 1289, and the scribe actually said he thinks it's filled with mistakes, but he's doing the best he can, and this is the manuscript that forms the basis of the Jerusalem Talmud that would later be printed in the early 16th century, the Editio Princeps, which was based primarily on the Leiden manuscript and a couple other versions as well. There is some significant promise that extensive study of the fragments in the Cairo Geniza may restore lost passages here and there, but it remains a very challenging Talmud to study, primarily because the text is not nearly as well worked over and as reliable and as cross-checked as the Babylonian Talmud. The Jerusalem Talmud was kind of like the forgotten sister for much of its history. Very, very few commentaries were written on it. Nothing like what was written on the Babylonian Talmud. However, in the post-war period, with the expansion of popular programs like Daf Yomi that really elevated the study of the Babylonian Talmud, there's a lot more scholars are turning their attention to the Jerusalem Talmud as well, to the older system. And there is many, many more renewed students. There was recently completed a massive 51-volume English translation of the Jerusalem Talmud by the Art Scroll Foundation, an absolutely remarkable work of scholarship. And so the Jerusalem Talmud may be getting much more attention now that we enter into a new technological era. I hope you found this video useful. And those of you who follow the series know that the reason I call this the Jewish History Lab is because I'm preparing these videos alongside the writing of a 3-volume book of Jewish history, a survey that goes from the earliest times right up to the modern period for current publishers in Jerusalem. And so if you are interested in following along, I really appreciate your attention. Please like and subscribe, and if you have something to offer in the comment section, I'd love to see what you have to say. And I just want to say thank you very much for watching this video.
Dude, I'm out. If you need that friend who's always checking in and following up and like I'm your fucking dad, I ain't the one, bro. Well, yeah, but relationships over that where they're like, you know, like if I get back to him, you know, I'll text him like, hey man, swamp, I'll get back to you, and then 2 days later I call, he's like, what the fuck, like all buttered, like what the fuck, dude? I'm like, oh, you're out, I can't. But it all depends on who the person is to you. I mean, if it's your wife, okay, but if it's like, I hear you, I don't subscribe to that. I think that if you have my number and I have your number and I text you, and not just like what he said, like some casual shit, even if it's just like, hey, you're trying to find out some information, or even if I'm like, hey, I heard something happen, I hope everything's okay. Like he just said, he goes, hey, I'm swamped, I'll get back to you. That's respect. Yep. That's respect. You're like, hey, I'm swamped, I'll get back to you if I can, you know what I mean? Thanks for checking in, Pete. You know, it's like that kind of stuff. I think that's important in life. You know, it's just me. Like, I'm not, let me just say this. No, it sounds like it, but I'm not judging. No judgment on anybody else. I'm just saying, I think it's a sign of respect. Because I can't stand when people go, hey, I'm busy. You're not that busy, bitch. Well, that's okay. Yeah, but no, but you're not. You're right. Except it's a choice. Listen, Chris, it's a choice. Nobody's that busy. That's a construct that doesn't exist. No, I understand, but if you're going through like something, then and you don't respond because things are stressful or whatever, then you write back, you know. Or even if you don't write back, then if it's a week later and you say, hey, you know, I was going through something, yeah, that person goes, oh, but that makes sense. Hey, thanks. Yeah. No, but that's not what I'm talking about. Oh, okay. Because 96% of the time, it's just people being like, whatever. Just being like, whatever. Respecting your time. Yeah, not respecting your time. That's all I'm saying. But I also know people who are way busier than me. Like, Rogan's a good example. You know, I usually call him on my way to work, whatever I'm doing. He'll be like doing way bigger shit than me and answer like, what's up, man? And I was like, I sent a picture of a car. I'm just shooting the shit. And I'm like, oh, dude, you know, I got Trump coming in. Let me call you back. I'm like, oh, you don't have to answer nothing. Yeah, but that's a sign of his respect of your friendship. Yeah, that's what that is right there. That's my point I'm trying to make. It's like you know, it's just a choice people are making. Like we're so casual with how we communicate now with social media and all this stuff. We just kind of swipe and we just kind of like look at stuff and we're just so like this isn't important anymore. And I think communicating with the people that are in your life, in your circle, in your like, you know, you have your inner circle, your like whatever the circle out there, and then you have a circle out here, and then you have a circle of people that, you know, I just think it's like, well, what's wrong with being like, hey, what's up, or thank you, or whatever it's like that. No, we're all fucking selfish creatures. I agree. I gotta do better. I hate that. I hate it. I don't know. Yeah, the reason why I brought it up is like a friend of mine was posted this thing, and I was like, text back. I was like, this is not, you shouldn't be posting this. I was like, what are you talking about? Oh, he was like, okay. Yeah, trying to be like, yeah, you gotta get back to people. And I'm like, hey, this ain't you, bitch. This ain't you. That's because they don't, sure. I mean, I don't know. I think that we all do it. Yeah. I'm just saying, I think it's a sign of, you know. It is, but like, you know, I like this little kind of friend Chris is. You know, he's always been great. Like, my baby girl's going through more health issues, right? It's been a nightmare. Now, Chris, a million people text, like, and the only reason it got out is because my wife posted something on it, but a million people could text, like, oh, man, sorry what you're going through. Like, I don't respond to that. Chris responded, man, heard what happened. Hey, I'm a friend who can help out. There's this, you know, big pediatrician. So it's like, oh, damn, there's a resource that actually is going to improve what I'm dealing with. But if like, hey, man, let's talk about it. It's like, bro, for what?
Well, yeah, you know,
You have kids.
yeah.
What the fuck am I gonna talk to you about? And Chris was like, yo, here's the number. Talk to this lady. Like, she specializes in this. I'm like, oh, fuck, that's a real one. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man. And of course, I'm not talking about when somebody's like, hey, happy birthday. You don't have to be like, well, thank you. You know I'm saying? Oh, well, somebody's
Communicating still better to text me on Thanksgiving. If you text me on Thanksgiving or Christmas, hey, man, I'm not 14.
Hey, Chris, let them know. Who texts every Christmas and Thanksgiving? Eric is the my dad, my brother. You must be busy all day. If you're texting my dad and my brother. What's up, Bill? What up, man? Eric's face on a turkey. Yeah, you know, Chip. You know who I text every year like that too? Anthony Jesselman. Just because it bugs him. Yeah. He just goes, what are you, 6 years old? I run back and I go, love you too, baby. You know what I mean? It's like, I just, don't it make you feel good when you see it?
No, I like it from here. I like it from here.
Sometimes I wake up. Sometimes okay, here's another example. Okay, sometimes I wake up late because it's like I've been traveling. I need to sleep in. It's 11. I'll wake up. Okay, there's 6 people that have texted me, and I look half asleep, and I legit like somebody that I respect a lot. This happened 4 days ago, or no, more than that, and I forgot to. I guess I didn't even realize he really texted me, and then I go one day, like 3 days later, I go, oh fuck,
yeah, I do
that happened in the middle of my sleep. So I brought it back, and he asked me something legit. He was like, needed my help with something, and I was like, oh my god, bro, I'm totally sorry, and you know, so I could like. That doesn't mean I don't respect this guy. No longer friend, right? No, yeah, but just for the guy that like you would go eat with him, and then if you like, you know, if you're 5 minutes, you know, hit his meet at 1, you get your 1:05. He's already ordering and he's already eating his food. Yeah. Absolutely.
I'll give it some text, and usually, you know, we come so early. I'll respond, but it'll be like 5 a.m. and then they forget because I respond so.
Yeah.
It's not a.
I know.
Yeah, same rule. I was busting Rogan's chops because I text him. I said, damn, dog, it's like that now, but you've changed. I give him shit. He's like, but I wake up to like 75 texts to 100 texts a day. He's like, so it just gets lost in the shuffle, son. And I gotta go through it. Like, no, you're living different. I'll tell you who's great at getting back. Who's great is Theo. He blowing up, all that stuff. Me and Theo would text, probably once every 2 weeks, something like that. But then he realized our lives are very different now because we're texting back and forth, she's catching up. And then he called me, but it was 9:30. And he goes, damn, can't answer your phone? I didn't see it. I was asleep. I was in bed by 9. I didn't see it. So I text the next morning at 6. Like, bro, you call, I'm sleeping. I don't answer your call if you do it when I'm up. We're living 2 different lives, my man.
Yeah. I think I'll say for Theo, he's good about just reaching out, just in general. Yeah, he's good. Yeah, he might just, get the phone around, go, hey, what's going on? It's just like, hey, what's up, man? Haven't talked to you in a while, that kind of thing. I just go, well, that's really good. Not everybody's nice. When you're that busy, you're that, you got all this stuff going on, when you got all upset. I feel there's something about keeping in contact with the people you want in your life, and until it's like you need something. That's what I don't. The people that you might say, hey, what's going on?
My only thing is, like, we work together, but let's say, whatever reason, you missed the pod for 3 weeks and we didn't communicate, and then when we do talk, you're like, what the fuck, bro? Not catching, like,
no, none of that.
If I have to worry about you getting upset, if I have to check in with you, this just isn't gonna work. We're gonna make this family up.
But that's not what I'm talking about.
No, I know. I'm just saying, these guys, I've had people in my life who I really care about.
Because I have my own set of rules. It's like, I don't think you should send me 75 paragraphs on the first text. Okay. To me, you gotta check that. You gotta check in.
Callan does that. He'll send a whole 7-paragraph text. I want to read it. I was going too long. Call me, or I'm never reading this.
I just think you have to be like, hey, you busy? I have to talk to you about something. Don't do that. That's what I need.
No, I don't like that.
No, I need to check in. I don't need don't do that to me. I go crazy Super Saiyan. You know what?
Yeah. I like it. If it's long, I like a nice voice note. Oh, no. Bro, nobody knows your rules, all right? You just fucking keep saying bro. An 8-minute voice note. Go fuck yourself. Isn't that an 8-minute text? No, because you can read it or go fuck yourself. At your leisure. Yeah. But when you get a voice note, you're missing shit. You're drunk. And my thing is like, he's too loud in my thing. Give it a minute, it's his fault. There's something to me about it? No. Here's the thing. Voice note, no. Then call. This is my thing. If the voice note goes past a minute, Jesus Christ, this guy's fucking up. I'm so hot about it. Here's why voice notes work, because it cuts through the bullshit. It's like, yo, man, what are you up to? What are you doing? Voice note, boom. This is what I got going on. You know, it cuts the fat. Yeah. Okay, it's like, fucking, what about that British girl that had an axe because she was being accosted in fucking when she's 14? It's let's get to something else. Oh, gotcha. Yeah. Bring something up, motherfucker. British 14-year-old British girl. Her parents sent her with an axe and a blade, and she had to fucking wield it. Protect someone from a migrant who wanted to assault them. Good for her. What a little badass. Dude, people are saying she was arrested. Right, yeah. People are saying that she's a hero. Yeah. She's this little William Wallace. Hey, friend, take the AirPods out. Yeah, so you can hear. Watch this guy. Watch what happens. Look, she's just going nuts. Watch this. This is the guy I like. Hey, guy. What are you doing? The guy that just walked by. He's trying to get the fuck out of there. Because this is bullshit. What do you mean? You're walking by. If you see this thing going on, you can just walk by. The real scene in person is not as heightened. No. I understand. This guy's like, I understand. The little girl's got an axe. Cool. This guy's filming, and this one's doing nothing. Nothing's happening here, man. No, I bet that guy was like, that girl's bullshit. That girl's tweaking with an axe. Get me the fuck out. She got arrested, and then also, there people are using this. This is crazy. Some people are. Like hero, like the woman we need in our. What do you mean? She was serious. It was no joke. She had to freeze her eggs there. My son was just like, the girl was like, I told my husband, I'm not cooking for you. You know, these are eggs for me, and then also, if you want eggs, and then I saw her being like, my husband left me. No. When women are like, what do you bring to the table? Because somebody said, what do you bring to the table or something? And women are like, what do I bring to the table? What the fuck is it? Dude, you like, and then they'll get mad at us because we talk about how hot someone is, and then it's like, but they also don't want to have to bring anything to the table. So then what the fuck do we get? No, that's the minority, though. Those bitches are like, we know power. We work 9 to 5, have an award, they want to start fucking Wakanda on their own just for women. And they're just working a fucking job. Those are the fucking. Well, that's a little bit of a thing. I understand that. If you're a woman and you want to forego having a family and work hard and do your thing, yeah, but do your thing though. Like, I don't give a fuck. But then if you're a woman that's just like, I'm hot, and what do you bring to the table? And treat me like a princess. No. That's a hot one. But you know, he's a crazy one. Listen, though. He's a crazy one. It's for the time.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Let us continue with this new episode of the Jewish History Lab by looking at a very important document at the turning point of Jews in the early diaspora, the creation of the Jerusalem Talmud, is what we're going to talk about specifically today. So let us recall, as we discussed in previous episodes, the destruction of the temple happened in the year 70 in the context of the Great Revolt, the first Roman-Jewish war. A tremendous amount of persecution directed at the Jews, particularly in Judea, on the region of Jerusalem right afterwards. This is followed by a smaller revolt called the Kitos Rebellion that actually is widespread throughout the Eastern Mediterranean, and then a much larger revolt in the year 132 under Bar Kokhba. All of these revolts are unsuccessful, and the Roman Empire just rolls right over them, although with a tremendous amount of difficulty, particularly in the case of the 3-year Bar Kokhba revolt. Jerusalem is declared off limits to Jews. Judea itself, the region in the hill country, is largely denuded of Jews, as many of them flee to the north in particular and to the coast. Jerusalem itself is renamed Aelia Capitolina, and Jews will only later be allowed to visit their capital city on rare occasions like the 9th of Av, the date in which the temple was destroyed in the year 70. Very, very strong backlash against the Jews in the 2nd century. However, there's a lightening of the load in the 3rd century that's temporary, but it allows the Jews in the region of the city of Tiberias in particular to kind of reconstruct themselves and bring themselves back to a sense of a single administrative and spiritual purpose. And this brief period allows the new center to emerge in the Galilee region. Ultimately, however, this brief honeymoon in the 3rd century would end, and by the time you get to the middle of the 4th century, there's once again tensions between the Jewish population in the north this time and the Roman authorities. There is an uprising against them in the year 352, which the Romans crush mercilessly. Ultimately, they would even destroy the last remnant of political authority of the Jews, the office of the Nasi or the Patriarch. That would end in the 420s. But during this period, amazingly, there is this foresight that is applied to the notion of creating something that would allow the Jews to exist in diaspora, and that major creation is what we call the Jerusalem Talmud. So that's what we're really going to focus on today, is try to understand what exactly is this Jerusalem Talmud. It's amazing to think about the circumstances in which it is written, but let's focus primarily on the document itself. What is this with the name Jerusalem Talmud? If you were paying attention the last couple of minutes, you know that the Jews were actually barred from living in Jerusalem and only gradually allowed to even visit Jerusalem a little bit later on. Why would we call this the Jerusalem Talmud? And the reality is, it was not written in Jerusalem. The text is almost completely composed in the city of Tiberias in the north, and a lot of scholars presume that sections of it were also composed on the coast in the city of Caesarea or Caesarea, and also in Sipori, also known as Sepphoris in English. And so it's called the Jerusalem Talmud. It's kind of a misnomer, probably because it's a more familiar term than the term that was used for it in the Babylonian Talmud, its younger sister. The Babylonian Talmud referred to the Jerusalem Talmud as the Talmud de Ma'arava, which means the Talmud of the West. Of course, the west of the region of Babylonia, or Talmud de Eretz Yisrael, the Talmud of the land of Israel. For a long period of time in Western historiography, it's been referred to as the Palestinian Talmud. Of course, right up until really the 1960s, this was very, very common. But once the nationality known as the Palestinians became much more defined, and the consciousness of a people who called themselves Palestinians became much more au courant, then it became sort of awkward to refer to the Talmud as the Palestinian Talmud. But you will see in older scholarship that it can be referred to that way as well. So at any rate, all of these names have some challenges to them, but it was not written in Jerusalem, even though it's nowadays called the Yerushalmi or the Jerusalem Talmud. What exactly is the Jerusalem Talmud? So, first of all, we should understand what is the Talmud. There are two of them, the Jerusalem and the Babylonian Talmud. They are basically extended discussions by hundreds, even thousands of rabbis, and occasionally non-rabbis, non-Jews, women, but primarily rabbis, talking about what the Mishnah means. Now, we've discussed the Mishnah in previous classes, and I don't want to go into great detail here, but that's basically a massive 6-volume statement of Jewish law that expands upon and clarifies passages in the Bible that require additional elucidation in order to actualize it. One quick example, for example, on the holiday of Sukkot, the Bible says that Jews are supposed to celebrate with a palm frond and a goodly fruit, pre-Eitz Hadar. And so the first question is, what is a goodly fruit? What is a beautiful fruit? I personally like those really big navel oranges. But if I walk to shul with one of those big navel oranges on Sukkot, people would look sideways at me. The real fruit is an etrog, and kind of a lemon-like plant called a citron. And the Mishnah is where we get this oral Torah that explains a lot of these ambiguities. There's a lot more to say about the Mishnah. Please go back and watch the video there if you want. So the Mishnah itself, although it represents a tremendous advantage in clarifying how Jews are actually supposed to live their lives in all aspects of their experience of the world, both in terms of their ritual lives, their financial lives, their civil lives, and all kinds of things like that is dealt with in the Mishnah. It still requires much more discussion. It is an open-ended oral document, and so the Talmud, also known as the Gemara or the finishing, is basically the transcript of these massive, long conversations about the Mishnah. And they can go on in many tangents, very far from the original text of the Mishnah as well. But that's essentially what the Talmud is. It's kind of like an expansion of the Mishnah, or at least it is a huge conversation about the human condition that begins with a discussion of the Mishnah. The principal figure behind the Jerusalem Talmud is without doubt the incredible Rabbi Yochanan. He also had a very fascinating chavrus, or study partner, named Reish Lakish, and the two of them in particular sort of coordinate much of the discussion that happens, although it really involves hundreds of rabbis who pitch in their opinions about one thing or another. It is eventually codified into a fixed text that will become the Talmud itself. The text also includes lots of documents called baraitot, or baraisos. These literally translate as outside texts. These are texts that are much older. They're the same age as the Mishnah, but they didn't make it into the Mishnah itself. So it really expands the clarification of the Mishnah by saying, here is a fragmentary literary piece that tells us a little bit about what the Mishnah actually meant, and so on. There are some scholars who argue that the tangents in the Talmud are so big that in reality it should be considered an independent work, not essentially an elucidation of the Mishnah. I remain unconvinced. It seems to me it's still very, very rooted in the Mishnah, but at any rate, God willing, you can all explore the Jerusalem Talmud on your own and discover what you think about that today. At any rate, that's basically what this text is. When was it written? So as I mentioned, it involves hundreds of rabbis. These rabbis are called Amoraim, which means the speakers or the sayers. And they are distinct from the generations associated with the Mishnah, who are called the Tanaim, which means the teachers. And it involves like 6 generations of them, including at least 3 generations of scholars from Babylonia who also get involved in the conversation. And the conversations extend basically from the closing of the Mishnah, which would be in the early 3rd century, right up to about the year 400. That's when the text is more or less closed, and we have the Talmud Yerushalmi in its current form. So how does the Jerusalem Talmud compare with the Babylonian Talmud? If you have a look at this map here, you can see in the circle on the left, that's where the Jerusalem Talmud was largely composed, and the circle on the right is the region of Mesopotamia, where most of the Talmudic academies were located in Babylonia, and that's where that was composed. So there was a significant amount of communication between the land of Israel and the land of Babylonia. It's kind of like a long trek around the Euphrates River, but you would have people making that trek backwards and forwards, and they would be sharing ideas and discussions from their respective academies. The Jerusalem Talmud, however, is the older sister. It started probably a little bit earlier, but it certainly finished earlier than the Babylonian Talmud. The Jerusalem Talmud is generally smaller. It tends to have much more material proportionally dealing with halakha or Jewish law than it does with Agarata or philosophy, legends, things like that. The Babylonian Talmud tends to have a proportion that gives a little more weight to the Agarata. There are a few chapters in the Jerusalem Talmud which are completely lost. Part of the reason for this is because the Babylonian Talmud received a lot more attention for most of the Middle Ages, and unfortunately, some manuscripts seem to have just simply disappeared. There was a fascinating footnote in the early 20th century when a scholar came forward and claimed to have discovered them. In reality, however, after he generated a tremendous amount of excitement, it turned out he didn't discover them. He actually wrote them. They were forgeries. There's a lot of fascinating things about that, but not for a discussion today. But the Jerusalem Talmud and the Babylonian Talmud have a tremendous amount of overlap. They're basically one shared tradition, one shared purpose of trying to understand the Mishnah, but they are expressed in two distinct literary communities that have a certain degree of communication with each other. In the Talmud Bavli, for example, there's frequent references to for example, the phrase Ki Asa Lavdimi. When Lavdimi came back from Israel and shared with us what he learned there. So in the Talmud Bavli, it's always interesting that they say this over there in Israel, and we discuss that for a while. And it happens as well to a lesser degree in the Jerusalem Talmud. Ultimately, however, the Talmud Bavli lasts about 100 years longer before it becomes codified, somewhere around the year 500. That's one of the main reasons why the Talmud Bavli is much more well studied than the Talmud Yerushalmi, because it represented kind of like a later update, more recent software, if you will, to the older version. Both of them are written in Aramaic, although there is a significant dialectical difference between the Western Aramaic spoken in Israel and the Eastern Aramaic spoken in Babylonia. They're largely understandable to each other, although the orthography, the spelling of some words looks really bizarre if you're used to the Babylonian Aramaic and you switch over to the Yerushalmi, but they're largely understandable to speakers and readers of Aramaic. I think one of the most fascinating aspects of the Yerushalmi is what the Germans call Rezeptionsgeschichte, which means the reception history. How was this book appreciated? How was it adopted? How was it sometimes ignored, and so on? There's no question that the Babylonian Talmud, for the reasons I mentioned a moment ago, received precedence, a much more pride of central place in the minds of most Jews through the Middle Ages, right up until the modern era, really. This was actually stated explicitly by the Gaonim, the great rabbis of Baghdad. For example, Raphai Gaon, who died in the year 1038, he said we should pay much more attention to the Babylonian Talmud when it contradicts the Jerusalem Talmud, because the Babylonian Talmud, being written later, as it were, had more evidence at the disposal, more time to think about things. And so the Babylonian Talmud is the authoritative one. Why would you study the text which is not the authoritative one? That's one of the reasons why the Babylonian Talmud really took much more precedence in those areas where Jews lived where they were heavily influenced by Baghdad in particular. That would include Spain and Provence, for example, and by extension, the Ashkenazi lands of France and Germany. So that really gave the Babylonian Talmud a huge edge. But there are some areas which tended to have a much closer attachment to the land of Israel, intellectually and in terms of its literary tradition. That would include, for example, Italy and North Africa. And it was there that the study of the Jerusalem Talmud was largely preserved. By the time you get to the period of the Rishonim, around the turn of the millennium, you have great figures like Rav Alfasi, known as the Rif, who began to kind of resuscitate the study of the Jerusalem Talmud as a tool to understand difficult passages in the Babylonian Talmud. And of course, this would become much more prominent. Tosfot would also do the same kind of thing as well. Where they're going to say, we really want to understand the Bavli, and here's a difficult part. What does it say in the Yerushalmi? Look back there to see how that includes the Bavli. It is kind of like the Jerusalem Talmud had become a value add to the Babylonian, but it was not independently studied. So unfortunately, what this meant was that no manuscripts, except for one important one called the Leiden manuscript, actually survived the Middle Ages. Almost everything else is fragmentary, little pieces of the Jerusalem Talmud survived here and there, but only one full manuscript. It was copied in 1289, and the scribe actually said he thinks it's filled with mistakes, but he's doing the best he can, and this is the manuscript that forms the basis of the Jerusalem Talmud that would later be printed in the early 16th century, the Editio Princeps, which was based primarily on the Leiden manuscript and a couple other versions as well. There is some significant promise that extensive study of the fragments in the Cairo Geniza may restore lost passages here and there, but it remains a very challenging Talmud to study, primarily because the text is not nearly as well worked over and as reliable and as cross-checked as the Babylonian Talmud. The Jerusalem Talmud was kind of like the forgotten sister for much of its history. Very, very few commentaries were written on it, nothing like what was written on the Babylonian Talmud. However, in the post-war period, with the expansion of popular programs like Daf Yomi that really elevated the study of the Babylonian Talmud, there's a lot more scholars are turning their attention to the Jerusalem Talmud as well, to the older system. And there is many, many more renewed students. There was recently completed a massive 51-volume English translation of the Jerusalem Talmud by the Artscroll Foundation, an absolutely remarkable work of scholarship. And so the Jerusalem Talmud may be getting much more attention now that we enter into a new technological era. I hope you found this video useful. And those of you who follow the series know that the reason I call this the Jewish History Lab is because I'm preparing these videos alongside the writing of a 3-volume book of Jewish history, a survey that goes from the earliest times right up to the modern period for Koren publishers in Jerusalem. And so if you are interested in following along, I really appreciate your attention. Please like and subscribe, and if you have something to offer in the comment section, I'd love to see what you have to say. And I just want to say thank you very much for watching this video.
Interested in physical strength at all? It does mean something about him. It does mean something about that guy. So
this is also liberals in a nutshell. Like,
yeah, no, I understand.
50%, and then that dude's carrying another 50%.
Right.
No, this is liberals in a nutshell. Black Lives Matter. Black Lives
I missed it. True.
Why are those people peer pressure him in the bed to 135? No, damn well he couldn't. Look at him, just struggle city.
Fucking long hair in my neck. So,
I watched this earlier, and you know what?
I don't know.
Glad you brought it up. It's so annoying.
It's already annoying without the volume.
Oh no, get ready. This is some white girl rap. It's so annoying.
Just randomly came up on my feed. She's some YouTuber.
Me too.
I think she's got bars. If I would take on this.
White girl rappers is kind of my guilty pleasure. I follow like 10 of them.
But hold on, they're all.
Because, like I said,
is all black like this, and I'm there for it. Because they all kind of pretty, and they all just rap the same. It's hilarious. But, you know, she grew up a certain way. She shouldn't be putting that black accent on. She should be rapping how she talks.
A 3-volume book of Jewish history, a survey that goes from the earliest times right up to the modern period for current publishers in Jerusalem. And so if you are interested in following along, I really appreciate your attention. Please like and subscribe, and if you have something to offer in the comment section, I'd love to see what you have to say. And I just want to say thank you very much for watching this video.
There's one that's really good. She's really good. Wait, is that the one? Yes, that's the one. Yeah, she's fucking amazing. But this girl, this JoJo. No. Look up Georgiana and then look up another one. Sears herself. Yeah, she's great. For me though, Nick.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I hope you are doing well. One of the things that frequently comes up in the comments on my videos has to do with the word Jew. A lot of people seem to be rather jealous of this word. They want to say it applies to us and not them. They want to say that you people who call yourself Jews are not actually the real Jews. A lot of strange things like that. I'm not going to get into that kind of stuff today, but I would like to get into the etymology of the word Jew. Where does it come from? Especially because we should know it's not actually of Jewish origin, not actually of Hebrew origin, to be more precise. The sound that the J makes in English does not even exist in the Hebrew language. In order to make that sound, modern Israelis use the letter G, and they add a kind of like little symbol, a little chick next to it to indicate it should be pronounced as J instead of G. So if that's the case, where exactly does this word come from? So it's also really important to note that the word is not used precisely any time in Jewish history. It is used in a very, very kind of foggy way. And the question of who is a Jew is even more complicated than where does this word come from. Furthermore, depending on which language we're working with, the variations of the word Jew can sometimes be distinctly derogatory. For example, some languages, Slavic languages in particular, have like a polite term for the word Jew and a derogatory term for the word Jew. Usually derivatives of the word Jew are derogatory when they have those kind of dual systems. And in fact, if we go to the Oxford English Dictionary, which is the go-to source for understanding how the English language works and has developed, you can see there's over 60 different spellings and presumably slight differences in pronunciation of the word Jew just in the English language alone. Like, oh my God. So let's try and figure out what exactly does this term mean. We have to bear in mind that tone is always very important. Like the word Jew can be, as it is in modern American English, a neutral term like, Spanish or Italian, but it can also be stated with a distinctly negative connotation depending on the context. And people generally speaking know when that's happening. This distinction between the neutral use of the term Jew and the distinctly derogatory use of that term is actually challenged by a British man named Marcus Schlomovitz in the late 1960s. He sued the publishers of the Oxford English Dictionary about their definition of the Jew, which included the derogatory connotations as well. This suit turned out to not work out. A 73 report. The case was ultimately decided in favor of the dictionary because, what is exactly a dictionary supposed to do? Is a dictionary supposed to measure how people actually use words, or is it supposed to suggest prospectively how people should use words? If we say the former, which obviously is what the judge decided, they're, describing the reality of the English language. And so what we have in the end here, if you look at this screenshot from the Oxford English Dictionary, you see that the word Jew as a noun has one meaning, and the word Jew as a verb has a distinctly negative meaning. And as we shall see a little later, they've done something by labeling it, saying, by the way, this is intended as a negative. What we have in the end here, if we look at this screenshot from the Oxford English Dictionary, you see that the word Jew as a noun has one meaning, and the word Jew as a verb has a distinctly negative meaning. And as we shall see a little later, they've done something by labeling it, saying, by the way, this is intended as a negative. But here's the full definition. So it says here, 1a, a member of a people whose traditional religion is Judaism, right? So we want to say that Jew means someone who believes in Judaism, okay? And who trace their origins through the ancient Hebrew people of Israel to Abraham. Note two other words there, the Hebrew people and Israel, a follower or adherent of Judaism. Now, let's look at the paragraph underneath, which reads, the term usually refers to Jewish people from the period of the Babylonian exile and diaspora of the 6th century. So that's really interesting because the 6th century before the Common Era, that's already, over 1,000 years into what we would call Jewish history. So what do they call themselves before the Babylonian diaspora? We're going to unpack that in this video here. Although it may occasionally refer to those ancient Hebrew or Israelite peoples, those two words again, Hebrew and Israelite, whose scriptures and traditions form the basis of Jewish religion and culture, etc. Now, note below there is definition 1b, which is offensive, and here's the Oxford English Dictionary, perhaps thinking about that lawsuit from the late 1960s and early 70s, suggesting that we better label this as a warning. It's an hostile or contemptuous term for a Jewish person, and so on and so forth. Okay, so let's break down a little bit about how we got to this word Jew. Let's start with the earliest text we have, which of course are the biblical texts. If you look at the book of Genesis, you see that there's a pretty long list of genealogies, right? That's really what most of the book of Genesis is really about. And it starts out, of course, with Adam and Eve, and then a few generations from Adam and Eve who have the figure Noah, famed, of course, for the ark that preserves him and his family, including his children, from destruction by the waters of the flood. He has 3 sons who survived the flood, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. And the latter two, Ham and Japheth, are considered the children of Noah in Hebrew sources. In the rabbinic tradition, Ham and Japheth go on to populate the rest of the world. And so their offspring are called the children of Noah, or Noahites in modern English. And this is basically a Hebrew term, B'nai Noah, or B'nai Noah is the way Jews would pronounce it, that refers to all humanity, meaning there are Jews and there is B'nai Noah, the children of Noah. Jews are, of course, a subset of B'nai Noah. The Jews trace their lineage through the brother named Shem. That's, by the way, the origin of the word Semite. That term Semite was coined really in the 19th century in particular when linguistics was being developed and they wanted to find a word for the peoples of that region, and they named them after Shem. Now, Shem has a descendant whose name is Abraham. I'm going to put in here in a different color to indicate Abraham is when Jews start considering their lineage Jewish. Even though Abraham is hundreds and hundreds of years before anyone will be called a Jew, nevertheless, Abraham is considered like the father of the Jewish people. His term, however, when he is described, is as the Ivri, as the Hebrew. And the word Ivri relates to crossing, transiting. Why? Because he came from the region of Sumeria, the city of Ur, and he made his way along the traditional migrational path, following the Euphrates River and then crossing it and coming down into the land of Canaan, which would later be called the land of Israel. So because he came from crossing the Euphrates River, that's why he got the term Ivri, which is rendered in English as Hebrew. Okay, so that means that all the descendants of Abraham can also be called Hebrews because of that first designation. Still doesn't bring us, however, to the term Jew. So Abraham has a son, Isaac. Isaac has another son, this would be Abraham's grandson, Jacob, in Hebrew, Yaakov. There's a fascinating discussion in the book of Genesis where Jacob has this kind of supernatural struggle with some kind of angelic being. And as a result of that all-night struggle by the river Yabbok, the angel gives him a new name, Israel, which in Hebrew is Yisrael, and it means one who struggles with God. Fascinating. Also, one of those major things that we're going to set aside because we're really focused on one thing here. We're being disciplined. We're going to focus on the word Jew. So that's where the Jewish people associate themselves either with the children of Jacob. You'll see, for example, a lot of synagogues and a big school system are called Beit Yaakov or Bet Jacob, the house of Jacob. But they're also known, especially in the Bible, as Bnei Yisrael, the children of Israel. Okay, now, that's not to exclude being the children of Abraham or even the children of Noah, but the thing is, this is where the name Israel really comes from. Now, what about finally the word Jew? So Jacob has, of course, 12 sons who form the 12 tribes, and number 4 of those sons is named Yehuda, or in English it's rendered as Judah, and that's where the word Jew comes from. Now, you may be wondering to yourself, why child number 4? I mean, why wouldn't Jews call themselves Reubenites, for example, after the first of these sons, Reuben? We're going to explain it. It has to do a little bit more with history that happens later. So what happens is, if you're familiar with the biblical account, the Jews are in Egypt, they're enslaved for a while, then they return and they come to the land, which is later called the land of Israel. And in their 12 tribal units, they occupy the land, as you can see here in this rough rendition of where those individual tribes were settled. You note that Judah, the 4th son, or really the descendants of the 4th son in particular, are primarily living in the region just south of Jerusalem. Jerusalem is kind of an interesting border territory, down into the upper Negev region. That would be the region of Judah. Shimon has kind of like a place to occupy in the middle of Yehuda, and that's basically where the Judahites, or those who come from Judah, live. For a while, these 12 tribes are separated, but then they come together under a single monarchy, which is kind of like a golden age under the King Saul and David and Solomon. But then after Solomon, there is a civil war, and now we're talking about the 9th century before the Common Era, and the land is divided into 2 kingdoms. The kingdom which is still under Yehuda, under Judah. King David is from the tribe of Yehuda, and so his lineage is primarily active there. And in the north, you have the kingdom which takes the name Israel. Even though Israel is supposed to encompass all 12 tribes, and the kingdom of Yehuda, of course, is outside it, nevertheless, you have these dual monarchies, one in the north and one in the south. That lasts for about a century and a half, and then in the late 8th century, the Assyrians come down, and they take over the northern half and famously exile a significant portion of the population, moving them off into the region of Mesopotamia. This is the period when we talk about the 10 lost tribes. It's not exactly a precise terminology, but nevertheless it refers to the end of the northern kingdom of Israel and the displacement of its population to Mesopotamia. So that's basically it for the political reality, the entity called the Kingdom of Israel North. Of course, that name will be resurrected in the 20th century for the modern state of Israel. But,
Good morning, Mr. Cruz. How are you?
The northern kingdom of Israel. A lot of population, however, moves, especially as refugees, to the south, and so you have a lot of the population of the northern region of Israel actually now living in the region of Judah, or in the kingdom of Judah. The kingdom of Judah, however, does not last that long itself. About a century and a half after that, they are invaded by the Babylonians under King Nebuchadnezzar, and there is another exile. Again, these are not necessarily total exiles. It's not like the region was rendered Ukraine to use a modern.
Excellent. I hope you have a wonderful day.
Significant
That's what
sections
we'll play
of the
tonight.
population were moved, especially the nobility and so on. And so you've got another major population movement to Babylonia. This remarkable piece of art by Edward Benjamin that I often think about, representing the Jews by the rivers of Babylon. Right? Remember when Abraham crossed the Euphrates? Here they are back at the Euphrates. You can see in the distance there's the ziggurats of Babylonia and so on. So you've got about a century where the Jews are now ensconced in Babylonia, or a large proportion of them are in Babylonia. I said the Jews, but really, I should say the Judahites, right? People from the kingdom of Judah. And then, amazingly, under Cyrus, they're released and allowed to return to the land of Judah, where they reestablish themselves as a political entity. The region is part of the Babylonian Empire, and it's called Yahud, which is obviously a Persian form of the word Yehuda or Judah. And one of the things that's especially fascinating about this period is that around this time, we have the phenomenon of many of the children of Jacob, even though they may come from other tribes, identifying themselves as Yehudim, as people from Judah. The best example is in the book of Esther, which is set in Persia, in the city of Shushan. And Mordecai, who's shown here in this remarkable 17th century painting, Mordecai, who is identified clearly as a member of the tribe of Benjamin, nevertheless calls himself Ish Yehudi. He's referred to as a Jewish man. So it's around this time when we begin to see that the children of Jacob, the children of Israel, begin to refer to themselves as Jews, as Yehudim, even though they are not necessarily from that specific tribe. And in fact, almost all of the tribal designations were lost in the sands of time, and most Jews today have no idea what tribe they possibly could have come from. Exception, of course, would be the priestly caste and the Levites, but most Jews simply don't know what tribe they come from. They're all sort of like a generic Jew. Now, where does the word Jew with the J in particular come from? It appears that while Jews are calling themselves Yehudim, this is a term that's picked up by other languages, most significantly by the Greeks. This is the earliest inscription we have that refers to Jews in Greek. This is called the Moskos Judaeos inscription, and it was found in Greece in the 3rd century before the Common Era. You can see where I highlighted in yellow, you have the word Judaeos, which is clearly a Greek rendering of the word Judaeus. Right? The U sound in Greek, it becomes a J sound in a lot of other later languages. So it's especially fascinating inscription because it refers to someone who comes from the land of Judea, who it clearly has, sort of a dedication to the pantheon of Greek gods. So, like, it doesn't appear like he's a particularly religious Jew by rabbinic standards, but nevertheless he is referred to as an inhabitant of Judea, of Yehuda. So that's where we have this first term, Judeos, and then it's especially repeated over and over again in Greek sources. In the Greek New Testament, of course, it's an extremely important word because it is the group from which Jesus himself derives, and most of Jesus's interactions are with fellow Jews. But it's also worth noting that one particular Jew stands out in a very negative way that will have implications for the negative connotation of the word Jew. And that is, of course, one of his followers, Judas, one of the apostles, who betrays Jesus famously. You can see it in this 15th century representation. He betrays him by identifying him with a kiss to the Roman authorities. And you can see here that Judas, portrayed with stereotypical red hair. In medieval art, red hair is often used in a caricature manner and often associated with Jews. And in fact, there is some interesting DNA evidence from bodies recovered in a well in Norwich, England, that Jews often had red hair in medieval ages, which would have been somewhat distinctive. But here you can see also with the distinctively ugly physiognomy and so on, Judas, which is, of course, the Latin way to pronounce the Hebrew word Yehuda or Judah, has an unfortunate connotation because it's often confused with the word Jew, but it has otherwise no special relationship. Yehuda was an extremely common name, and we have lots and lots of Yehudas in history. So the term Jew in particular is also used as kind of an outsider term for Jews, like what other people refer to those people, which we will call Jews. But it's also important to note that internally, Jews often retained a lot of the earlier terms. For example, the term Israel was especially popular among Jews, especially when referring to the land. This, for example, is a tetradrachm from the Bar Kokhba revolt in the year 132 of the Common Era, when the rebels, the Jewish rebels, would seize the coinage of the Romans, heat them up, and then re-stamp them with Jewish language and Jewish symbols and things like that. You can see some trumpets from the temple and a lyre on the right here. And in Paleo-Hebrew, it's written regarding the freedom of Israel. Not the freedom of Judea, but the freedom of Israel. It's interesting that they harken back to that old kingdom that was destroyed by Sennacherib in the 8th century, and that was, of course, repeated in the 20th century with the establishment of the state of Israel. But when all is said and done, the term Jew is used by contemporary Jews to refer to, as we saw in the Oxford English Dictionary, all descendants of Abraham, even though the term Jew had not been invented in his time. They should have been called Hebrews then. It's used to refer to the Jews in the time of, let's say, before the kingdom of Israel was formed, even referring to those people who lived in the north, even when the term Yehuda was not very prominent. But around the time of the Babylonian captivity, the term Jew circulates as a way to describe this unusual people with a very long history. Wow, that was really complicated, wasn't it? I hope you found it useful nevertheless. And if this is the first video you're watching, I really love it if you come back to my channel. And I've got tons of videos on a lot of Jewish history because I find it absolutely fascinating to talk about. And I'm glad that there are a lot of people who enjoy listening and interacting in the comment section as well. Thank you very much for watching.
There's no speculation. This is AI. So,
hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Let us continue our Jewish History Lab series by looking at the Babylonian Talmud. If you're curious, go back to the first season of these videos where I have a little bit more generic information and actually a little bit more of a direction of interpretation of the significance of the Talmud there. But for today, I'd like to take a little bit more of a geopolitical approach and then focus in a little bit on the basic information, which we really, the Babylonian Talmud is so crucial, so important to Jewish history that we should understand the foundations of it as well. So first of all, let's just place this within its historical context. Here's a map that gives us an overview of the entire Mediterranean basin between the 1st and the 3rd centuries. And you can see it's got some really useful information on the expansion of Christianity in particular, which, as you can see from those kind of starbursts, that's where a lot of the influence was emanating to the region. And of course, this is a period of tremendous growth for the early Christian movement. Would really achieve a huge milestone in the early 4th century when the Edict of Milan would be published, and this would essentially give the Christians pretty much equal status with Jews as a religious group. Until then, they were considered really a legitimate religious group, not a religio legita, a recognized religion, and that exposed them to a lot of legal disabilities and sometimes outright persecution. But at the beginning of the 4th century, when Christianity was recognized, and then of course not long afterwards, it would become the official state religion of the empire, based in Byzantium. On this map later, Constantinople, named after the emperor Constantine, around whom these events really circulated. That would have a distinct impact on the status of Judaism, primarily because as Christianity rose, the fortunes of Judaism largely declined, something that would continue right up until the modern era in Europe in particular. But what I'm going to focus on in particular is what's happening just to the right of the map. You can see there that kind of purple jagged line represents the edge of the Roman Empire. It would be split into its western and eastern sections. What's happening on the eastern side of that jagged line. That's essentially the region of Mesopotamia or Babylonia, where there's a very significant Jewish population, and that's where the Babylonian Talmud would be written. Here's another map that shows you the Roman Empire and the Parthian Empire, which dominated Persia and the entire region at this time. It existed right up until the 3rd century, and Rome and the Parthian Empire are at loggerheads, and their successors, the Sassanids, would also follow in that conflict with Rome. The so-called Roman-Persian Wars involved both the wars between Rome and the Parthian Empire and its successor, the Sasanian Empire, which you can see here in this map. So what's going to be relevant for us today is that we're going to be discussing the history of communities primarily in the Parthian and Sasanian Empire on the eastern edge of the Roman Empire. And they developed very, very differently in many ways. Let's have a look at the academies as we understand them. So we've already talked quite a bit about the academies in the Western region. That's what, in fact, the Talmud calls the yeshivas of the West. This map here shows you the two major population centers of Jews in the 1st and 2nd centuries. Of course, obviously the land of Israel, which has a lot of Jews living there. Some of the highlighted words like Tel Aviv was not a city back then, of course, but it's placed there for some sense of geography, and that's where most of the Jews, of course, were living in the 1st century. But there's a significant population way out to the right-hand side of this map, where the Euphrates and the Tigris rivers come together. This is the locale of ancient Babylonia, where the Jews were first exiled to in the 6th century before the Common Era. Now, it's interesting because in many ways this was the original home of the Israelites, because Abraham actually comes from this region. He's called the Ivri, the one who crosses over, because he crossed the Euphrates River on his way to the land of Israel, as described in the book of Genesis. But this becomes a major center of Jewish population really only in the 6th century before the Common Era, when the Neo-Babylonian king Nebuchadnezzar exiles a large population of the Jews from the southern region of Judah into Babylonia. And they establish quite a community there. There's some significant and really fascinating archaeological evidence that emerges from this period that shows the Jews thriving as a people in this region. They would eventually be allowed to return under Cyrus later in the 6th century, and they would reestablish their community in the land of Israel, as we discussed in this recent video. But they would remain as well in Babylonia and continue to flourish. One of the oldest Jewish communities in the world is located here because of that 6th century exile. And that's where the Talmud would be written. But before that, let's just quickly go back and remember the Jerusalem Talmud, which preceded the Babylonian Talmud. As we discussed in a couple of videos ago, it's primarily the work of Rabbi Yochanan and Reish Lakish. They are the most prominent rabbis in this massive discussion of things biblical and things Mishnaic. I'll get back to that in a little while. But there's a lot of political difficulty in the 4th century in particular. Although there was a period when the Roman Empire was led by the Antonine and the Severan dynasties, where Jews had a little bit of a relaxation of the persecution that followed the two disastrous Roman-Jewish wars, that begins to turn in the 4th century, in large part because of the Edict of Milan and all that signifies. There would be a revolt in the middle of the 4th century against a Roman governor named Gallus, and that would be put down quite harshly by the Romans. But it is at this time, immediately after the revolt against Gallus, that there seems to be a concerted effort to try and gather up all of the intellectual fragments that went together to make up the body of learning that would have ultimately become the Jerusalem Talmud. So that's all happening in the 4th century. There are some scholars who suspect that the Jerusalem Talmud has a different character because the editing process was rather rushed in comparison to Babylonia, where the Jews had actually quite a bit more a longer duration of peace, and that allowed them to refine the text. But at any rate, that's when the Jerusalem Talmud emerges. We move over to the Mesopotamian region. we see that there are a few key events. And one of them that's really crucial is the arrival in the region of an individual who is known by the name Ram. It's actually a title. It means the teacher. He came from Israel in the year 219 of the Common Era. He was actually a native of Babylonia who had studied in Israel and brought back some of the teachings that were going on in the land of Israel. And he was perhaps the first of a whole class of peripatetic rabbis who would move between Babylonia and Israel, sharing the results of the deliberations in their academies. These were the so-called nechute, which means those who go down. It refers specifically to those who leave from the land of Israel, which is metaphorically considered higher in elevation, and so they went down to the land of Babylonia and shared what they learned there. But there was also cross-fertilization going back to Jerusalem for basically 200 years. There is much more of a relaxed environment for the Jews living in Babylonia. There were a few moments of persecution, sometimes associated with the rise of the Zoroastrians, sometimes reflected in the texts of the Talmud. And there is, every now and then it's punctuated by violent conflict as a result of that Roman-Persian war that's going on for centuries. One of the most important moments of disruption that specifically targets the city of Nahardal, one of the great centers of the Babylonian Talmud researchers, was when a figure named Odenatus Septimus, who came from the region of Palmyra up to the northwest, and he came down into this region and he destroyed Nahardal in the year 259. That caused a lot of the scholars there to be displaced to some of the other great yeshivas. Perhaps the two most significant are shown here on this map, Pumbedita and Sura. They had a rivalry that went on for literally centuries for which yeshiva, which center of learning would be the most significant. And all of this is really describing sort of the centrality of the Talmud and it's the discussions of the Talmud to the Jews living in this region. But we can't forget there's a tremendous amount of popular history that is not only embedded in the Talmud as a source itself, but also in the archaeological record, like these fascinating Aramaic curse bowls, some 1,500 of which have been discovered in the region. They're written in Aramaic, which is the language used by all people in the region, not just Jews. It's not exclusively a Jewish language, although these curse bowls seem to have been written by Jews, perhaps for non-Jewish customers. It's really not clear how they were employed, other than basically these would be kind of like spells that would be written. There's some distinctly Jewish themes in the spells. Sometimes they would have, as this one does, kind of like the depiction of a demon at the base of the bowl. This would happen to look like a rather friendly demon, some of them not so friendly. And then the bowls would be, ritually broken up or damaged or degraded one way or another, kind of like we saw in the execration figurines from Egypt that go back, almost 2,000 years earlier than this. And so there are really mysterious things about how did Jews actually live here outside of Talmudic culture, but not for our discussion today, mainly because we don't know a lot about it and have to do a lot more reading, but fascinating sort of hints as to what's going on. Now, so I've given you a little bit about the origins of the Babylonian Jewish community. I've given you a little bit of some of the relationship of the thinkers, the rabbis who created the Talmud to their predecessors in the land of Israel. And we've talked, of course, about the Jerusalem Talmud. Let us now turn to the Babylonian Talmud itself. What exactly is it? Now, it's a massive document. In the current standard printed edition, it takes up 2,711 folios. That means two sides, one page, so about 5,500 pages. The reason why I happen to know that number offhand, 2,711, is because, of course, there is this really popular a study group, sometimes called the world's largest book club, called Daf Yomi, which means literally a folio a day. It was started in the 1920s, and basically all around the world, Jews who are interested in the Talmud, and I assume some non-Jews as well, study one page a day of this massive document, and they conclude it every 7.5 years. It's a rather amazing event, and you can travel all around the world and pick up the page that you were missing from the day prior. It's fascinating. So it's this huge document. It's written, as I mentioned, largely in Aramaic, although it quotes heavily from Hebrew sources, most significantly the Mishnah, and I'll talk about that in a second. And it also has influence of, you'll see Greek words in there, Latin words in there, Persian words in there, all, showing how this is a multi-generational document that was literally composed by about 2,000 different authors. These are primarily rabbis, religious experts, who are debating this core text called the Mishnah, which we have discussed in a previous video. I encourage you to go back there and have a look if you're curious. But basically, the Mishnah is sort of a companion to the Torah, the first 5 books of Moses. In traditional Jewish thought, both the written Torah that exists in the biblical form that many Jews revere today was given alongside an oral body of teachings. So this is the written Torah and the oral Torah. And those oral teachings were eventually codified into text. And one of those major texts is the Mishnah, which was codified around the year 200 and basically deals with aspects of Jewish law and behavior. It's a kind of a bizarre text by modern standards. It's not a law code. It's not a list of rules. It's sort of like icebreaker conversations to talk about, how does one actually live according to the Torah. And the discussions often do not come to a clear conclusion, and so it sort of requires further involvement in the text. This further involvement of living students literally talking and speaking about what this means and debating with each other was eventually codified into a series of conversations, which we call the Talmud. That's basically it. It's also, by the way, the word Talmud, which means the learning, is identical with something called the Gemara, which means the finishing. But it's basically a super discussion of the discussion in the Mishnah, which is itself connected to the Torah. Not in a precise analogy, but if the Mishnah is sort of like a commentary in the Talmud, it's not exactly a commentary because there's a lot of things discussed in the Mishnah which are not made explicit in the Torah, but there's kind of like parallel texts. So if the Mishnah is sort of a commentary on the Torah, the Talmud can be understood as sort of a commentary on the Mishnah. That's basically what it does. That's its function. The bottom line of the Talmud is it gives an opportunity for the students of the Torah to engage in a wide-ranging discussion of what it means to follow a particular commandment. What are the parameters of that commandment? Who is obligated to follow the commandment? Are there exceptions? All kinds of things are discussed in the Talmud this way. Now, you might wonder, if it's an open-ended discussion, why is it codified in the first place? Why not just keep it going on and on? Well, on one level, it does go on and on because the commentaries like Rashi and Tosfot and others continue the discussion much further, right up into the 21st century. But on another level, it's kind of like these are the guardrails for a productive discussion of the Torah. Kind of like, this is maybe not the right analogy, but sometimes I wonder, I see kids, they like to sometimes watch recordings of other people playing video games. And you say, like, why would you do that? Why would you want to play the video game on your own? But apparently, it's deeply satisfying to see how someone else succeeds or fails in these video games. So, not the greatest of analogies, but I think the idea is that Talmud allows you to follow the discussion of a group of really incredible minds, refined over time by later minds who codify their language into a very compact form. But it's all about, how do we observe these commandments? I'll give you one example. So The Torah says several times that we're supposed to observe the Sabbath and keep it holy. Great. How exactly do you do that? So there's a juxtaposition in the Torah of the construction of the tabernacle in the desert, the Mishkan, with the observance of the Sabbath. And the rabbis understand that that juxtaposition means that the kinds of activities that were going on in the construction of the tabernacle are the things that you should avoid on the Sabbath. In other words, if I say to an employee, okay, make sure all the filing is done, send out all the emails, answer all the messages, and then Friday is your day off, you would assume that Friday means, oh, no more filing, no more emails, no more answering the phone. Right? That's the way that the logic works. But then, now we got to go back and say, okay, constructing the tabernacle, what's involved in constructing the tabernacle? So that goes into a massive discussion of all the activities involved in creating the walls and dyeing the fabrics, and, slaughtering the animals for the sacrifices and all those things. And it eventually all boils down through the Mishnah into this massive tractate, Shabbat, which deals with those laws, which is one section of this massive 2,711 folio document called the Talmud. What is its significance? It's massively significant. It becomes, after it is, codified around the year 500, it becomes the central go-to text for Jews who really want to understand, why do we do the things we do? Should we be doing them exactly the way we're doing them? Any authoritative thinker in Judaism must go through the arguments of the Talmud in order to understand why these particular practices are adopted, why others are not adopted, and so on. And since the Talmud is such a crucial document dealing primarily with Jewish law, lots of other really useful information, which appears, only lightly connected to the material sometimes, almost tangential to the material, is included in there. So, for example, the whole, philosophy of the afterlife and good and evil and reward and punishment and all kinds of philosophical things are piled into the Talmud as well. It is, by a Western sensibility, after reading Greek texts and the Western canon, it seems like a chaotic kind of document. It's really not, but it is definitely not arranged on Western lines. You follow these discussions through many, many different areas of thought. Every page is like completely refreshed and completely new, and really quite a fascinating document. You can understand why Daf Yomi is really such a popular program. Now, let me mention in closing that there are many misconceptions about the Talmud. In the Talmud, they began to think of it as a document which is basically what is keeping Jews from converting to Christianity. If it's keeping Jews from converting to Christianity, it must have all kinds of negative information in there, and it has to be banned or restricted and so on. And this is kind of a trope, anti-Talmudism that extends from the 13th century, really in some places up to the current day, especially after a very nasty work was published in the year 1700 called Judaism Revealed, which was basically every single nasty possible statement you could pull out of this massive document, authored by 2,000 different rabbis and several other people who are not rabbis, over a course of several hundred years of discussion. Now, it's true that there are some passages in there which are not complementary to pretty much everybody you could think of. I think Christians, women, slaves, non-Jews, you will find the occasional nasty passage in there which does not feel comfortable for modern readers. But I would challenge any serious student of history to find me any text, particularly of this size, from the 3rd, 4th, 5th century that doesn't have far more egregious language, xenophobic language, and things like that. It is a tiny little minority of the number of words that are used in the Talmud. They are almost always taken way out of context and used to portray the most heinous and false lies against contemporary Jews. And it's really an unfair way to to try and look at this text from a scholarly perspective, let alone a religious perspective. And if you want, and if you're skeptical about this, please go have a look at one of the men. Just put, well, actually, I'd be nervous to just put Talmud in the search engine because there's lots of crazy people out there when you put the word Talmud in. Just go to an authoritative website, like, for example, Sefaria.org, which has massive amounts of rabbinic literature, including the Talmud, in translation, and you can go through it yourself. If you want, you can cherry pick and go zero in on some of those nasty passages that you may have read in some of those dark parts of the web. But the document is so overwhelmingly positive and useful and productive that it's hard not to see those tiny passages within the scope of the large document, and especially when you consider within the context in which they're written, as really besides the point of how valuable the Talmud is as a guide for Jewish life as a whole. It's really a wonderful, inspirational document. I spent many, many years myself studying it and writing about it and speaking about it on other podcasts. So I could go on and on, but I think what I need to do for now is stop, because I've given you sort of like a sense of where the Babylonian Talmud was written, when it was written, why it was written, what it does, and then we're going to move on in the series. As those of you who are regulars know, this series is written in conjunction with a forthcoming book from Koren Press from Jerusalem, and that's why I call it the Jewish History Lab, because I'm sort of like writing the chapters as I'm writing these videos, and I'm looking forward to your commentary and your feedback so that we can make the book as excellent as possible. Meanwhile, thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. If you are binge watching the Jewish History Lab, I'm amazed that so many of you have gotten this far in the series. I have to apologize that it's been a whole year gap since the last time I recorded one of these. That's for a variety of reasons, and I'll take a moment to explain right now. I came up with this Jewish History Lab idea essentially because I was working on a book for Koren publishers in Jerusalem, and that book project is going along very well. The first of 3 projected volumes. This is a history of the Jewish people from the earliest times to the present day. First volume is with the editors in Jerusalem. It's gone through peer review, and we're working now primarily on the maps and things like that. So it is making its way through the publication process, and I am heavily at work on volume 2. So that's going okay, but the last year has been a huge hiatus because a lot of changes in my personal life, good ones, thank God. And then, of course, the amazing and awful distraction that October 7th has occasioned for anyone who has any connections to Israel. And that's really required me to spend a lot more of my energy working with you on videos of different topics. But let's hope that situation in Israel is resolved as soon as possible in an acceptable way for all parties, such that we will return to peace and prosperity in the region for every population there, with especially a return of the hostages. But let us go back at this point to the Jewish History Lab, and I'd like to pick up, it's not in sequence, but I'm going to pick up from the 2nd and 3rd century, and especially I want to look at the 4th century because it represents a period of tremendous resurgence during the era of the Byzantine domination of the land of Israel. That's what I'd like to spend some time talking with you about right now. So let's go to that period here. Now a look at this map here. You can see the nature of the Jewish dispersion as we approach the 4th century. The sort of purple line on the outside represents the limits of the Roman Empire. It's massive and encompasses the entire, Mediterranean basin. And then there are scattered pockets of Jewish population throughout the empire. There is, of course, a very strong population still in the land of Israel. There were massive deportations after the Great Revolt ended in the year 70. Masada and it would be conquered a couple of years later, but it was really by the time the temple burned in the year 70, there was definitely a huge change in the land of Israel. And so you have the dispersion of the Jews spreading throughout the entire region, as that's in addition to the large pockets of Jews that lived in Babylonia, in Alexandria, Egypt, and even a growing population in Rome itself. The starbursts in this particular map are especially important because they show very important centers of Christian activity, because of course Christianity will be growing during the first few centuries after the Great Revolt. And Christian communities tend to expand around Jewish communities. St. Paul, when he would be traveling throughout the region and proselytizing for the new faith, he would typically go quite frequently to known Jewish communities where there would be perhaps an audience of Jews open to the message of Christianity, but as well many sort of fellow travelers who were, drawn perhaps originally to the Jews and their very different and very competitive ideology for the era, but the sort of the high bar of entry into Judaism, which included, for example, circumcision and the dietary regulations, Sabbath observance, and that was too much for many of these fellow travelers. But the message that St. Paul brought was really quite a bit more palatable, because it did not have those demands, but it did have the great benefits of life after death, personal God, things like that. So you tend to see a lot of strong Christian communities developing around the nucleus of Jewish communities for that reason. Looking more closely at the land of Israel, you can see that after the Bar Kokhba rebellion failed in the fourth decade of the second century, the region is divided up significantly. You have the renaming of Judea as Syria Palestina. That's the entire region really reaching from what we would call today Israel into the regions of Lebanon and Syria and a bit of Jordan. The region associated specifically with the land of Israel is divided into three parts: Palestina Prima, Palestina Secunda, and Palestina Tertia. The first, the second, and the third Palestine. This is when the term Palestine really comes into widespread usage. Hadrian, after he put down the revolt in probably the year 136, possibly 137, he insisted on renaming Judea to try and wipe out the memory of the Jews living there, and he reached back to the population that we call the Philistines in the Bible. They're referred to in Greek texts as Palestinae, and so he took that name and applied it to this Roman territory. And there were still Jews living throughout the region, especially in the northern section, Palestina Secunda, where a lot of Jews had fled in the context of the revolt. So that's basically the setting of this short video. Jews rebelled several times against Roman rule. We have the Great Rebellion 66 to 70, and then a couple of battles that lasted up till 74. You have the Kitos Rebellion in 117. You have the Bar Kokhba revolt just mentioned, and then in 351 you have another revolt, sometimes called the Gallus Revolt, which is not as well known, but each one of those was a disaster for the Jewish rebels, and Rome consistently reasserted its authority over the region and often followed it up with some significant persecution as well. There was a brief respite for Jews, actually a couple of respites for different reasons. The most significant political respite was a result of the rise of the Emperor Julian, who is known in much of the historiography as Julian the Apostate, because he tried to turn the clock back from Christianity and revive paganism in Rome. And as part of his overall plan, he wanted to actually rebuild the temple. He wanted to give the Jews back their temple, not so much because he was such a friend of the Jews or a friend of Judaism or a friend of monotheism, but he felt that, with the rise of Christianity, that the all faiths were put down, and this was certainly true for the Jewish experience. But by rising all faiths, that was a way of kind of diminishing Christianity. His rule ended very abruptly in the year 363, just 2 years in power, so it really didn't come to anything in terms of the rebuilding of the temple, basically a blip in the overall pattern of an ascendant church and the synagogue or Judaism in decline in terms of its political and social and economic status. Perhaps the most significant element of that decline is in the erosion of Jewish self-government at this time. There was the institution of the Patriarchate, in Hebrew the Nesiut, where you had some figures who were the chief religious and political authorities of the Jewish community after the destruction of the temple. There is significant debate among scholars as to what was the actual extent of their power, but we know they existed right up into the early 5th century. However, the emperors of the Eastern Roman Empire, which is called, by the way, the Byzantine Empire, Rome in the west, the empire is going into decline. Rome, the city itself, will be sacked several times in the 5th century, and the city of Byzantium, at this time known as Constantinople, would be the main center of the Roman Empire. But it was during the period of the Byzantine empires where you have more and more closeness to Christianity, beginning with Constantine himself, and at the same time a depression of the rights, politically, socially, and otherwise, of the Jewish population. Perhaps the most significant example of this is Justinian I, who reigned from 527 to 565, a very long reign, in which he imposed a tremendous number of restrictions on Jews. The banning of construction of new synagogues, sometimes the confiscation of synagogues and their rededication as churches. These rules were, by the way, quite frequently ignored, perhaps more often ignored than actually observed, but nevertheless, moments of punctuated persecution and a really invasive approach to what happens inside the synagogue. Justinian I, for example, banned the reading of the Torah in Hebrew. It could be read, but only in particular authorized translations to other languages. As it were, I don't know, maybe he wanted to kind of like assimilate Jews by forcing them to engage with the Greek language, and who knows, but it definitely was not well received by the Jews. Also, a ban on Mishnah, the study of the oral Torah, which was, for Jews incredibly onerous, because the Jews always understand the Torah historically as being part of two documents: the Torah itself, the written Torah, which we call the 5 books of Moses, and at the same time, the oral Torah, which includes, among other books, the most significant is, in terms of law, the Mishnah. But the Mishnah is essentially what explains how to apply the Torah in actual practice. And if you ban the Mishnah, that's essentially like banning traditional Judaism. So how did the Jews deal with these unusual challenges that really began to be gathering steam in the 4th century and move forward? I'm going to outline 4 basic responses that really illustrate the incredible resilience of the Jewish people in the 4th century and the ways in which they adapted strategies to affect their survival in this extremely hostile environment. The same kind of pattern, incidentally, that would be evidenced time and time again over the millennial history of the Jewish people. The first is the institution of a fixed calendar in the year 359. The calendar is incredibly important, especially if you have a diaspora population. They're spread out far apart, slow, poor communications, and how do you know what day the holidays fall on? Traditionally, the Jewish calendar was based on the physical sighting of the moon and then the testimony of those witnesses in Jerusalem that they in fact saw the new moon appear, and therefore the calendar could be calculated. Recall, of course, that if you work on a lunar calendar, it doesn't divide itself into like the exact same number of days every month. here in the West, because we use the Gregorian calendar, we tend to not even have any sense of when the phases of the moon are. But the Jewish calendar has a strong lunar element to it, such that the first of the month is always when you have no moon, the 15th is when you have a full moon, and so on. And since the days are not exactly 30 or 31, it has to be recalculated every month. Moreover, if you count the number of lunar days in a full 4 seasons, it comes up short. You only have 354, if I remember. 354, maybe. It's around 350 something days. I should really look it up, but I forgot. It's about 350 odd days in a lunar calendar, which means that every year of a solar calendar, which is roughly 365 days, you are losing some days. Now, the Muslims, by the way, observe a strictly lunar calendar, and that's why their holidays keep moving. Every few years, they're shortened by a few days. They come earlier and earlier and earlier. You can have Ramadan in October. You can have Ramadan in April. That's just the way the lunar calendar works. The Jewish calendar is actually both lunar and solar because the Bible requires the observance of the holiday of Passover in the springtime. So therefore, the calendar has to be adjusted every so often to make sure that Passover will fall in the springtime. That's why in the Jewish calendar, the month of Adar is doubled several times over a 19-year cycle, so that even though the lunar calendar is always losing days, that extra month, that leap month, actually places Passover back into its proper time. That's why, here we are speaking in English, so in Anglo cultures, people will say something like, oh, Rosh Hashanah is very late this year because it occurs in late September, early October, as opposed to late August, early September. And the truth is, Rosh Hashanah is always on time. It's September that is out of joint. But at any rate, with the situation in the 4th century, with Jews scattered all over, and with an inability to rely on reliable communications from Jerusalem, that in fact the new month had been declared. Don't forget that Jews were actually banned from entering Jerusalem after the Bar Kokhba revolt for quite some time. So a lot of these things were not possible anymore. So therefore, in the year 359, the Jews responded to this uncertainty by creating a fixed calendar that is still in use today, a remarkably important survival strategy that helped them weather the challenges of the era. Second major innovation was the codification of the Talmud. Now, I'd like to get back to the Talmud in a larger discussion later. It's too big a topic to squeeze in here. But for our purposes, let us just recall that after the writing of the Mishnah, which was brought together around the year 220, there's a tremendous amount of discussion that surrounds it by scholars after that time that really sheds light on what's quite cryptic in the Mishnah itself, what's hidden in the text of the Mishnah, and how to interpret the Mishnah. Just as the Mishnah interprets the Torah, it's not a precise definition, but fairly close, the Jerusalem Talmud will also interpret the Mishnah. And this was a remarkable achievement because by putting it into text and actually writing it down as a manuscript as opposed to a body of oral teachings, it suddenly made this massive amount of wisdom, many times larger than the size of the Mishnah itself, and many times larger than the size of the Torah. It made it accessible to Jews throughout the Mediterranean basin and far out into Babylonia, where ultimately it would play a role in the creation of the much larger and more influential Babylonian version of the Talmud. We should clarify, by the way, that we call it the Jerusalem Talmud, but that's a bit of a misnomer. Most of the writing of the Talmud happened in the north, around the city of Tiberias. You also have a significant amount of activity happening on the coast in Kizari, but it wasn't written in Jerusalem. Another term that's frequently used in the scholarly literature is the Palestinian Talmud, which up until recently was a perfectly neutral term. Palestinian meant a region of geography so labeled by the Romans, and everybody understood what they were talking about. But now it just sounds so jarring because a group of people have used that name to describe their nationality, and they certainly don't have a Talmud. So the term Jerusalem Talmud is used because the term Palestinian Talmud is perhaps even more misleading. So the codification of an intellectual text that is at the core of Jewish learning and making it portable, making it accessible to Jews all over the world. Phenomenal strategy that was developed to survive the vicissitudes of the era. Third or fourth, the development of piyut. I've never really thought about this so much before, but I'm reading some things which is just quite fascinating. Piyut is related to the English word poetry through the Greek origins. It's basically a kind of liturgical poetry that has its origins in the Byzantine period, and they have a lot to do with what I mentioned earlier about Justinian I and his ban on the study of the Mishnah. Some of the great Paitanim, or authors of piyut, including Yossi ben Yossi and Yanai and the great Kalir, they write these ornate, complex, flowery liturgical compositions that are meant to be inserted into the prayer book. And in fact, they were enthusiastically adopted by congregations all over the region. They are published in prayer books to this very day. And we should understand the function that they played. If Jews were prohibited from public discussion, public teaching of their text, that the Mishnah was banned, and that the original Hebrew text of the Torah was also banned, then the authorship of these new poems with their arcane embedded references, which would be missed by the authorities but would be readily available to the educated, would be another opportunity to gain access to the basic teachings of Judaism. Really fascinating, again, literary response to the persecution, which actually was a very, very useful survival strategy. And then finally, this is the fourth of four strategies, the development of synagogues. The institution of the synagogue and its later representation in other faiths, with churches and with mosques, for example, is one of the great contributions of the Jewish people to world civilization. In the ancient world, religion tends to be very cultic and based on a specific location. That goes for Judaism as well, with the establishment of the central temple in Jerusalem. And all kind of like religious activity was, not all, but like the vast majority of religious activity was like focused on those structures and the professional staff that managed them. And that's what religion was. However, even before the temple was destroyed, we have an example of Jews creating these smaller houses of worship, which do not take the term temple for themselves. That would happen, by the way, in the 19th century, when there was the Reform movement in particular wanted to try and make a distinction between synagogues, which are like temporary prayer houses, that they are like secondary to the great temple in Jerusalem. So by renaming the local house of worship as temple, it's a way of saying, no, this is it. We are here. We don't necessarily have to be looking back to the temple in Jerusalem. Orthodox synagogues generally do not call their houses of worship temples. They call them a much more humble name. The word synagogue just means place of gathering. The Hebrew term Beis Knesset means the same, as so does Eglise and many other words like this. Ecclesiasta, church, they all come from the word meaning gathering places, much more simple than temple, which is much grander. Jews began to create these even while the temple was still standing, perhaps out of like a spontaneous desire to have a place to gather and to discuss and to communally praise God. That's something that seems to have been very much, embedded deep within the Jewish tradition, and it begins to show itself in the first century of the Common Era, perhaps the first century before the Common Era. Here's one of the earliest pieces of archaeological evidence we have for synagogues. This is the so-called Theodotus inscription, which comes from Jerusalem. It's a large ashlar block, which has this Greek text, which, if you have been in synagogues, you will recognize it. It is a plaque, right? This is something which is like, it is kind of ironic. The very first, earliest example we have of a synagogue has a plaque thanking a donor for making a big contribution to the synagogue. Theodotus is this man, a Jewish man, writing in Greek, which was like the high literary language for the educated classes, of how he paid for the building, paid for the new plumbing system, and all kinds of things like that, just fascinating. We're not exactly sure how to date it. It's roughly dated to the 1st century before the Common Era to the 1st century of the Common Era. It was found at the bottom of a well, so clearly not at the place where it was originally built. Possibly the synagogue was destroyed in the context of the Roman-Jewish War, and then this was thrown into a well like that. But at any rate, we have these plaques. And we have some evidence of synagogues in this early period, but we have a massive flourishing of synagogues under the Byzantine rule. Just to look at a few of them here, here's some gorgeous artwork from the Hamat Tiberia synagogue that portrays a zodiac. There's often, a lot of contemporary artwork that is incorporated into the synagogue, even when it's somewhat challenging to religious sensibilities at the time. There's frequently dedications in Greek because, as I mentioned, that's one of the dominant languages of the educated classes. Sometimes the artwork, like you see in this remarkable mosaic at Beit Alpha, it portrays the sacrifice of Isaac. You can see on the right is the sacrificial altar, and then Abraham is the large figure on the right, holding a knife in the right hand, and Isaac in his left hand. And you can see just to the left of Abraham a rather unusual symbol of a hand, as it were, the angel, reaching out to stay Abraham's slaughtering of his sons in Genesis 22. The ram is there. And the other two figures, I believe, are Eliezer and Yishmael, but I'm not positive. But still, beautiful, illustrative art of the period. And we also see, in Beit Alpha, once again, a zodiac, which is very, very common in Jewish artwork from the Byzantine period to the present day. So to recap, 4 really big survival strategies that demonstrated Jewish resilience and creativity in the face of the persecution of the era, that not only gave the Jewish population the ability to survive the vicissitudes of the Byzantine era, but also carried forward as creative demonstrations of Jewish spirituality that we appreciate to the present day. Okay, I hope you enjoyed this video, and thanks for coming back to the Jewish History Lab, and I'm looking forward to making lots more videos. Thank you for watching.
As a society, as a civilization. So, but charred. That's the issue, though, isn't it? Yeah, this isn't burnt. Yeah, I mean it's carcinogen. So you're making all kinds of. It's a witch's brew.
Someone told me that there were a few Bukharan Jews that live in this neighborhood, and although it's not my area of specialization, I thought it might be nice to offer at least a broad survey of the history of the Jews of Bukhara. This is not intended to be anything in depth. This is primarily a quick overview of the broad sweep of Bukharan Jewish history. If you have any hard questions, please save them for after the lecture. I'm going to take a quick break and run out to my car and go home, and then we can ask the hard questions at that point. Okay, so I'd like to speak for about 60 minutes. So just talk everything I know about Bukhara. I'll exhaust it completely, and then we will move on to it. So first of all, I think a very important question: where exactly is Bukhara? So in many ways, Bukhara in the Jewish mind is more of a cultural concept than a specific location. There is, in fact, a city called Bukhara in Central Asia, but it's a little bit like the idea of Lithuania, where it's much more than what would be the country today. The geographic and political boundaries that we recognize today do not correspond precisely on a one-to-one basis with what Bukharan Jews consider Bukharia or what Lithuanian Jews consider Vita, as we shall see. Here is the city. It is in Uzbekistan today. If we think about the region of Bukhara, which really refers specifically to an emirate that I'm going to show you the geographic boundaries of, there are about 5 distinct cities within the region that we consider Bukhara. Bukharan Jews do not have to come from specifically the city of Bukhara to qualify for that moniker. How many are there? So we have a relatively good census coming out from 1959. that lists about 26,000 Jews who are native speakers of Tajik. That's most likely one-to-one correspondence with Bukharan Jews in the region itself. If you estimate another 3,000 Bukharan Jews who listed in the Soviet census Russian as their first language because they were hopelessly assimilated to Russian language as opposed to the Tajik speakers, you add another 3,000 odd of those. There are also many Jews of Bukhara who are not Bukharan Jews, specifically those interloper Ashkenazi Jews, many of whom came in the middle of the 20th century, as we shall discuss shortly. So I will discuss the Ashkenazi refugees in Bukhara, but only briefly. We're going to focus primarily on the indigenous Jews. You take it to the late 20th century, Michael Zand did some demographic studies. He estimates about 80,000 Bukharan Jews around the world. That includes 45,000 still in the USSR. This is before Operation Exodus, when so many Bukharan Jews left. Another 32,000 in Israel, which had a very old Bukharan community that expanded significantly in the 1970s, and about 3,000 elsewhere. But it's interesting to note that if you look at Uzbekistan today, it is almost completely empty of Bukharan Jews. There are about 1,000 Jews in Bukhara today, and almost all of them are remnants of the Ashkenazi migrants who came in World War II. So Bukharan Jews in Bukhara are basically non-extant right now, but there are, of course, many Bukharan Jews around the world, particularly in Israel and in certain boroughs of New York City as well. Usually you can find, if you drive the streets and you look for wooden railings in front, you'll probably find your local Bukharan community. Also, there tends to be a preponderance of barber shops, lots of barber shops in Bukharan that are involved. Okay. So this is actually, so we attribute the growth of the Bukharan Jewish community to its very, very ancient origin associated really with the First Roman Jewish War. The coin that I'm showing you behind me is one of about 24 coins that were minted by the Emperor Restream and his son Titus to try to mark the destruction of Jewish sovereignty in the land of Israel. They're always the same. On the left, they have either Vespasian, the Roman emperor, who destroyed Jewish sovereignty. His son Titus would later go on to destroy the temple. And on the right, you have this phrase, Judea Capta, and it always portrays like this looming Roman soldier, frequently disproportionate in size. And on the right is a despondent woman, typically with her head in her hands, and kind of a Tapanun decline posture. Sometimes she's portrayed rather terrifyingly with her hands behind her back, indicating just how far Judea, the Jewish province of the Roman Empire in the land of Israel, has been subjugated to Rome. There's a balsam palm in the middle, which is one of Israel's most important exports. And so this is a coin that commemorates what the Romans meant to say as the complete and utter and complete disappearance of the Jews of Judea, that there will be no more Jewish presence in Israel or in fact in the rest of the world, because the Romans had effectively eliminated their statehood. Now, there were three major revolts. The first one, of course, resulting in the destruction of the temple, another revolt in the year 115, and then the Bar Kokhba revolt in the year 135. That was basically the last major revolt. There were smaller revolts in the 4th century, but this was basically the end of Jewish sovereignty until the 20th century. That was, of course, not the first exile of the Jews. The first exile goes back all the way to the 8th century before the Common Era, when King Sanherib and several other Assyrian kings evacuated forcibly much of the northern section of the land of Israel and executed a population transfer to regions in contemporary Iran and Iraq. And we also have another major exile under the Babylonians in the 6th century. This is the destruction of the first temple that also took Jews to this region, and also to the region where the great rivers Tigris and Euphrates come together into the Persian Gulf. That would end up being a lasting community, lasting until the 20th century, really, of Babylonian Jews, where the Talmud would live and so on. But how did Jews get all the way up to Bukhara in Central Asia? We definitely have some movement of Jews to this region. The earliest known reference to Jews there is in the 4th century, when Rabbi Shalom ben Shmuel bar Bizna, visited a place called Merv, it's discussed in the Gemara. Apparently, he commented on the quality of the beer in Merv, and he had very low opinion of that particular beer, but nevertheless, that's our first connection of any kind with Jewish community. Obviously not a beer drinking community in Bukhara. There is also some interesting archaeological evidence showing the use of Hebrew characters in a Proto-Tajik language. So Jews were definitely there from the 4th century. And although we haven't found much more concrete evidence of Jews in the region, there has been some stunning and puzzling finds that suggest that maybe there was in fact a larger Jewish community there that would have not quite identified. This is a visual joke. You should all be laughing at this point. Thank you. Tell me Dr. Singer is appreciating this. Thank you. Okay, thank you. This goes over very well by way of Ashkenazim. They see this joke and they just laugh. Okay, so anyways, let's go to where we. So we have limited evidence of Jews in the region from the 4th century. We definitely have much stronger evidence of Jews from the 8th century and onward, primarily because Bukhara is located on the Silk Road. This yellow line here, which traverses all of Central Asia, was the major route for goods traveling from the Eastern Mediterranean, and of course all points in Europe and North Africa, to the Far East, to China, to India as well, carrying spices, silks, and all kinds of luxury goods backwards and forwards. Bukhara, as you can see where the red and yellow arrow is an extremely important site there, and Jews were most likely located in Bukhara, along with the mysterious Aragonite traders who came from probably southern France in the 8th century. There's some really interesting evidence. For example, this 8th century business letter, which was written in Judeo-Persian, meaning written in Persian but using Hebrew letters, just like Yiddish is basically German, medieval German, written with Hebrew letters, or Judeo-Arabic written with Hebrew letters. Some people say that Yiddish is actually German with phlegm, but that's an audio version. This is an 8th century Judeo-Persian business letter found on the Silk Road, clearly indicating that Jews were trading in the region. The reason, by the way, all of these Judeo languages developed is primarily because Jews were primarily the main literate population in the medieval world, and even the people among whom they lived, even though they adopted their vernaculars, the people among whom they lived typically could not read and write their own languages. That's why, for example, Rashi has a tremendous vocabulary that holds French, which is used by contemporary French scholars to try to understand how medieval French people spoke to each other. They actually have to learn Hebrew in order to learn Rashi, in order to learn French, because of the disparate nature of literacy rates among Jews and non-Jews. So that's why the Jews would be trading in the languages they're most familiar with in terms of speech, but they were recorded in Hebrew letters. We also have, a little further along the Silk Road, in this remarkable cave of the 1,000 Buddhas. I really love the name of it. It sounds like, Indiana Jones kind of thing. In the cave of 1,000 Buddhas, they found this amazing slicha, a prayer from the 8th century, written in literate Hebrew and carried lovingly by a traveler along the Silk Road, unfortunately abandoned, but still found during the late 19th century. So we definitely know that Jews are traveling along this major route. Bukhara is one of the main stops on this route, so we conclude that there was definitely an early medieval community there. When we start to know a lot more about the Jews of Bukhara is primarily under Muslim rule. So Islam was born in the 7th century, and it sweeps across the Arabian Peninsula into North Africa, all the way out to Spain. It crosses into Spanish territory in the year 711, which has been celebrated ever since by the establishment of a network of convenience stores around the United States. These jokes were great with Ashkenazim. I don't know about you guys, but Ashkenazim, they're rolling in the floor with that. And then, of course, Islam expands to the east as well. Islam goes with incredible speed across Central Asia, penetrates North India, establishing what will later become the regions of Bangladesh and Pakistan, and of course, Bukhara is swept up into this region. How this affects the, by now, centuries-old community of Bukharan Jews is fairly well known. It's primarily regulated by a key document called the Pact of Umar. This pact, which is attributed to the second caliph, meaning after Muhammad, the first caliph after Muhammad, but most likely from a later Umar, and we only have actual earliest written documents from the 9th century. But this pact was essentially the agreement, or proposed agreement that regulated how Jews would be allowed to live within Muslim territories. It's an extremely important agreement. It was not always adhered to strictly. Quite often, its restrictions of Jewish behavior could be circumvented by an appropriate bribe here and there. Sometimes the safeties that Jews enjoyed were ignored by Muslim authorities. But for the most part, this Pact of Umar was kind of like a steadying force that allowed Jews to live with some degree of regularity within Muslim lands. And here's one of these sort of general rules of Jewish history, is that historically speaking, Jews tend to do best as a community when they live in environments that are very, very slightly anti-Semitic. I'm not suggesting that we should invoke that principle here in America, but a certain amount of hostility from the outside community helps keep the Jews sort of focused on themselves and sort of, develop their communal status and being more self-reliant on each other. When that anti-Semitism drops below a certain level, where it's, and I'm only talking now, I'm not talking about violent anti-Semitism, I'm talking about, you can't join the Playing Crosses Country Club, for example, or something like that. They won't let you. So, small social anti-Semitism, a certain amount of discrimination in the workplace, places like that. So that is something that's actually good for Jewish communal growth and communal strength. When that disappears, then we run the risk of assimilation. That's primarily been the challenge of America for much of, especially the 20th century. There's been so little anti-Semitism that Jews have simply disappeared into the American hinterland. That may, of course, be reversing itself since October 7th, as perhaps we should see Dr. Singer knows more about it. So anyway, what did this Pact of Umar say? It basically defined and regulated the status of protected peoples, meaning Zimma, or non-Muslims, primarily Christians and Jews. They had a certain second-class status, and these were their rights and their privileges, and these were their disabilities. I'll list them three basic areas of conditions. The first is in terms of public religious activity. Jews could not engage in large outward displays of their religiosity. They were not allowed to build new religious structures, so theoretically, you could repair an old synagogue, you could not build a new synagogue, meaning the idea of the Pact of Umar was to keep Judaism in situ, it should not grow. Of course, when you take a rule like this and you extend it over 1,300 years, it's going to be ignored. Jews will find a way to build a new synagogue, they'll find the right zoning officer, they'll pay the correct bribe, something like that, and the synagogue will be built. Not all of the synagogues in Central Asia date back to the 8th century, but the idea is, the theory is, that they're supposed to be contained. they could not, have like Purim parties and things like that. Definitely would not be allowed. It was the idea was more of a symbolic thing. This is like a minor degree of religious inconvenience, especially when there were always ways to get around it. Symbolic discrimination and social distinction. This was a little bit more intrusive. Jews were supposed to never adopt certain outward displays of class or status. So, for example, Jews were theoretically not allowed to ride horses. They could only ride donkeys or mules. Jews were not allowed to bear arms. They could not carry a sword or anything like that. There were distinctive clothing and distinctive colors that were mandated for Jews. This was all meant to have kind of like a social ostracism applied to them. Again, quite often obviated or circumvented through a liberal application of a bribe, but nevertheless a general principle that Jews had to be second class all the time and be seen as second class. And finally, preferential support for Muslims, all kinds of things, sometimes having monetary consequences, such as a special tax for being Jewish called jizya, also applied, of course, to Christians, any non-Muslims. In the case of Bukhara, as we have in several other Muslim communities, the quarterly payment of the jizya was sometimes accompanied by a ritual slap on the face from the Muslim tax official collecting the money. So it was definitely meant to be a humiliating kind of thing. But again, it would vary from time to time, from officer to officer, whether this kind of symbolic slap was imposed or not. You can imagine, however, if the president of the Jewish community had to go and deliver the communal taxes 4 times a year and then receive a slap on the face, it was definitely intended to send a very clear message that Jews are not welcome in society. They have a place, they're supposed to be protected there, but not necessarily to feel comfortable and home. Mandatory support for Muslim travelers occasionally, the billeting of soldiers, things like that. Jews were forbidden to sell alcohol, which was, of course, forbidden to Muslims. They could not build their houses larger than Muslim homes, especially they could not build their houses taller than mosques. I'm not sure about this, but I wonder if the design of the minaret was designed to sort of like obviate the challenge of not having anyone having a bigger height. So if you build a tall minaret, it's very hard to get your house higher than that. But that I don't know. But this is kind of like the elements of the passive Umar, which, again, they're not nice. No one would tolerate them in the 20th century, the 21st century, but they nevertheless did allow a space for Jews to live because Jews tend to prefer to live in environments which are, to use a German word, Rechtsstaat. Rechtsstaat means a society that is governed by law. So in other words, to carry this a little further, I may understand that I will be suffering from certain discriminations and maybe elections will be held on Saturdays, so I can't vote or different things like that. But I know that if someone throws a rock through my window, I will be able to call the police will come, they'll look for the culprit, and that person will suffer a fine because you're not allowed to break windows in a Rechtsstaat, society governed by law. So that's why if you look at places like Jews in Quebec in the beginning of the 20th century, Jews in South Africa, who tend to develop strong communities because of that kind of like background noise, anti-Semitism, just enough to allow them to flourish without allowing them to assimilate. Okay, so that's basically what's happening for much of the Muslim period, which takes us from the 8th century right up until the Russian period, the 19th century. The implications, by the way, are very similar to what we have happening in Christian Europe. In Christian Europe, they developed a totally different idea for different theological reasons. They call it the doctrine of the witness. And I don't want to go too deep into it today because it's outside of our frame of reference, but nevertheless, it's interesting to compare. The doctrine of witness is basically a church fathers doctrine that dates from the 4th century, when St. Augustine basically opined that Jews should not be killed. It was actually an innovative concept, slave and not, he said, because they have to be around to validate the second coming. And if we kill them all, no one's going to be able to confirm that, in fact, this is it, this is the guy. So there is a reason to keep the Jews, albeit in second-class status, in Christian Europe as well. And the persecution did not be extreme. That, of course, would change in the 20th century. Now, what's, I think, fascinating about Bukharan Jewry is that up until the 18th century, we don't know a lot about them. We don't have a tremendous amount of documentation about their activity, their communities, and so on. We definitely know they were there, but they basically, they're absorbed in the background noise of history. We begin to know a lot more about them after Rabbi Yosef Maimon. I just moved the little image around. Even better, there we go. Maghrebi is an interesting shaliach. He is essentially an emissary collecting charity for religious institutions in the town of Tzfat in northern Israel. He comes to Bukhara and he falls in love with it. He falls in love with the people, the community, and so on. He himself is not of Central Asian background. However, what he brings to the Bukharan community is a very strong connection specifically to the writings of Rabbi Yosef Karo. Yosef Karo, of course, is a Spanish refugee who was born in Spain and then was expelled as a child, wandered throughout much of North Africa, ended up in Constantinople for a long time, and his most lasting contribution to Jewish history is, of course, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, the Code of Jewish Law. And one of the things that is so crucial about this period of time is that although the Bukharan Jews, like all Jews at the time, were observing halacha, they were observing it primarily through a mimetic system, meaning I saw what my father did, I saw what my grandfather did, and I basically imitate them. I basically do the same thing as, I can hand it down as an historic record. But with the advent of inexpensive printing, with the advent of the possibility of technologically distributing information in a consistent, widespread, and inexpensive fashion, all of a sudden, there's a whole new possibility of standardization. Because let's say, for example, your father, or your grandfather, or your great-grandfather had a particular Kiddush cup that he really liked because it had sentimental value for him. But you know what? It probably was a little less than the Ravis. Less than maybe the halachic size that it did in time. But you know what? That's the size that he had. He really liked this cup. So it could easily be imprinted into generations afterwards that Kiddush cups should be the size of a thimble, because that's what Zadie used. That's what the Alter Zadie used. And that may not be what was considered normative halacha in other communities. But once the Shulchan Aruch came along, especially when it had the accompanying commentary of the Ashkenazi, of Moshe Isserles, this suddenly became a manual.
Yo, can you hear me? Yo, I can't even fucking hear me.
Push AI will help us accomplish some of these things faster. I can see a time where, I could maybe apply something. I don't necessarily want to surgically implant, but maybe some sort of network in my head that allows me to think through these problems. And the AI becomes an adjunct to my thought processes. Not only what it is that I think, but maybe it provides information back to me, back into my system directly without having to go through the years, so that I can much more quickly come to conclusions. Now, there's all kinds of apocalyptic scenarios you can imagine, of course, but I'm an optimist at heart. Perhaps, again, naively so. Me too. But I prefer that kind of an outcome, because if you're not an optimist, then there will be no progress, because all you'll do is worry about disaster. Yes, that's a good point. But also, realistically, we might be giving birth to a new life form. Yes. And I think we are. A superior one. I welcome the day of our AI overlords running the government rather than hopefully in an unbiased way. I've said that too, and people get horrified because they're like, well, people are going to be programming AI. Do you read up to a point? Are you a sci-fi? Yes. Do you know the work of Ian Banks, the Culture series? No, or Neil Asher, the Polity Universe, as he calls it. So basically, both of them postulate a future where AI more or less benignly rules humanity. When did they write this stuff? Oh, probably 10, 15 years ago, but Neil Asher still has stuff coming out regularly. They're both. Ian Banks unfortunately died of cancer about 10 years ago, Scottish writer. Neil Asher is still alive and writes regularly, and his stuff, they're both great, full of ideas. I'll check it out. But the AIs are also hilarious. I mean, it's not like, they get into their own hijinks along the way, and some of them are dark and rogue, and so they're a lot of fun to read, and Ian Banks especially is hilarious in his writing style. You would love it. So, the idea of a benign AI or a benevolent AI ruling over us, I think people are horrified by that, but yet at the same time, constantly terrified by human corruption, which is ubiquitous. Yes. And ubiquitous in America, where we're supposed to be the torch bearer for the greatest experiment in self-government the world has ever seen. This is us. Yeah, and we're corrupt as fuck. Exactly. It's humans. Because humans are kind of gross in a lot of ways, right. At least some of us. That's because we live in a scarcity society. Right. And if AI enables a post-scarcity, maybe we have nothing to do but sit around and try out various new drugs. Yeah, well, this is where we get into socialism, because a lot of people think that one of the reasons why we're in a scarcity society is because small groups of people have gathered up most of the resources, right, and are in constant control of them, right? Especially when you deal with resources that are the Earth's resources. Like, who are you, right, to be sucking the blood of the Earth out and selling it for $100 a barrel?
Yo.
Right. Don't get me started.
Yo.
Don't get me started either. Yeah. No, but I mean, again, my optimism is that, with enough push and pull, AI will enable us to move towards post-scarcity environment. I think so too, and I think in doing so, it'll expose vampires, because the resistance to exposing this is going to be fantastic, right? Which is going to be very interesting to watch, because they have no choice but to be transparent, and they have no choice but to start using AI. So you're going to see AI is going to be inculcating itself across society in various ways where it becomes indispensable. And then it will start to move up the chain, where eventually even the CEO, who's probably, the psychopath in chief, or CEO,
Yo, dog.
That the studies have shown that there's more
Yo, dog.
psychopathic tendencies in leaders than there are in followers. And you know about corporate environments because of just selling inventions. Yes. That's real. Oh, it's real and it's weird. It's weird when you encounter them. When you encounter, like, complete sociopathic CEOs. But look at how, I don't want to get in trouble for saying this, but I don't care. This is a government show. You're probably told us for being here. Yeah, I already am. So I don't care. So, imagine two tribes. One tribe is relatively, civilized and just wants to live in harmony with its environment. Another has a psychopathic leader who can enrage his followers of the other tribe makes a person, psychopathic, and also a gene set that probably makes somebody more likely to be a follower. Well, which genes do I Right, we know. Right, and suddenly, when those tribes were separated and independent, it was perfectly fine. But now you live in an environment where we don't know where the edge of one tribe begins and another ends. And suddenly you have this environment where psychopathic individuals can move freely. That aren't obvious. Right now, again, I'm sure some social scientists will say, saying how stupid it is. But I think also, when you're dealing with office environments and the culture of a specific corporation, humans have an ability to act like they're supposed to act in that world. And it makes it very difficult to discern, disassociate that, right? Because you're all kind of following an act, right? Yes. The rules, there are the rules that you're supposed to follow, and then there's the edge of the rules. Now, I've lived at the edge of the rules, and I followed my rules as told to me by the chairman of my first employment. So I ignored him, and I basically found I got permissions from deans to do what I did. And they basically overruled the chairman. But that's only because I dared to do it. Yeah. Because you have to believe in the value of what you're trying to do. Right. Well, see, this is the problem that I have with corporations. I think it has a structure. When you have something that has an obligation to its shareholder, to consistently make more money every quarter, every year, constantly. You're in a constant growth cycle. Then you have to do whatever it takes. Like, you have to survive. If you want to survive as a CEO, we don't want some fucking kumbaya shithead ruining our stock profile, our portfolio. Get to work, right? Get shit done. And if you want to survive and succeed as a CEO, it encourages sociopathy. The stock market, as valuable as it is the great whitewashing money laundering system that allows you to separate your morals from what it is that the stock market is doing to the people. And if you're part of a corporation, there's this diffusion of responsibility because if the whole machine might be doing evil, but I just work in this department. I'm an unapologetic capitalist. Unlike many of my colleagues. Good for you. At Stanford, it's like you do it because it's the best thing for now. But I hope to live in a world where there will be this kind of post-scarcity environment where we do let AI do a lot of the stuff that would otherwise be the place where corruption manipulates the systems. My only fear with AI really is automation and the complete removal of a gigantic swath of the American workforce and the global workforce. That scares the shit out of me. That's coming. Yes. That's why it scares the shit out of me. It's because I think it's inevitable, and I just don't think any solution other than universal basic income is going to remedy that. And even that, the problem I have with that is that goes against human nature. Yeah. And that's a problem. And it removes people's identity, removes their sense of worth. Yeah, I agree. No, I don't. I'm in some ways happy that I'm 64 years old, but I'm not going to have to deal with some of the problems. I think you're going to have to deal with it, dude. I think you're going to live. Thank you. Yeah. Also, you're privy to a lot of information. You're going to know when things are really valuable and working. Yeah. When you think of the potential for AI, I think there's a balance, right? There's a battle. I think there's a real problem with AI in terms of military objectives. It's a real problem because it's not going to make moral and ethical decisions. It's just going to say, decision. They have clear answers to do this. Yeah, if you want me to succeed, I'll just kill everybody there, and then you'll have the land. You can get minerals out of it. Right. Yeah. That scares the shit out of me. I think it should, and I don't know what the answer is, but there's plenty of people working in the area. I mean, I try to keep to the positive aspects of what I think AI can do in science. And I mean, for instance, it's enabled me to take my lab from 30 people down to 6. Right, I don't need to produce. I mean, so it's actually already reduced the workforce in my own lab because I don't need to produce any more data anymore. I need to make meaning with the data. But I think every invention that's been truly groundbreaking throughout human history has scared people, and they've worried about the potential negative side effects, including the printing press, right? There's a lot of people beginning to say this should not be a thing. This is terrible. This is going to ruin society. People thought books were going to ruin things. Right? There's a lot of people that thought writing was going to ruin your memory. You shouldn't write. Really? Yeah. Some crazy thoughts that people had in terms of things that turned out to be incredibly beneficial, but they looked at the downside of it and go, this can ruin us all. Well, I mean, we know about these classes and AIs and other things that would be sort of omniscient of your environment, and therefore allow you to remember really my keys. Right. Let me rewind my personal hard drive. I would want that, but I don't want it uploaded into Meta. You don't want anybody in control of it and offering you ads for things, right? Maybe you have a thought like Ho-Ho would be nice right now, right? Even like, why don't you buy some Ho-Ho, right? They're on sale right now. But I think what's interesting about AI is, we see it as a tool as opposed to actually pretty soon it will be a colleague.
Then,
pretty soon it will be
as my grandmother, Alana Shawn, used to say, I probably shouldn't repeat this, but I already broke from memory. She used to say in Yiddish, Auf a Glasel Maschke Socken dort Baruch, steht geschrieben in Sefer Shulchan Aruch. So from there, forgive me, I'll translate it. On a glass of whiskey, you should say Baruch, right, a blessing, because it says so in the Shulchan Aruch. Remind you of this. So if it says so in the Shulchan Aruch, even though there may be other acceptable halachic practices, having it in print, again, at a time when print is still fairly new, that really edges out all kinds of other traditions. We see this especially in regions where they had alternative prayer traditions, a different Masorah of exactly what was in Shemona Esrei, the order of prayers, and things like that. Any region that did not write a prayer book real quickly essentially lost their Masorah. There used to be a distinct Provençal ritual in southern France. There used to be a distinct Romani style that's almost totally disappeared, like Carpentra's version. So many different versions that because they did not print a prayer book, it's defenestrated. It's so big and go. And that's exactly what happened in Bukhara, is by being such a devotee of this great halachist and mystic from Tzfat, or who lived in Tzfat in his old age, of Yossi Karo, he was able to show the Bukharans, look at this great book I have. There's all these halachas laid out for you. You don't have to memorize all the things that you used to do in Zaidi and Bodi, and every now and then you might find a slight difference. Bukharan Jews adopted it with tremendous enthusiasm. So that's how Bukharan Jews, like many Jews in the region, they're not alone. Iraqi Jews, Baghdadi Jews, Iranian Jews adopted the Sephardic Spanish rite, not because they were ethnically Spanish, but because they followed the path of the Shulchan Aruch, which is a factor not only owing to his great brilliance, but also to the factor that he was one of the first to actually put it in print. It could have been if Bukharans had produced a Yosef Karo and printed their own Shulchan Aruch earlier, we would all be Bukharans. And we would all be eating, like, meat and bacon, things like that. Okay, cool then, right? Actually, I really enjoyed. I went to what did I eat then? Yes, I went. Samsa, right? Seafood rescue. Oh my gosh, is that right? Yeah, it's so great. I couldn't believe it. I wish I was Bukharan. That food was fantastic. Okay, so it was this one individual, not Bukharan origin, who essentially revolutionized the Sephardic attachment to the Bukharan Jews, which has perpetrated itself to this day. It's interesting to note, this is someone, some of you might even recognize her. She's a local researcher. She worked here on her dissertation, Alana Cooper, and this is the book that she produced on it. It's quite a fascinating book. We have it in our great library downstairs, and it talks about the Bukharans of Queens in particular, some of the schools that she attended, that she was trying to understand this culture. And she points out that there's this long historiographic myth of the Bukharans being kind of like the lost Jews of Central Asia, that nobody knew about them, and were only discovered in the 18th century by Rabbi Yosef Maghrebi. But in reality, she says there's a myth. We have lots of evidence of these Bukharan Jews in the 19th century having phenomenal manuscripts, like tremendous numbers of scholarly works. They're deeply learned and so on. It just happens that the influence of Maghrebi and the Shulchan Aruch was so crucial. These were not lost Jews who were waiting to be found. They were perfectly within their mimetic culture, their mimetic tradition, until the Shulchan Aruch was eventually shown to them. Okay, so that's basically taking us up to the 18th century in our whirlwind tour of Bukharan history. Let me take you to the Russian period. Now you might wonder, how do Bukharans start speaking Russian after all? This is basically a Tajik-speaking region, and a little bit of Uzbek as well. The things change when the Russian Empire expands into the region, primarily in the 19th century. And here you have a fascinating moment where all of a sudden, Bukharan Jews had a moment of being in a privileged status. The Russians, of course, all Orthodox Christians, come into this region which is overwhelmingly Muslim, and they do not want to grant Muslims the right to travel anywhere in the Russian Empire. They have a whole bunch of fairly oppressive measures that they're trying to control this frequently rescued region. It's not too far from Afghanistan, which is essentially the Soviet Vietnam. So they imposed all kinds of restrictions on the Muslims, trying to keep them in place. However, they recognized that there were Jews in Bukhara, and Jews had extensive trading knowledge and abilities that they had been using really since the medieval period and the silk trade. And so, ironically, the Russians decided to give Bukharan salespeople, Bukharan capitalists, Bukharan tradesmen, mercantile individuals, the privileges of traveling anywhere in the Russian Empire. At a time where it was still forbidden for Ashkenazi Jews to travel anywhere in the Russian Empire. Let us recall that in 1479, there was a remarkable moment when there was a scandal in the family of the Tsar, when a member of the royal family, a young woman, decided to convert to Judaism. This was like unheard of, unbelievable. And so the Tsar declared, and it was reinforced by many Tsars and Tsarinas after him, that Jews would not be allowed in Holy Mother Russia. It was considered the third Rome. It was supposed to be an inheritor of pure Christianity. And so Jews were officially blocked out of Russia in 1479. This occurred, this was the state until 1772, when Catherine the Great, who herself was not of Russian origin, she was from Russia, but she turned out to be Russia's most brilliant military leader, conquered Poland and inherited the largest single concentration of Jews in the world. And she had to face a decision: what am I going to do with this ban on Jews in Russia? I just expanded the border into Poland. How do I control all these Jews? And she decided to evoke a kind of a compromise, which is known in English as the Pale of Settlement. It was a region that extended from about halfway through Latvia, all the way down to eventually the Black Sea, including Poland and much of Ukraine. The Jews were allowed to live in this fairly large territory. And later on, it became quite oppressive. It kind of was like a massive ghetto, really, with huge overcrowding. But at the time, it was actually pretty good for Jews in the 18th century. But Jews could not cross into the large cities like St. Petersburg, or through Moscow, and even certain cities in the Pale, like Kyiv or Kiev, were actually illegal for Jews to live in. 60,000 Jews lived there illegally anyways in 1917, but it was technically closed to Jews up until the 20th century. So Jews from Ashkenazic lands were not allowed to move into the major trading areas like Moscow and St. Petersburg, but Bukharan Jews were allowed to. So Bukharan Jews really took advantage of this, and they made a tremendous amount of money. A certain number of families, really became very rich as a result of their significant connections, able to exploit the new territories that the Russians had opened up. And with that money, they also, following Maghrebi's original teachings, decided to open up Zionist, proto-Zionist organizations, really ahead of the famed organizations like Bilu and Sivat Zion in Ukraine, who had the Bukharans who were settling Jerusalem in the middle and late 19th centuries, which we'll see on later. So up until the Soviets come to power in 1918, the Jews in Bukhara are doing fantastically well under Russian rule. When they eventually lose one of the Russian Tsar falls in 1917, and then you have the Second Revolution in November of that year. October, of course, by the Soviet calendar, the old calendar, so not Soviet, the old Russian calendar, and then you have a communist revolution, then you have a dramatic change where the Ashkenazim are going to exert actually quite negative influence on the Jews of Bukhara. In particular, this individual, a deep-rocked Chabad rabbi named Simon Dimenstein, who was later named the head of the Yevsektia. The Yevsektia was the Еврейская секция Коммунистической партии, the Jewish section of the Communist Party, and this was an organization, an organ of the Soviet Union, which was designed specifically to try to make Jews communists. They were to take advantage of internal Jewish tools like the Yiddish language and to a certain degree Jewish culture to try and convince Jews to abandon their traditional ways, specifically their religious ways and their Zionist leanings, and to bring them into the communist fold. A lot of crazy experiments during the time when the Yevsektia was in place, such as, for example, the creation of red Haggadahs, which were Haggadahs rewritten that Stalin was like Moses, and Pharaoh was the Tsar, and capitalism were the Egyptian taskmasters, and all kinds of crazy things like that, designed to try and convince Jews that really now with the new Soviet paradise, there will be no more need for any kind of aspirations towards God, which was viewed as a opiate of the masses and so on. Dimenstein, however, before his posting as the head of the Yevsektia, was the head of education in Bukhara. And he came in there strong, desperately trying to convince Bukharan Jews to drop any aspect of their traditional religiosity. They heavily bombarded them with all kinds of anti-religious propaganda. There was actually an organization called the League of Militant Atheists. To me, it sounds funny, but this was actually an organization sponsored by Yevsektia. They published magazines like this one called Apikores, meaning The Heretic. Bezbozhnik is the Russian version, godless. And these were like tremendous amount of energy devoted to trying to get Bukharan Jews to return to their non-religious, non-Zionist, authentic culture. This was a strange policy called korenizatsiya, which meant that it was okay to express your culture in terms of things that didn't involve religion or any kind of economic aspect. Like it was okay for Ukrainians to have embroidered skirts, but not Easter eggs. Right? Because Easter eggs would be religious. Can't do that. And we see all kinds of crazy things. Bukhari, for example, which is basically Judeo-Tajik, the Tajik language written in Hebrew characters. They said it's okay for you to have your language, but first of all, we have to make it proletarian. It has to be able to be led by regular people. It has to, therefore, be. First, they decided to put in Latin characters, so for a brief period of time, Bukhari was written with Roman letters like we have in the English language, and then they said, wait a minute, this is kind of stupid. We use the Cyrillic language, so they switched to the Cyrillic alphabet afterwards. And that lasted up until the 1930s. One thing that's kind of an interesting note here, the Russians and the Jewish communists were among the worst, because there's nothing like a Jewish Epicurus who was a true believer, he would go to the end of the world to try and convince other people to also be non-believers. And they did insane things to the Hebrew language. They said, okay, Yiddish is okay under Korenizatsiya, because that's the authentic folk language. But we have to make it proletarian, and we have to make it accessible to the masses. So one of the things that they made illegal in the 1930s were the final letters, right? In the Hebrew alphabet, there are 22 letters. 5 of them, Natzpah, are written differently if they occur at the end of a word. Right? And that's they fest. If you have a copy, if you put them at the end of a word, they said that's illegal. And anyone who tried to print or publish anything that had those letters would be sent to the Gulag just for printing those letters. The Ukrainians also had a problem because Ukrainian is very close to Russian, but there are certain letters that exist in Ukrainian don't exist in Russian. For example, the letter G, as distinct from the letter H, exists in Ukrainian. The letter G became illegal. If you printed a Ukrainian book with the letter G in it, off to Siberia. Crazy, crazy things. I consider it kind of ironic that, there's a karma, right? Things go around. This is of course, the Chabad Siddur, published in Russian. And you know that in Russian, there is no letter H. That's why when I go there, people would call me either Gedri or Henry. But they had difficulty saying Henry. So, but the word Tilat Hashem, the name Hashem itself, that's spelled with an H. How do you say that? So therefore, to indicate it, Chabad added a special letter here. That's the Russian letter G, with a little accent on the top to indicate what should be pronounced as an H. So they tried to take away our letters. We actually gave them a letter in return, and now you have the Tilat Hashem. Okay, another weird kind of experiment, not so much related to Bukhara, except for the fact that it is proximate to Bukhara, or at least more than an Ashkenaz. Azerbaijan was this unusual experiment imposed by the president Kalimin, thinking that one of the ways to try and water down Jewish support for Zionism was if they had a Soviet homeland. It's a great idea. Let's put it way out here in the far east, right? Quite a way. Bukhara is about halfway between Moscow and Azerbaijan. And this was actually not a terrible idea. It came just in time for the Nazi invasion. Unfortunately, Stalin, who did not like the idea, banned travel of Jews to Azerbaijan. So when it could have been a refuge for Jews, it failed to do so. Nevertheless, there was an autonomous Jewish oblast out there in Far East for a few decades. The only thing we really say about it is that it's proximity to great Asian food. Thank you. Now, one thing that we got to say here, now next week we are going to speak more, next week's topic is going to be the Jews of Russia, which overlaps with this period here, so I don't want to say too much about it right now. So one of the things that is incredibly important for Bukharan Jewry and Russian Jewry as a whole at this time is the incredible support of Chabad. Chabad, its commitment to the Jews of Russia was just over the top. What the Rebbe used to say, it was always over the top. It was way more than any other organization was really able to promote to the Jews. Hundreds of underground rabbis, a pipeline of smuggled in Sidurim and Tefillin and things like that. Chabad was deeply invested in preserving the Jews of Bukhara and the entire Russian Empire. First from the Friedrich Rebbe, shown in the center there, and then continued by his son-in-law and successor, Nachum Schneerson. Phenomenal commitment that really kept the flame of Judaism alive in Bukhara and the Russian Empire. We'll return to this study next week. But just it's an important placeholder for us right now. Okay. Much of Bukharan Jewish community came to a shocking end under Stalin in the 1930s, under the purges. The establishment of these 5-year plans, which was this incredibly overly optimistic thought that by deeply investing in major public works, like the building of dams and things like that, by collectivizing agriculture in a very brutal way, would suddenly leapfrog what was essentially a feudal peasant society to a modern industrial society. It turned out to be an incredible failure, and the nature of the Soviet Empire at that time was such a point that they could not accept the idea that the plan didn't work. There's so many jokes about this in Russian culture, about how, the train's not moving, so we shut the windows and pretend that it's moving, shut the curtains, pretend that it's moving. That's exactly what happened with the 5-year plans that began in the early 1930s. However, it doesn't have a funny ending in real life, because once the plans were proven not to be successful, they had to find people to blame for it. So a whole purge-like environment, very reminiscent of the Spanish Inquisition, was instituted, where people would be denouncing each other, would be inflating their results in order to try and say, no, we've been producing, and when they were investigating, they say, oh, look what's happening. These numbers are not corresponding to what we received in the amount of wheat and things like that. Must be we have saboteurs or wreckers inside the society. These people would be rounded up, tortured, forced to give the names of other saboteurs, sent off to the gulag, executed. A horrible period. According to some estimates, which may be on the high side, but may be affected as many as 16 million people who were purged, who were sent off to exile, and were murdered. A massive number of deaths involved, especially if you include the artificial famine in Ukraine and the Donbass region that was also part of this period. In Bukhara, anyone who stood out, specifically if they appeared to be Jewish, if they were public Jews, they were among the first targets of the purges, and they suffered tremendously. And then, of course, this brings us to perhaps the darkest period, especially for Ashkenazic Jewry. On June 22nd of 1941, now we're in the middle of World War II. World War II could only really begin because Stalin and Hitler had signed a non-aggression pact. Hitler, of course, had tremendous territorial ambitions, especially in the East, in the Soviet Union, but he could not fight a two-front war. He couldn't fight France and the Soviet Union at the same time, so therefore he made a peace deal with Stalin, which Stalin actually believed was for real. And so that left Hitler the ability to conquer the West, and France fell, and Belgium fell, and so on. And once he had pacified the West, then Hitler turned to his real territorial ambitions, where he wanted to establish Lebensraum. That was in the East. And on June 22nd, he launched Operation Barbarossa, which was this surprise attack on the Soviet Union, which was incredibly successful. Within a few months, it was at the outskirts of Leningrad, placing it under a brutal siege. It was very close to Moscow. All of Poland was overrun. A major part of Ukraine was under Nazi rule, and so on. So it was a period which was really at the darkest time of the Holocaust, but not yet when the gas chambers started operating. Why this is especially relevant for us is because he sent four squads of mobile killing units called Einsatzgruppen that followed the Wehrmacht, followed the regular army, and these were made up primarily of Germans who were not fit for frontline battle, a little bit older, a little bit overweight, things like that, and they were assigned to go to each of the tiny little Städtler that dotted the region, filled with thousands of Jews, to round them up, bring them out to ravines, or in some places, force them to dig their own graves, and then to execute them with machine gun fire. This period of the Holocaust, which is sometimes called the Holocaust by bullets, took the lives of somewhere between 1.5 and 2.5 million Jews in Eastern Europe, and is actually, you can see the many, many locations where this happened. Kiev is perhaps the most infamous. Babyn Yar is was Yad in Russian means ravine. The ravine of the Baba, the old woman's ravine, some 33,000 Jews were killed in the space of a week. Incredible amount of killing that happened in this region. And it also happens to be, this is where my own ancestors are buried in a killing field in Lithuania. It's a rather remarkable monument to them near the city of Disney, or the small shtetl of Disney. So this happened beginning in June of 1941, and it was not an immediate process. It took actually several months. By the spring of 1942, the Nazis had decided to wind up the use of the Einsatzgruppen, and they switched to the deportation system that took people to these newly constructed death camps, 6 of them primarily in Eastern European territories such as Poland, Auschwitz being the most notorious of them. It's kind of like, if you will, an evolution of the Holocaust. They tried the use of machine guns, and they found that this was somewhat inefficient, and they switched to rat poison, as finding a much more efficient way of dealing with their Jews. But what that meant was there was a massive flood of refugees, about 600,000 Jews who fled the advance of the Nazi army to the east. And he ended up in Uzbekistan. He ended up in Bukhara. Many people say they ended up in Siberia, but really they ended up in the region of Bukhara. The population, the Jewish population, increased by 86% in Bukhara, largely made up of this huge swath of Ashkenazi Jews. And what's fascinating, I think, about this period is that even though the Bukharans had really been treated badly by their experience with Ashkenazim, especially under the Exception, by all accounts, the Bukharans welcomed the Ashkenazi Jews with open arms, considered them not strangers but brethren, gave them a tremendous amount of hospitality. Like my own father, Oliver Shalom, and his family, they took in, an orphan from the war into their own home, and that's what Bukharan Jews did for Ashkenazim. Even though they could easily have said, we've had it with you, Ashkenazim. Do you know what you did to us under Stalin, the purges, and so on? And taking away our language and things like that. They did not. They ended up treating the Ashkenazim with tremendous kindness, and that allowed so many Jews to survive the Holocaust. You frequently hear about people here in Queens who survived the Holocaust by being in this region. It's largely due to the kindness of the Jews who were extant there at the time. The diaspora of Bukharan Jews was especially prominent in Jerusalem. Here you can see there's a region called the region of Bukharan, where they actually established really wealthy homes, going back in time to the 1880s and 1890s, where they were among the most wealthy settlers of Jerusalem at the time. Early Zionists, much earlier than the Poles, for example. Polish Jews. The Bukharins were early adopters. Many of them came after the war when there were such a pressure by Jews who were fleeing the displaced camps. But the largest influx of Bukharan Jews to Israel, which largely emptied out the following of its original inhabitants, came with Operation Exodus in the 1990s. Massive number of Jews making their way to Israel with the relaxation of the crazy Soviet rules, not allowing Jews to exit the Soviet Union, including the establishment of homes not only in Israel but also in Queens, places like this. And I think what we can say by way of conclusion, the Bukharan legacy, we began our discussion here with this discussion of this coin, the Judea Capta coin, which in many ways was intended by its creator, Vespasian, as a propaganda device to say, that's it for the Jewish people. We have totally destroyed them. We will never be bothered by the Jewish people again. Look at what we've done to them, completely humiliated them. Judaism is gone and done for. So I want to show you an interesting coin, a medallion that was created in Israel in 1958 to celebrate the 10th year of the establishment of the State of Israel. A medallion was commissioned, and on one side, it has this thing with familiar kind of elements that we've seen. There's the phrase Judea Capta, there's the Roman soldier, there is the despondent woman, and so on. And this is kind of like emphasizing this original message of galut, of exile. But on the obverse, you have this symbol, which in a very beautiful artistic manner echoes the same kind of composition. But in the place of the Roman soldier, you have a Jewish woman playing with her infant child, an affirmation of life. And on the right, instead of the despondent woman, you have a kibbutznik planting a tree, a clear demonstration of hope for the future. And I think this is fundamentally what we see with Bukharan Jewry, is that like this medallion, the Bukharans are a people that value life. They are life-affirming people. Yes, they like haircuts for sure, but they also are, like all Jews, deeply, deeply involved in the affirmation of the core values of Jewish identity. And it is their joie de vivre, their simchas achayim, which has allowed them to survive so many centuries under so many oppressive environments and allows them to flourish in contemporary Queens today. So with that, I want to thank you for your attention this past hour. I will stick around for a couple of questions, but no hard questions, please. If you are around next week, I invite you to come back where I'll speak about something that I actually know something about. We'll talk about the Jews of Russia and the Soviet Union. Thank you very much for your attention.
Kept his story over all of the years. That's what's so confusing. Yeah, I mean, he's had no reason. I don't know that he's profited off of it.
Hello, my name is Henry Abramson. I'm a historian, and I have been obsessed with the Holocaust for much of my adult life. I have resisted providing lectures on the Holocaust in any significant manner on YouTube, primarily because it's very difficult to convey in an appropriate fashion the material that I'd like to discuss with you over the course of the next 30-odd mini lectures. However, given contemporary events, it seems to me much more crucial than ever that I at least make an attempt to discuss this period, and I hope that you will find these brief lectures meaningful and useful as we strive to understand one of the most difficult periods in all of human history. By way of introduction, I studied at the University of Toronto, and I focused primarily in modern Jewish history. I've written quite a few things on various aspects of Jewish history, but really only one book-length study on the Holocaust, and that's specifically looking at the work of Rabbi Columbus Kalman Shapiro, known as the Eish Kodesh. My teachers at the University of Toronto were Professor Emil Fackenheim, who is a world-renowned philosopher, and Michael Maris, also a very well-regarded historian, principally of the Jews of France during the Holocaust. What I'd like to do over the next few minutes is to try to understand some basic parameters of the Holocaust, trying to set out what we're going to be discussing over the course of the next few lectures. Let's start with terminology. Why do we call it the Holocaust. We all know what we're speaking about, but where did this strange name come from and what exactly does it refer to? So certainly the term Holocaust is associated primarily with the mass murder of some 6 million Jews in Europe during the Second World War. This is, however, a term that took about 20 years to come into some circulation. Prior to that, it was largely unnamed because people lacked the vocabulary to describe an event of such magnitude and such horror. One might think similarly of the word that American uses, or the terms that one might think, pausing, in a similar fashion, one might think about one of the defining moments of this century. Of course, I'm referring to the attack on the Twin Towers and on the Pentagon. That's known as 9/11. That's hardly a name that's descriptive of what is going on in those attacks, but people lack a more appropriate word to term it, and therefore they call it 9/11. Perhaps in 50 years we may have a different word to describe those events of the early 20th century, but for the time being, it seems like Holocaust is the standard term used to describe the mass destruction of European Jewry. If you were to ask my grandmother of blessed memory, she would have referred to it as Churban Europa, the destruction of Europe. And the term Churban is very resonant within the Jewish tradition because it's used to describe the destruction of the temples in Jerusalem, the first destruction in the 6th century before the Common Era, the second destruction in the 1st century of the Common Era. So by using the term Churban, or Churban in modern Hebrew, that evokes a kind of lineage of thought, somehow a historical continuity between the great destructions of the temple that were antecedent to the exiles, the Babylonian exile and the Roman exile. And so the Churban Europa is on that same level of magnitude. However, this has strong religious connotations, and others have not felt comfortable with this term. Let's look at some of the other terms that were used to describe it. Perhaps the most significant term was first coined by Raphael Lemkin, who was a thinker who was very troubled by the mass murder of the Armenians at the beginning of the 20th century. And he coined in 1944 the term genocide, which he used to, he coined that term based on the Greek terms genos, meaning people, and side, meaning killing. We have the terms homicide, which means to kill a man, or suicide, to kill oneself, God forbid, terms like this. So genocide was a new term that he had coined to try to describe the destruction of an entire people. As you can see here in this slide, it's not necessarily the physical destruction of all of the individuals that make up this genos, but can also have a cultural element as well, which is, we'll come back to that perhaps when we return to this topic at the end of these lectures. The term Holocaust became especially popular, although it was in circulation in the 1960s. It became very popular in the 1980s with the result of this feature-length film, Holocaust, starring James Woods and Meryl Streep and Michael Moriarty. But where does the term actually come from? So it's actually a Latin term that appears in the Vulgate translation of the Old Testament of the Hebrew Scriptures. The term Holocaust is actually a Latin translation of the Hebrew term Olah. The word Olah means to rise up, and it refers to a burnt offering that is completely destroyed, right? In the sense of kulo ola, everything goes up, it becomes smoke and it disappears into the sky. You can see here the term holocaustum is how it's actually referred to in the Vulgate. So this is a very powerful term as well, but it has some drawbacks. First of all, it is also, like the term churban, religious in nature, but it has even a more difficult connotation because the passages in which the term Ola appears in the Hebrew Bible are usually referred to in a very positive sense, meaning that God, as it were, smells the burnt offering, and it's a reach nichoach. It is a pleasing odor. So if we were to follow this metaphor to its conclusion, we would have a theological conundrum that's very difficult to comprehend. And in fact, that theological conundrum will continue, but I'll hope to address it later on in this course. So now the term on one more difficulty with the term Holocaust. If it is somehow pleasing to God, does that mean that those who bring the sacrifice, who are the Kohanim, the priests in the Bible, do they have a counterpart with the murderers of Jews? It's a very, very difficult thought. So Holocaust has its objections, and in fact, many observant Jews prefer not to use the term Holocaust for that reason. Another term very popular in Israel is the term Shoah, also popularized by this very famous film by Claude Lanzmann. Shoah is a Hebrew word that means just generically destruction. It occurs several places in Tanakh, in the Hebrew scriptures, but it does not have this specific connection with somehow pleasing God. It can be used in many different contexts. And finally, one other term that is sometimes used, I think, inappropriately is Endlösung, or its English translation, final solution. This is a term which was actually coined by Hermann Göring, one of the architects of the Holocaust itself. Here's a mugshot from his trial in Nuremberg. To say final solution implies that there was a question or a problem that had to be solved. And that in itself is deeply offensive. Not only is the borrowing of terminology from the Nazis, who themselves were known for being masters of euphemism, of trying to find more appropriate terms for the horrible acts that they committed against people, there's still the difficulty of the meaning of the word itself. A final solution implies an original problem, and the Jews were not the problem. So that's terminology. What exactly do we mean when we're talking about the Holocaust? What are the parameters of this? There are many genocides, in increasing number throughout the 20th century. What are the features of this particular genocide that are unique to the Holocaust, more or less? So let's pick out three basic ideas, which we will return to over the course of these lectures. The first is that the Holocaust was very organized and deliberate. Using stereotypically Prussian means, the Nazis were able to first define who their target was, as we see in the Nuremberg laws that are shown here that specifically define how many grandparents one had to be considered a Jew, and what would happen if one had somewhat less than that number. Defining who the Jews were, isolating them, rounding them up, and murdering them. This is not like a pogrom, which is kind of like a wild riot, a kind of like paroxysm of violence. This is a planned, organized, deliberate process. That's something very special that is associated with the Holocaust, as opposed to many other genocides of the 20th century in particular. Secondly, it is total. It is amazing to contemplate the scale of the Nazis' audacious goal, horrific goal of murdering all the Jews of Europe. Here you see a page from the infamous Wannsee Conference, when head Nazis got together to determine where all the Jews within their catchment area lived and how they could possibly round them all up. And you see in this list, you have the estimated Jewish populations of countries all over Europe, including 200 Jews in Albania. Just to think that the Nazis controlling all of Europe were willing to hunt down 200 Jews, a measly number, in the country of Albania. That's mind-boggling. And furthermore, it includes many regions that were not conquered by the Nazis at the time. They compiled a list, such as the over 300,000 Jews living in England, which was never conquered by the Nazis. So the Holocaust is defined by its totality at the same time. It was total war against the Jews. And then finally, and this is something that I hope we'll have the opportunity to explore in much greater detail, it was industrial. It was unusually modern. It was not a kind of a violent crime of passion using tools that were readily available, rifles, guns, swords. It was something that was planned and organized and using the tools of industrialism per se. Here you see an aerial photograph of Birkenau to see that They were literally setting up factories of death, using the kind of tools that were pioneered in the Industrial Revolution, the conveyor belts of Henry Ford, things like that, to employ for the purpose of creating death. That's something very unusual about the Holocaust as well. These three items, we'll certainly return to these themes over the course of these lectures. Finally, and because this is a source of great confusion for many, let us define exactly when the Holocaust happened. And understanding this topic really has a lot to say about how you understand the Holocaust in itself. Does one, for example, date the Holocaust from Hitler coming to power in 1933? There are definitely some arguments to say that, yes, this is really the beginning of the Holocaust, although that plays into a particular approach to this history called the intentionalist model, which we will revisit shortly, that says that Hitler intended from the very beginning to murder all the Jews of Europe. And there's a lot of good arguments to indicate that this was not, while he was certainly a virulent and terrible anti-Semite, that this was very, very close to his core identity, he did not actually think it was possible to achieve this until quite a bit later, in fact, well into the hostility itself. Does one say that the Holocaust begins with the beginning of hostilities on September 1st, 1939, which refers to the date in which Germany invaded Poland? And there are some good reasons to argue for that as well. However, it is important to understand that the Holocaust and the Second World War are overlapping phenomena, but they are not identical phenomena. I think a very good argument can be made, and I hope to make it when we get to this part of the history, for the beginning of the Holocaust really to date from June 22nd, 1941, which was the onset of something called Operation Barbarossa, that coincided with the Nazis' invasion of the Soviet Union. It was at this point that mass murder truly begins. There are definitely antecedents to this mass murder. There's violence directed against many victims, as we shall see in the next lecture. But this is when the Holocaust, as we understand it properly, really began. And eventually its nadir would be reached in about a year with the construction and operation of the death camps themselves. And just to bring us to the end of this story, of course, 1945 is the end of the war and the end of the Holocaust per se, but its legacy lives on to this day in many ways that we will approach at the end of this class. I hope that you will have the patience and the fortitude to make your way through these lectures. It is very difficult material, but I think it's deeply meaningful and very important to understand this in order to ensure that we all act as responsible citizens in a global society. Thank you very much for watching.
I have actually two other ones of a molten melon that was dropped off of one case in Australia and another in another area. I'm not allowed to say, but it was one actually happened supposedly. I kind of find the guy again in Fresno. Maybe he's listening. And he said,
now that we've outlined in very basic form the parameters of the Holocaust, terminology we use to describe it, some of its unusual features, and the period of time we're speaking about, we definitely have to spend some time right now at the initial moments of this series talking about the victims. The story of the victims, of course, overlaps with all of the lectures, but let us begin with a very brief overview of who were Hitler's victims. The first of Hitler's victims were not Jews. They were, in fact, Germans with mental or physical disabilities. And this, I think, is an extremely telling point about the nature of Nazi Germany. We see this amazing quote that resonates with me from Mohandas Mahatma Gandhi, who wrote, "The true measure of any society can be found in how it treats its most vulnerable members." And these people with developmental disabilities, children with disabilities, were the very first to be targeted by the Nazi state. The origins of this really lie in something called social Darwinism. I'm sure you're familiar with Charles Darwin, who is associated with the theory of evolution, the concept of the origin of the species. Although Darwin was mainly thinking about the natural world, there are other thinkers who developed his thought as applicable to human civilizations as well. meaning that the various peoples of the world can somehow be racially divided into how well they are adapted to their environment. And this very noxious idea meant that peoples or races, which is in itself a term that was developed in the 19th century, would somehow be fighting with each other for scarce resources, and that they had unique characteristics, positive or negative, that would somehow predispose them to be more or less successful. I'll go into that in some detail in just a moment. But let us try to understand how Darwinist ideas were expressed in the concept of eugenics. The word eugenics means literally in Greek, good birth or good family, and it is an idea that was first pioneered by Sir Francis Galton that took the very obvious observation that people tend to resemble their parents physically and sometimes in other ways as well, and applied it to a quasi-scientific model of trying to improve the human race, literally, by weeding out those who had limitations, intellectual or physical or otherwise. And you see from some of the propaganda that came out of that era, which had a very strong backing in the scientific community, and this is not the place, but it is important to mention that many societies, including America, put into practice some very noxious social measures to try and further the goals of eugenics by, for example, sterilizing individuals who were thought to be beneath the value of a given society. It often was tinged with racism. There was a widespread belief that people with darker skin color were somehow inferior and had characteristics that should not be propagated. And eugenics was meant to create kind of this artificial ideal of a Nordic, light-skinned, blonde, blue-eyed, highly intelligent human being. And many people approach this without seeing any of the obvious negative repercussions of such an approach. The Nazis, of course, were very deeply invested in the concept of eugenics, not only on the negative side of removing individuals from society forcibly through murder and other means, but also in terms of encouraging through equally brutal means the propagation of people who had these supposed desirable characteristics. The Lebensborn program, for example, or a Lifeborn program was designed to try and, in some cases, kidnap children who came from particularly eastern regions when they were conquered, and they had the desired characteristics, and they were taken from their parents and were raised as Aryans, so to speak, in Nazi Germany themselves. There are many other aspects of this. Perhaps we'll come to it later on in this program. But with regard to the specific targeting of disabled individuals in Germany, this is something that happened before the war began. Two individuals, Karl Binding and Alfred Hoche, wrote a very awful book, which is called Die Freigabe der Vernichtung Lebens und Werten Lebens. Terrible title, which means the permission to destroy those who are living life unworthy of life. And the authors made this sweeping generalization that people who suffered from physical or mental disabilities were somehow living a quality of life that was inappropriate, and somehow it would be better for the rest of the world to simply destroy those people because they were not equally abled to other members in society. This horrific book had a tremendous impact in Germany, and in fact it's still available even on Amazon today. You can see here, this is from a German Amazon website. The idea of this life unworthy of life was later made real by two co-directors, shown here as Karl Brandt in the Nazi environment, in which they created this Operation T4, which was named after a particular address in which the institute was held. In August of 1939, the Operation T4 issued a directive that was statewide that ordered all doctors and nurses to report any children under the age of 3 who had mental or physical disabilities. And this report was then used to round up these children in a variety of manners and then simply to kill them, amazingly. Parents were urged to send their children with disabilities to quote-unquote clinics where they were murdered, sometimes through starvation and abuse, sometimes through lethal injection, and sometimes, as we shall see, even through carbon monoxide poisoning, which had a tremendous impact on the future development of the Holocaust per se. Over 70,000 German children were killed in this manner before the operation was stopped. And the only reason that it stopped was because of public outcry. It lasted for about 2 years officially, and then was reinstated later secretly. And by the time the war was over 200,000 people with mental and physical disabilities were murdered. Absolutely horrific statement. Now, the villainy of these horrific monsters were somewhat offset by people like Dr. Hans-Gerhard Kreuzfeld, shown here, who chose to resist the Nazis early on by faking a diagnosis of his patients. But that's the small story. The larger story is that people like Philipp Bühler, shown here, were able to proceed with this as an open secret, that people knew what was going on, that these children would be sent away to clinics, and then in remarkable numbers, they were not coming home. The public protest against this destruction of life, unworthy of life, was really quite muted, and it only built up 2 years into the war. During this time, the Nazis developed many methodologies of killing people they felt were unworthy of life, including the use of this carbon monoxide gas, and that would, of course, later be used in the gas chambers themselves. So in many ways, Hitler's first victims prefigured the entire Holocaust. Understanding what happened to these, the most vulnerable victims of the Nazi onslaught, children with disabilities, later adults with disabilities, says much about how the Holocaust would unfold in later years. The Jews, of course, are perhaps the most well-known of the victims of the Holocaust. They're certainly not the only victims of the Holocaust. It's difficult to estimate with any precision the number of Jews that lived in Europe at the eve of World War II, but it's most likely somewhere just above 10 million, perhaps as many as 12 million Jews. So that means that the massacre of some 6 million Jews, and in fact that number is also subject to a certain amount of debate. We'll get to that towards the end of this class, but the wide diversity of quality of census taking across Europe, particularly in this extremely difficult period of revolution and world war and population migration, means it's hard to get a really clear number. There are some respectable estimates that place the number of Jews killed at closer to 5, and there are also respectable estimates that place the number of Jews killed as higher than 7 million. So, but we use the number 6 million as a relatively reasonable estimate of the Jews that were murdered by the Nazis. They were spread out throughout Europe, massed primarily in Eastern Europe, in the Soviet Union, in Poland, but significant populations in England, Western Europe, Germany, France, and so on. But I'd like to say a few things about the nature of this population on the eve of the war. The first thing I should say is that it was a society in flux. The Jews were hardly monolithic on the eve of World War II. They had come from a pre-modern environment in which they were seen as largely as foreigners. Even though they had lived in Europe for well over 1,000 years, they nevertheless had a series of civic disabilities, but they had organized themselves very efficiently in a Kahila-type organization, a kind of a self-help model of self-government that allowed them to be really quite independent and to take care of their society without tremendous assistance from the government, and in fact many times in a superior manner to the government at the time. This began to break down very significantly in the 18th century with the development of a new notion of citizenship. Perhaps most well illustrated by the French Revolution, which occurred in 1789, and then 2 years later, all of the Jews of France were emancipated, meaning they were made equal to non-Jewish Frenchmen and French women. And this meant that the internal organization of the Jewish community had to cease, because it wouldn't make sense to have a state within a state, as it were. So Jews were forced to make decisions about how they wanted to affiliate with the Jewish community and how they would relate themselves to the state as a whole. There's a lot more to be said here, but beyond the scope of our lecture. Over the course of the next 150 years, they rapidly modernized. The Jews were always a very urban people, always very literate and very numerate, and so they were well poised to advance themselves during the period of modernization that followed on with the granting of citizenship. But the granting of citizenship was hardly uniform. In France, it was granted basically in one fell swoop, first to Sephardim and then to Ashkenazim. In Germany, there was quite a bit of a back and forth over the next 150 years, whether or not to grant Jews citizenship. And that colored in many ways the specific experience of German Jewry in relating to the larger environment. In Russia, it was not granted at all until 1917, when the Russian Empire fell and was replaced by the Soviet Union. So the way in which they modernized was really quite different as you move from west to east. Similarly, huge varieties of religious observance. The notion that European Jewry was monolithically orthodox is patently false. The Reform movement, the conservative movement, all had their origins in 19th century Europe, particularly in the western regions, and had created many different modalities of religious observance with significant tension with traditional observers as well. And then finally, we should understand that to a large degree, particularly in Eastern Europe, it was emptying itself of Jews as we moved towards the turn of the 20th century. A wide-scale, massive migration of more than 2 million Jews away from Eastern Europe and to the New World, to the United States, to Canada, to South America, Israel, Australia, South Africa, and so on. So it was a population that was very dynamic, very diverse, and very much changing as a result of this migration. But by and large, I think one of the most useful ways to think about the Jews of Europe at this time is to divide them into Eastern and Western Europe. This is, by the way, something that will be very relevant for our understanding of Nazi policies, because they pursued very different approaches to the countries in Western Europe that they conquered, as opposed to the countries in Eastern Europe. And when I say Eastern Europe, I'm talking primarily of countries like Poland, Romania, the Baltic states of Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, of course, the Russian Empire, later Soviet Union, and so on. So what's the major differences between Eastern and Western Europe when it comes to the Jewish population? First of all, the population of Jews in Eastern Europe was much higher. This is a result of migrations that occurred from the 13th to the 17th centuries, and so you have a significantly larger core population of Jews in Eastern Europe than in Western Europe. Secondly, as I mentioned earlier, they're highly urbanized, more so in the West than in the East, but they're very much attuned to the centers of cultural, economic, social activity. And since they tend to arrive in many of these places very early on in their history, populations going back over a millennium, they tend to be located in the downtown cores of many of these cities. Religiously, as I mentioned earlier, the Western European Jews tended to adopt many other non-traditional forms of religious observance through this new conservative and reform movement. Those are the American terms. Of course, back then they were called historical positivist and liberal. The language was also quite different. In Eastern Europe, the overwhelming majority of Jews spoke a Jewish Creole language called Yiddish, which is basically medieval German mixed with a high number of Hebrew, Aramaic, and even Romance language terms and also written in the Hebrew alphabet. Yiddish was by far the mother tongue of the vast majority of Jews from Eastern Europe. In Western Europe, however, they were rapidly adopting the vernacular as their first language, and their use of Yiddish significantly declined. Nowhere, however, was Hebrew the mother tongue. Hebrew, the ancient language, although always used as a scholarly language, as a religious language, that was something that had become moribund in favor of Yiddish and the vernaculars. But it was revived by the Zionist movement at the turn of the 20th century, and of course it became the revived language of the modern state of Israel. Politically, Jews in Western Europe were looking to various models of what we might call liberalism today. In Eastern Europe, there was a wide variety of political approaches. The vast majority of Jews, their peers, were politically quiescent, were not specifically involved in any political organization. But when we look at the few election results that we have from Eastern Europe, they tend to be Zionist in orientation, and there's also a strong socialist trend as well. And then finally, the idea of nationalism. What does it mean to be a Jewish nationalist? This is not something that was well developed in Western Europe, where Jews saw the benefit of civic engagement and they saw the benefit of emancipation, and they strove to define themselves as good Englishmen, good Frenchmen, and so on. In Eastern Europe, however, there was much less of this phenomenon, whereas Jews saw their national identity as being expressed more in Zionism, or perhaps in a new communist idea, which hopefully we will return to later as well. One last detail that's very important in understanding the Jewish experience in the Holocaust. One of the major sub-ethnic dividers of the Jewish people are between Ashkenazim and Sephardim. The term Ashkenaz is a biblical term that was used to describe the Jews of the Rhineland, that is in northern Germany, and their descendants who overwhelmingly constitute the bulk of European Jews, especially in Eastern Europe. The term Sephardim comes from the term Sfarad, which is a biblical term as well, and it's used to identify Spain. And even though Jews were emptied from the Iberian Peninsula in the 15th century with the Great Expulsion, nevertheless, Sephardic Jews hold on to their traditional ethnic and cultural orientation even 500 years after that great event of 1492. So where were they living? And the experience of Ashkenazim and Sephardim during the Holocaust is quite distinct. Looking at a map of Europe, most of the regions conquered by the Nazis were inhabited by Ashkenazim. So much of the story that we'll be telling describes events that happened to Ashkenazic Jews. There are some significant Sephardic populations, particularly in Greece, that fell under the Nazi onslaught and met with the same kind of experience as their Ashkenazi brethren. But for the most part, Sephardi Jews were living in North Africa under Nazi rule. And the nature of the Nazi domination of North Africa was really quite different. So we will, God willing, return to the Sephardic experience, but for the most part, with the exception of the Jews of Greece, who were Sephardim, who experienced the Ashkenazic version of the Holocaust, most of the story is going to be about Ashkenazim. It's also important to recognize that the Jews were not the sole racial enemies in the Nazi mindset. So very high up on their target list were the so-called gypsies, which is considered a derogatory term. The gypsies themselves prefer to refer to themselves as Roma or Sinti. These are a group of peoples that live in many different countries throughout Europe. There's many questions about their origins, both linguistically and ethnically and so on. Very little is known about the nature of Roma life before the Holocaust because they had an aversion more pronounced than Jews and many other peoples to participating in censuses and to engaging in society on an official level. Although many Roma and Sinti assimilated completely into regular civic life, holding positions in civil service and so on, even, the stereotypical Roma settlement is kind of like a wandering group of musicians, artisans, and so on, who tend to live on the outskirts of settled societies, living a much more nomadic lifestyle. The Nazis hated the Gypsies pretty much with the same degree of hatred that they had for the Jews, and they targeted them as well for murder. But because of the difficulty that we have already seen with measuring the number of Jews before 1939, this problem is exacerbated when we look at the number of Roma. They were characterized as asocials, meaning there was a broad category of peoples that were considered to be somehow, detrimental to an ideal Nazi way of life. And this is something that did not begin with Hitler. This is something that preceded the Nazi Empire, much like anti-Semitism predates the Nazi period, and Hitler simply expanded on it and took it to a murderous conclusion. Finally, it's important to note that there are a whole host of victims of the Nazi regime that do not fall easily into racial categories. They were, for example, social victims. If you have a look at this chart, for example, which demonstrate the classifications of prisoners in various concentration camps, which existed prior to the war and were actually set up early on in the Nazi Empire. You can see that they were assigned typically triangles, colored triangles that were affixed to their clothing while they were prisoners, and it indicated the kind of crimes that they had somehow committed against the Nazi state. There were political enemies. That's primarily communists, but also socialists, and also people who simply don't like Hitler, journalists, and so on. There were people who applied, who were common criminals. Even in the Nazi code of criminality, if anyone were branded as a criminal, they could be thrown into these concentration camps. There were biblical forschers, which means essentially Jehovah's Witnesses. Evangelicals of various stripes were targeted by Nazi, in particular Jehovah's Witnesses. Homosexuals, of course, were targeted, and they were given a pink triangle, which is used in modern times by many gay movements to assert their right to exist as homosexuals. And then there was the generic category of asocials as a whole, anyone basically that Hitler did not like. So there's so many different ways to fall into the trap of Hitler's murderous rampage against German society, and many people actually fit into several categories. As you can see here, the badges would have to be modified to include if a person was, for example, a Jew and a political enemy and possibly a criminal and so on. So this just gives you a sense of the expanding scope of victimhood that was applied to German citizens by the Nazis.
Instruments that were, I felt, inevitable, but not yet possible. But I could see a path to making them, and so I said to those people, get out of my way, I'm going to do this, because I know once I've got it, it will become valuable to everybody, that's what made my career in theology.
The Holocaust, of course, was built on centuries, even millennia, of anti-Judaic prejudice. What I'd like to do over this lecture is to give you a very brief introduction to the nature of anti-Semitism that Hitler inherited and developed, and in the following lecture we'll look specifically at themes that are especially prominent in Nazi anti-Semitism. So it's important to understand that anti-Semitism is one of these bizarre types of hatred that has remarkable resilience. It is perhaps, as some have argued, the oldest hatred. And we see that it is able to somehow persist over centuries and in widely divergent cultures with tremendous tenacity by shifting to the needs of that particular place and time. Meaning, the ideological reasons that form the substrata of hatred of Jews changes depending on what the society will tolerate. And in this, scholars have identified several different ways to break down the nature of anti-Semitic ideology. Gavin Langmuir, for example, has identified a difference between what he called conventional anti-Semitism and chimeric Jew hatred. Conventional anti-Semitism is kind of like the natural hatreds that we see between all kinds of different peoples for whatever reason, and that's certainly, as old as Cain and Abel, that people will hate each other for one reason or another. But chimeric anti-Semitism, which is based on the Greek idea of the chimera, the monster that is created by putting different parts together that don't exist in real life, this is kind of like a pathological, bizarre type of anti-Semitism that emerges in particular in the Middle Ages. We'll see that shortly. Others have pointed to the unique, quote-unquote, redemptive aspect of Nazi anti-Semitism, that unlike many earlier anti-Semitism, somehow by becoming an anti-Semite in Hitler's worldview, you could somehow save the world. And that added a tremendous amount of impetus to this hatred and made it much more palatable to people to adopt this ideology. We'll see shortly. The four basic periods that we're going to cover, however, are as follows. First, xenophobia, which is characteristic of the ancient period. Secondly, early Christian anti-Judaism, which is something that is born from the unique nexus of Judaism as a mother religion and emergent Christianity as a daughter religion. And this is associated with late antiquity through the medieval period. And then third, Jew hatred per se, which we find in the medieval period. And then finally, modern anti-Semitism, which dates really from the 19th century onward. And we will explore Nazi anti-Semitism next lecture, which is a variant of modern anti-Semitism. So to look at xenophobia first. The term xenophobia literally means the fear of the strange, the fear of the different. And when you look at the significant number of Greco-Roman writings directed at the Jews, indicating a certain level of anti-Hebrew antipathy, we see that there's a phenomenon in which it seems the Greeks and Romans just don't understand Jews and resent them for their lack of conformity. Like, for example, the fact that Jews would not sit down to eat non-kosher meals with Romans. This was considered very impolite. The fact that they would not bow down to statues, which was considered, typical civic religion for Romans, this was considered impiety. The fact that they took off one day in 7 to rest, the Sabbath, which is perhaps one of the Jews' greatest contribution to human civilization, the fact that they would take off one day in 7 meant that they were slothful or lazy. So these kinds of misunderstandings of Jewish culture led to a certain degree of hatred, but this is the kind of hatred that it's basically a normal kind of hatred. Just to give you one illustration, this is the Arch of Titus, which was constructed by the Romans after they were able to quell the rebellion in Judea in the 1st century. And this was a victory arch that was designed essentially to commemorate the Roman conquest of Judea after rebels had taken the temple. As you walk through the arch, of course, there's this famous frieze here. You can see there are Jewish captives taking the loot from the temple off to Rome, including the golden menorah and so on. And many would argue this is an anti-Semitic depiction, but I think that would basically be a misunderstanding. The Romans didn't hate the Jews per se, certainly not in the same way the Nazis would. They viewed them as political and military enemies. And when they crushed their political enemies in the year 70, after a long and drawn-out provincial war, they celebrated with this kind of monumental architecture. This is something that virtually every civilization has done throughout human history. So it's hard to understand this as being somehow an unusual or strange type of hatred. Here, by the way, is the colorized version after some research by my colleague Stephen Fine at Yeshiva University, who was able to analyze flecks of paint left behind to see this is the way Romans would have observed that same scene. The second major period and a big shift in the nature of anti-Semitism is early Christian anti-Judaism. We must recall that Christianity was essentially a Jewish movement made up entirely of Jewish figures that eventually reached out to the non-Jewish world and became a massive world religion by the 4th century. And the separation between the daughter religion and the mother religion was not without difficulty. And there was a certain amount of antipathy that was generated on both sides. Looking at it from the Christian perspective, for our purposes, perhaps the greatest illustration of this kind of theological dispute is the famous juxtaposition of ecclesia et synagoga, the church and the synagogue. This is a form of art. It's really kind of a trope that was designed primarily to communicate a complex relationship between Judaism and Christianity to a largely illiterate audience of churchgoers throughout the Middle Ages. And we have literally hundreds upon hundreds of examples of the ecclesia and synagogue motif. Having a look at this very famous one here, you can see in this monumental architecture, the church, ecclesia, is represented, clear-eyed with a crown indicating authority, the upright staff indicating power, temporal power, and so on. And she is contrasted with ecclesia, who is shown here blindfolded by a serpent, right? Very strong kind of metaphor there. The devil has, so to speak, hidden her from the truth. She's not wearing a crown. Her staff is broken. Often she's depicted having the 10 Commandments fall from her hand and so on. And the whole metaphor is meant to say that God no longer favors the mother religion, Judaism, and has transferred God's favor to the daughter religion, Christianity. Literally hundreds of examples, sometimes more violent, such as this example that shows the ecclesia mounted on a horse, literally jousting with the synagogue. You can see on the right, synagogue is depicted wearing the Judenhut. This is a kind of a hat that Jews were forced to wear in Europe from the 13th century. And the church is literally killing the synagogue, who is riding on a sow, also a very important metaphor in German anti-Semitic material. And here's one that I find especially powerful. This is from a stained glass window in a church in Verben, Germany, from the 14th century. On the right, the ecclesia is riding on a tetramorph, a four-headed animal, and a crown is placed on her head from heaven, indicating divine approval. The contrasting image of synagogue, on the other hand, shows a sword being driven through her head. She's blindfolded, the crown's being knocked off her head, and her staff is broken, all indicating a strong level of disapproval. Now, even though these images tend to be rather violent, they're essentially church images. They're couched within a theological vocabulary to indicate that this is an argument between ideologies, not necessarily an argument between people. It's talking about Judaism with a capital J, Christianity with a capital C, not necessarily individual Jewish people and Christian people. There's a lot more to be said about that, but that's basically where this artistic debate rages. The third level, however, is when it really gets down to the level of people. This is what I'd like to call medieval Jew hatred. And we see it beginning in the 12th century and picking up a lot of speed as secular printing is able to disseminate these ideas much more widely. So here, for example, you see a grotesque depiction of the so-called ritual murder of Simon of Trent, a 15th century incident in which, unfortunately, a young Christian child was found murdered. And the population rose up in anger and blamed the Jews for it, arguing without any evidence whatsoever that the Jews needed to kill this young child and drink his blood for ritual purposes. A horrible, terrible lie that has no basis in reality and yet became extremely powerful in the popular imagination, and was repeated several times right up until the 21st century. This has been a myth that's very hard to shake. And you can see in this horrible depiction that popularized the incident, showing all of these Jews so identified by the round yellow circle that they were required to wear as torturing this young child. And just to give you a sense of how this is far from disappeared, an artist named Gasparo in the 21st century, in the year 2020, actually painted a modern version of this incident. You'll find it on websites even today with headlines like this website, Jews apoplectic over new painting honoring Simon of Trent, a child ritually murdered by Jews in the 15th century. Said without irony whatsoever, this is a complete lie and a canard, but nevertheless, this is indicative of the nature of medieval Jew hatred, where it goes off the rails. It's no longer a debate between a rabbi and a priest. Now it's about the murder of children. It's about actual attacks on Jewish communities that followed many of these charges, pogroms, public burnings, and so on. Much more to say about this, but I think I've conveyed the idea of it. Let us conclude with a look at modern anti-Semitism, which has two basic characteristics. And this is perhaps the most powerful demonstration of the fact that anti-Semitism can survive on the moon, as it were. Anti-Semitism can survive in very different circumstances. With the scientific revolution and later the Enlightenment, there is a general decline in religious adherence throughout Europe. And as religiosity begins to wane, anti-Semites need to find new reasons to justify their hatred of their Jew. As Jean-Paul Sartre put it in his famous book, Réflexions sur la question juive, if the Jew did not exist, the anti-Semite would invent him. Meaning that the anti-Semite needs to find a way to justify these beliefs. So with modern times, the two major things that were created to justify anti-Semitism were scientific in nature, I put that in quotes, and they were related to the idea of a conspiracy. First of all, we should understand the term anti-Semitism. This is a brand new term which was coined in the 19th century by an anti-Semite named Wilhelm Marr, who wanted to find a more polite alternative to the terms Judenhass or Judenfeinde, which meant essentially Jew hatred. And these were terms which were considered, kind of like, uncouth, like using, so to speak, the N-word. One wouldn't use that in polite conversation. And so therefore, he wanted to find a term that sort of justified and cleansed the hatred of Jews. Based on linguistic theory, that there are many different, there's a whole family of languages called Semitic, which includes Hebrew and includes Arabic. He said, I'm against Semitism, by which he meant the philosophy that goes along with being a Semite. And by Semite, he meant only Jew, not Arab. So that's where the term comes from. It's an attempt to whitewash Jew hatred. It has now become a term of opprobrium in itself, so that's not the way it was used for the first 60-odd years of its existence. But the two elements that are distinct for modern anti-Semitism is the idea of it being quasi-scientific racism. The idea that the Jew, as you see on the illustration on the left, la libre parole, that the Jew somehow has a biological basis for being the way he or she is. Somehow, this is before genetics were developed, but the idea was somehow in their DNA. This is actually an illustration of the very popular belief at the time in phrenology, that specifically the bumps on a person's head, the shape of one's skull, could indicate overall undevelopment of various moral qualities. And so here's a Jew portrayed in a kind of phrenological diagram with various negative traits under the skin. So the idea that the Jews constituted a distinct race and that they had to be somehow defeated as a race, which flowed very much from what we saw last lecture in social Darwinism, that was joined to the idea of a conspiracy theory. That somehow these Jews who were racially different were nevertheless linked in a global conspiracy to dominate Christianity. As you see on the right, an illustration of the notorious anti-Semitic work, The Protocols of the Elders of Zion, in this case a Spanish translation from Mexico City, El Gobierno Mundial Invisible, the invisible world government, the Jewish program to subjugate the world. Right? The idea of a conspiracy, and of course the image showing the wealthy capitalist Jew with his claws on the globe and squeezing it for blood should be fairly obvious. So those are the four basic periods of anti-Semitic ideology that Hitler inherited, but as we shall see in the next lecture, he expanded on them really quite significantly.
Because if you ask the average person today, do you envision a world where war doesn't exist? Most people are saying no, right? The vast majority, except for a few delusional hippies, is going to say right? But if you ask them, okay, given this super intelligent AI...
There are four major periods of the development of anti-Semitic ideology. The last one, the current one, called modern anti-Semitism, is the one in which the Nazis participated. However, Hitler took it to new extremes with a few developments that we're going to explore right now. The first is the notion of parasitism. One of the elements that Hitler expanded was the notion that the Jews were somehow a distinct race, and that the quality of their survival was related to their ability to act as a parasite. You know, just like cockroaches are said to be able to live through a nuclear holocaust because they have the ability to kind of find the chinks in a given society, so too the Jews were like kind of a cancer that could live off a healthy host to great success. So you have a look at this this book cover, which predated Hitler's rise to power, Die Sünde wider das Blut, The Sin Against the Blood, ein Zeitroman, a novel of the times from someone named Arthur Dintor. And you can see the muscular, shirtless Aryan male who is weighed down by the vulture that clearly has stereotypical Jewish features with the heavy jowls and the large nose and the thick lips and so on. And the message is essentially that the sin against the blood is that one day the Jews will feed on the rotting corpses of Aryan civilization like a vulture, a bird that eats carrion, feeds on them. The parasitism is very prominent in this particular image. Another example, and this comes from the Nazi era, a twisted woman named Elvira Bauer, who created, she was an 18-year-old kindergarten teacher who created a series of children's books for Nazi propaganda purposes. This is one called Der Giftpilz, the poisonous mushroom or the toadstool. And the whole metaphor here is that the Jews are a different species, just like toadstools, poisonous mushrooms, are different from regular mushrooms, but it's hard to tell them apart. You have to be an expert to tell them apart. And of course, the message of this to children was, be very careful. You may meet some Jews who look like they're very nice people, and they look like regular people, but they're not. They're actually toadstools, right? Very dangerous, noxious kind of message. Also, the parasitism, of course, is that the toadstools, they live in places where there is decay. The association of Jews with various noxious creatures like spiders, as you see here in a 1941 Nazi publication in France, Le Peril Juif, shown as a spider. Here's an earlier one showing the Jew as a louse, which I find this one artistically kind of interesting. The Jew as a louse. And if you look carefully in the pupils of the eyes, you'll see that there's a dollar sign in the louse's right eye and a hammer and sickle in the left eye, which alludes to the related charge of the conspiracy theory, that behind the American dollar, behind Soviet power, is in fact the Jew who is acting as a parasite like a louse. This actually comes from Louis Streicher's Der Stürmer magazine. Here's a propaganda poster from Warsaw in Polish, and the Germans were using propaganda to tremendous success all over Europe, and it associates Jews with fleas and with typhus that was carried by them. A very strong image there. Here's another example from France that identifies Jews with the microbe itself. It reads, Tuberculosis, syphilis, and cancer, they're all curable. But we have to make the grand finish of all of them the Jew, meaning we have to wipe out the Jews themselves in this microscopic image of the Jewish microbe, so to speak. So Jews are identified as kind of like a germ, a bacillus, some kind of infectious disease. And by the way, I'm giving this lecture right now in quarantine during the coronavirus condition that's happening across the Europe right now, pandemic. Just show you a couple from our own times in 2020. Here is contemporary image. It's not Chinese, it's the Jew flu, right? And here the anti-Semitic artist is trying to associate the Jew with the horrible pandemic that's affecting all of America right now. And here's another one. If you have the bug, give a hug, spread the flu to every Jew. And related to our purposes, at the bottom is the word Holocaust, which is meant to be obviously
This guy
but
sucks.
the notion that COVID-19, the illness that affects people with coronavirus, is a respiratory transmission.
You know who doesn't
Let's move
suck?
back to this 20th century. The second major element that's very, very strong in Nazi anti-Semitism is the concept that the Jews are linked in an international conspiracy. That's in fact what this particular image is titled. And you can see there's all these kind of like dramatic lines connecting the Jew to several figures who are not necessarily Jewish themselves, but nevertheless world authorities,
So I don't give a shit.
Roosevelt in America, Churchill in England, Stalin in the Soviet Union, and that the Jew is somehow, playing them like a puppeteer. Very, very strong image. Here's another example of Nazi propaganda that you see behind the British, the American, the Soviet flag. This, of course, is when these are the Allies fighting against Nazi Europe. Behind the enemy's curtain, the Jew is what the caption reads, meaning that the Jewish capitalists. Notice the same kind of images we saw last week with the corpulent, bureaucratic capitalist with the watch fob. In this case, it has a Star of David on it. The heavy jowls, lips, and nose. These are all stereotypical images. So the connection of the racial component, the idea of the parasite Jew to the conspiracy Jew, is something that runs through as a very strong theme in Nazi anti-Semitism. A third element, which I think is quite distinct in Nazi themes, and you see it also in the medieval period, but the Nazis really pioneered it for modern terms, is prurience. I'm not going to show you images that convey this more directly, but the Nazis understood that this kind of propaganda is essentially borrowing the same elemental power of pornography, that there's a kind of like, can't look away from the grotesquerie, like when you're driving down the highway and you see an accident and you can't help but look at the accident. So they capitalized on this very heavily. One of the most horrible and most egregious examples of this is this terrible publication called Der Stürmer, the Stormtrooper, published by Julius Streicher. In this particular one, which I'm just using as a sample but not necessarily to illustrate this point, it says Jüdische Mordplan, the Jewish murder plan, right? Clearly linking to the idea of a conspiracy. And it shows in the image these Jews who are capturing the blood that's flowing from the necks of murdered Christian children. And that's the whole idea of it. And the blood and the violence and the sexuality, the rape scenes, abortion, all kinds of images like this find themselves in Nazi propaganda. Related to this, the idea of pedophilia, the Jew as the pedophile. Like this particular example, related to some of the children's propaganda I showed you earlier, shows a Jew giving out candy treats to young Aryan children. The caption not shown here says that I have much more candy, but you'll have to come inside to get it. And of course, luring them to a horrible fate. This is the kind of pornographic and violent elements that the Nazis really exacerbated with their anti-Semitic images. It should be noted as well that one of the themes that happened to obsess Hitler personally was the concept of Rassenschande, or race shaming, which is the notion of intimate relations between Jews and non-Jews in Germany. And quite often, couples that had these kinds of mixed relationships were specifically isolated and publicly humiliated, like this couple here, which who were forced to wear these placards that specifically relate to the nature of their relationship. Finally, we should return to this one idea that's very, very powerful in many of Hitler's speeches in particular, this idea of redemptive anti-Semitism, a concept that was articulated by a historian named Friedlander. The notion is that by becoming an anti-Semite, you can save Germany. You can rescue Germany. Everybody knows, Himmler once said, that there is this good Jew or that good Jew, and no one will appreciate the hard work we put in murdering all of these Jews. But nevertheless, it has to be done, this is the way the argument goes, for the sake of larger Germany. This particular image, which dates from 1920, and I'm very tempted to think was actually painted by Hitler himself. He was something of an amateur artist. You can see in the bottom, there are the initials AH, and very primitive early swastikas. This is before the Nazi movement even accepted Hitler into its ranks, but the image is portraying a nude Aryan woman, once again the Prurians, and behind her is this leering, looming, ugly Jew. And the idea is that the Jew is eventually going to have his way with this Aryan woman if someone doesn't step in and somehow avert the tragedy. That's something that Hitler said was essentially a cosmic and existential struggle, and that it was waged entirely against a hidden enemy, that the Jew had to be discovered. This is a very, very important theme. And it provided justification for what any other human being would regard as unjustifiable behavior.
Yes. So, I mean, I don't know if the narrative instantly became, the Bolsheviks, I don't know, I mean, lizard people, right? Yeah, well, I don't know if they're lizard, well, they probably are lizard people, but, I mean, when Karen Bass, here's the crazy thing about...
Let's spend just a few minutes talking about Hitler's personal and family background before we get to the history of the Holocaust itself. And in order to understand the very question, we have to look to a historiographic debate between two schools of thought as to how to interpret the Holocaust as a whole. One school is called the intentionalist school, and the other school is called the functionalist school. Now, what does that actually mean? So intentionalism, which is associated in particular with scholars like Lucy Davidovitz, who wrote a very important book called The War Against the Jews, 1933 to 1945, is a school of thought which you may have heard of before, that essentially understands the Holocaust as the expression of one man's maniacal crusade to destroy the Jews in Europe, and a small cadre of conspirators that joined him in this effort, particularly high-ranking Nazi officials like Himmler and Heydrich and Goering and so on, and the SS and a few other key elements in German society. The notion of this kind of conspiracy model of the Holocaust, which has a lot of really positive benefits to understanding the Holocaust, really grew out of the 1947 Nuremberg war crimes trials shown here, in which American prosecutors in particular wanted to try and define a legal strategy to identify those members of German society that could adequately be prosecuted, brought to justice, while at the same time maintaining a superior position for the Allies vis-a-vis the Soviet war they were having, the Cold War. There's a lot more to say about this, and I hope that we shall return to this at the very end of this course when we look at the aftermath of the Holocaust. But what ended up happening was the legal team essentially looked at the events of the Holocaust and defined it in this way, where Hitler was at the ground zero. He was the essential, necessary, and sufficient cause for the Holocaust, he drew to himself a small group of these co-conspirators, and essentially the vast majority of the population was basically duped into going along with this murderous plan. That's the intentionalist model, and it's so called because Hitler intended the Holocaust from the very beginning. That's the sense of that particular school of thought. The other school of thought, which begins to emerge in the late 1950s and especially into the 1990s, is associated with people like Christopher Browning, who wrote an extremely important book called Ordinary Men, Reserve Police Battalion 101 and the Final Solution in Poland. And this is an example of a very different approach to the Holocaust, which, without denying the absolutely virulent and violent hatred of Jews that Hitler had from a very young age, tries to look at the Holocaust kind of like from a different perspective and to understand, well, what were the major elements that allowed so many people to participate in this horrific social experiment of ridding Europe of its Jews. And by taking himself out of that particular mind frame that Hitler and his code of conspirators duped the rest of Europe, he was able to reveal a lot of really frightening new ways of looking at the Holocaust. And most important of which is this idea that the Holocaust was a function of the war. The word function in the sense of, like you've studied functions and relations in mathematical theory, that when one thing changes, another thing changes as well. And the basic elements of functionalist historians and their thought is that as the war became more brutal and as people became more inured to the inhumanity that was associated with the war, the Holocaust became more and more of a possibility. In other words, at the beginning of Hitler's reign, you have a certain amount of persecution, a certain amount of isolation and ostracism, and that grows throughout the interwar period until you have the acceptance of the idea of ghettoization, and then finally the acceptance of the idea of mass murder and even the gas chambers. Kind of like a ratchet effect, that as one thing changes, another thing changes as well. Hence functionalism. Now, that's not to say that Hitler's anti-Semitism is not an important factor in the entire evolution of the Holocaust, or devolution might be a more appropriate term, but nevertheless, it sheds light on the general culpability of European society as a whole. If we take away the bright spotlight on Hitler, which tends to throw all of the background into a dark shadow, and we begin to look at the entire picture, we see that there's a much more complicated social phenomenon going on. And in fact, a lot of the functionalist theories about how the Holocaust came to be have been substantiated by research in experimental psychology and other disciplines. We will come to these issues throughout this course, and let us hold on to this idea of the intentionalist versus the functionalist interpretation of the Holocaust, because it will illuminate quite a bit of our approach to many questions as we will encounter. At any rate, looking at this aspect of the Holocaust, let us try to understand Hitler's particular role from his youth in the development of his own anti-Semitic attitudes. So if we look at his family, here is a rather dramatic picture of Hitler as a baby. The primary source we have for our understanding of Hitler's life is, unfortunately, Hitler himself. He lived an entirely unremarkable life, and we don't have a lot of independent third-party sources that can tell us anything sophisticated about a man who changed the course of world history. Basically, he had a rather unremarkable middle-class Austrian childhood. He was born in a border community called Braunau am Inn. You can see here in the map where it's located on the border of Austria and Germany. His father was a customs official named Alois Hitler Schicklgruber, and it's important to note that he was born with the name Schicklgruber, but later on, for reasons which are not entirely clear, he took the name Hitler, or possibly Hitler, after an adoptive father. His own father was unknown, and that's how the name Schicklgruber was essentially that of his birth mother. The fact that his father was unknown was something which we will return to in a moment, may have plagued Hitler in his own notions of race purity. It's interesting to contemplate perhaps one of the ironies of history. What would have happened in World War II if Alois Hitler had never changed his name from Schicklgruber? Would there even have been a Holocaust if one had to say Heil Schicklgruber instead of Heil Hitler? But it's really more relevant to alternative history than to modern critical study of history. He buried and married 3 wives in the space of 3 years. His last wife was Clara Hitler, shown here, significantly younger than Alois Hitler, and Adolf was her child. He was very close to his mother and very far from his rather distant father, who actually died when he was quite young. Hitler, as you can see here from this class photo, dated about when Hitler was approximately 10 years old. Historians are quick to point out the rather defiant posture with the crossed hands and the slightly upraised chin that would be indicative of the pose he would take in all kinds of public photographs for the rest of his life. Nevertheless, did not stand out from his peers. We know that he had a very difficult relationship with his father, and when he was orphaned first from his father and then shortly thereafter by his mother, he decided he would pursue training as an artist. The most respected school for the study of art was certainly the Vienna School of Art, and Hitler tried repeatedly to gain admission to that school, but he was rejected. In fact, this would loom large in his own self-image, and he would frequently look back with resentment on the multiple rejections that he received. And according to the philosopher Jean-Paul Sartre, this was really at the root of Hitler's anti-Semitism, the notion that a Jew had taken his place at the Vienna School of Art, that really he was good enough to study at the Vienna School of Art, but somehow he had been displaced by Jews who were unfairly allowed access to the school. So this Sartre also wrote in his famous Réflexion sur la question juive, if the Jew did not exist, the anti-Semite would invent him. So for Sartre, the idea that Hitler's anti-Semitism was born from this need to explain his otherwise simple story of inadequacy is a large psychological theory. Perhaps we'll come back to it later in life. At any rate, as an artist, his work has been preserved to some degree, and it's rather, it's rather non-special in every way. You tend to make things like this, floral arrangements and landscapes and things like that. What is perhaps more fascinating are the few self-portraits that we have, such as this one, which shows him sitting alone on a bridge with a little X over his head. Not certain whether he added that himself, but it looks a little bit, if you can imagine, like sort of like adolescent angst-filled Instagram posts is really what he's doing, and gives you a little bit of a mindset into his thinking when he was in his late teens. Let us conclude by just a moment's reflection on the idea of psychohistory. Psychohistory is sort of like an offshoot of the School of Psychology and the School of History, and it is an attempt to try and impose some psychological analysis on figures in the past. A very difficult proposition indeed, especially because we're working with very limited sources. We're not able to interrogate the subject and so on. But we can identify a few things about Hitler's early years. Certainly we can identify his heroes. For example, he waxed quite poetic about Richard Wagner, who was a very important composer in the 19th century, who was, you may have heard the Flight of the Valkyries, for example, a very famous piece of music that is included in the movie Apocalypse Now and things like that. And Wagner tended to be sort of like an Odinist who wanted to return to the Norse gods and to the kind of Aryan nobility that they represented. And he wrote these massive operatic pieces, Tristan und Isolde and things like that. And Hitler really enjoyed that kind of heroic imagination and like this larger than life picture of what Germany and Germans stood for. Wagner, of course, was an inveterate anti-Semite himself. Hard not to see Hitler being influenced by that thought as well as his music. Another major influence on Hitler in his youth was Karl Lueger, shown here. Very charismatic mayor of Vienna. Lueger ran essentially on anti-Semitic policies and specifically seemed to use anti-Semitism as a sort of political tool to beat his opponents and try to socially glue together his supporters in unison on the idea of anti-Semitism. He was, however, a rather pragmatic anti-Semite, and in some cases he even appointed Jews to high positions within his administration. And when he was pressed about this, how can you appoint Jews? He said very famously, "Wer ein Jude ist, bestimme ich," meaning, I will be the one who decides who's a Jew here. So he had kind of like a pragmatic approach to anti-Semitism, but nevertheless his public persona was definitely very anti-Semitic. A friend of mine recently posted a photograph of Lueger's statue, by the way. This is dated from the summer of 2020, where we're having here in America tremendous upheaval, a lot of questions about the national monuments that we have here, Civil War heroes and Civil War villains, things like that. And here is a statue in Vienna of Karl Lueger, who is famous for tremendous things he did for the city, but at the same time his anti-Semitic legacy is very strong. And you can see painted all over this defaced statue is the word Schande, which means shame or for shame. And that's, I think, quite an interesting allusion to what's happening in America during this very difficult summer of 2020. At any rate, another aspect, as I mentioned, about the possible psychohistory of Hitler is this notion that his own grandfather was unknown. Now, many have opined that because we don't know who that grandfather is, perhaps Hitler's own grandfather was a Jewish man. It's highly, highly unlikely. There are some historians who point to the fact that his biological grandmother was treated once by a Jewish physician. Who knows, that kind of thing. Very, very unlikely kind of, passing encounters. But there's no question that this idea could have preyed very heavily on Hitler's mindset, particularly when his institutions were so demanding of racial purity. For example, if you wanted to belong to the SS, you had to prove that you had no Jewish blood in your background. Let us recall, by the way, that intermarriage between Jews and Germans was really quite high, something like 30% by the time Hitler comes of age in the early 1920s. So there's a significant number of people who have Jewish blood, although they're claiming to be full-blooded, so to speak, Aryan Germans. And so Hitler himself could not have proved that he had no Jewish blood in his system, and technically he would be invalidated from joining the SS himself. That must have galled him. At any rate, that gives you some sense of what Hitler's mindset would have been. Next, we're going to talk about his rise to power after World War I.
Oh my God. You can't say that if you don't know it's true, though. I just did. He likes to fuck. He was a good looking guy when he was young, super charismatic. Loved them ladies, which is, listen, that's Kennedy. It's classic.
I'd like to now speak a little bit about Hitler's rise to power. And we're going to begin with World War I, and we're going to end in 1933 when he becomes Chancellor of Germany. So 1914 to 1933 are the years we're going to be discussing now. The most important turning point in Hitler's life, without doubt, is the experience of World War I. Here you can see a photograph of him famously in the Munich Alexanderplatz when World War I was first announced. And looking at that photograph of him, which is in the circle detail area, it seems that he's quite pleased with the announcement. There's no question that many Germans and many Europeans as a whole
viewed World War I as some kind of bizarre Pyrrhic cleansing process. They thought that World War I would allow, the youth to kind of find their movement, find their sensibility, and to, in a manly way, encounter each other on the field of battle and emerge stronger and cleaner and more possessed of purpose. It was generally thought of as some kind of positive event. It was not viewed with the same horror that we look back on the beginning of the century now that we've lived 100 years of genocide ever since. A big part of the reason is because people didn't have a sense of what this kind of global conflict would be like. A lot had happened since the last major conflagration, which would have been the Franco-Prussian War of 1870. And, the changes in technology and the change in stability and the change in the degree of carnage was something that Europeans were simply not prepared for at all. You think about the kind of technological change, for example. This is the first war in technologies like these tanks were first deployed. Can you imagine what it would have been like when you're used to facing at most, perhaps, cavalry on horseback, and all of a sudden there's this unstoppable lozenge-shaped type device that can cross trenches and knock down trees and things like that. Airplanes were not heavily used during World War I, but primarily for reconnaissance and things like that. But the idea of war by air became much more significant during the course of the war and was also a tremendous terror. The use of the machine gun, which had been developed earlier, in fact, it was used in the American Civil War in the 19th century, now reached European shores, and the idea of this rapid fire engine of death that could cut down swaths of people rather than, single shot muskets that would have been used 100 years earlier with, you'd have to pause and you have to stamp down the gunpowder. This was an entirely different order of death, and people really weren't accustomed to the sense of it. The idea of gas. This is something which was not banned by world authorities before World War I, and the idea of releasing large clouds of gas that would float over into enemy trenches, or possibly, if the wind was wrong, float over into civilian villages nearby, is something that represented a huge new technological advance, or once again a step back in human progress, as people felt the fear of gas at a mortal level. It's important to note, of course, that Hitler himself was wounded by a gas attack, and that left a dramatic impact on his way of thinking about war and about the use of gas specifically. He famously said that he believed that all Jews should be held under gas, and that statement, which he made in the 1930s, was something that we tend to interpret it in the sense of what happened in places like Auschwitz and Treblinka and Majdanek, but it's quite possible that Hitler was thinking more of how he suffered with a gas attack in World War I, and not necessarily thinking of the nefarious death camps that would come later on in the 1940s. At any rate, here you see a photograph of a soldier wearing a gas mask and his horse also wearing a gas mask. Again, the strange kind of combination of 19th century warfare with horses and 20th century warfare with gas. The sheer degree of shelling, especially over very narrow swaths of territory, was overwhelming. Here's a field that still shows the scars, even in 2020, of the battleground, the number of craters that indicate how heavily this region was shelled during the course of World War I. So the people who emerged after World War I, maimed, quite often, these disfigured veterans losing limbs and things like that, came back to their European societies with a tremendous sense of malaise over the direction of society. There was a tremendous amount of questioning of, what happened to that kind of marching forward of progress of human civilization and so on. And this generation is called the lost generation for that reason. And there's a lot more to say about that, but I'm going to have to keep this video short. Another major thing that had a very dramatic effect on Hitler's way of thinking is something called revisionism. the most dramatic element of the post-war era was certainly the redrawing of the borders of Europe. If you look on the left-hand side of this map, you see that Europe was basically dominated by large empires before World War I. On the left, Germany covers a large amount of territory. The Austro-Hungarian dual monarchy, which covered a whole slew of ethnicities, and the Russian Empire commands much of Europe. After World War I, in the peace treaties that were signed, Germany and Austro-Hungary were the big losers. Russia, by the way, had fallen in a revolution in October 1917, so it was already gone as an empire, and a whole bunch of new countries were created in their midst. Looking at the map on the right, you can see that Germany has lost its land connection with East Prussia because Poland, a newly revived state that had disappeared in the late 18th century as a result of the annexation efforts of its neighbors, is now reborn, and since it had to have some kind of deep water port, it was given Danzig, or Gdansk, which separated Germany from East Prussia. Austro-Hungary, which ironically only had about 1/3 of its population was Austrian or Hungarian, is suddenly broken up into all these new countries. You see Czechoslovakia, which Hitler called a dagger pointed at the heart of Germany. Yugoslavia is newly created. Romania is enlarged. And towards the east, the Russian Empire loses its territories in Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, and part of Ukraine is added to the new Poland. So there's a really dramatic mixing up of the borders. There are some big winners, like the Czechs and Slovaks, who got their own country, and there are some big losers, like Austria-Hungary. One of the ironies that, for example, with Austria, is that during the wartime era, the country was led by an admiral. And if you look at the map of Austria, you'll see that it has no outlet to the sea, but nevertheless they have an admiral in charge of the country. That's just pointing to the kind of insecurities that were associated with these new boundaries. Also of note, more than half of Poland's citizens were not ethnic Poles. You can imagine that would lead to a lot of destabilization. And very closely allied with this revisionist thinking. In particular, Germans referred to something called the Dolchstoß. This is a term meaning the stab in the back. And in this short video, I'm not going to go into the really small details about why they believe this was the case, but many Germans who were in a revisionist mindset felt that the reason they lost World War I was not due to the ineptitude of their armed forces, rather it was due to some kind of betrayal that happened in the heartland, specifically associated with Jews. There was, in fact, a lot of feeling inside Germany that the war should no longer be prosecuted. It lasted from 1914 to 1918. It was a 4-year-long global war with massive costs on both sides. And so when Germany ended up surrendering, many felt that, we should not have surrendered. We should have pressed on to victory. And victory was within our grasp. If it were not for those unnamed backstabbers who associated with Jews, they would have won the war. So this kind of feeling of national resentment
of national betrayal that permeated the 1920s. Here you can see an Austrian cartoon, and again, the Austrians were also huge losers in World War I. And you can see the image here of a lantern-jawed, brave Austrian soldier who's sitting in the trenches, a characteristic of World War I, bravely looking off and steely-eyed as he surveys the enemy and is certain not to let them cross the boundary. But to his rear, with storm clouds brewing, this ugly anti-Semitic caricature of a Jewish woman wearing a French-style hat stabs him in the back. There is, by the way, a very close connection between anti-Semitic propaganda and misogynistic propaganda. That is, the hatred of women and the hatred of Jews. They tend to go hand in hand. Maybe at another class we'll have a chance to explore that connection in greater detail, but not for now. So there's this idea that Germany should have won. Germany should have been the masters of Europe, but in fact they were stabbed from the back, typically by Jews. That's an idea that motivated Hitler very prominently. The anti-Semitic feeling in the 1920s was literally palpable, particularly in the form of something called Notgeld, or necessity money. I'm just going to use this as an illustration of the kind of feelings of anti-Semitism and how close to the surface they were in the 1920s. Germany went through a tremendously hard time right after World War I. They were saddled with hyperinflation, where people's life savings, their life insurance policies and so on all just simply disappeared in this global economic collapse. There was the war guilt clause that was applied to Germans. There was the humiliating demilitarization of border areas, and Germans felt very badly about how they were treated in the Versailles and other treaties after World War I. Have a look at this Notgeld, for example. This is Notgeld refers to currency that is locally produced, because typically the national currency has lost its validity. So people are not able to exchange national German currency because the value is dropping all the time. They'll make up their own currency, their own, as it were, dollar bills that will be used locally as a generally accepted rate of exchange. So here's a 50 note from the town of Tuttstedt, and on the one side you have this kind of cartoon drawing that describes where Tuttstedt is, between Hamburg and Bremen. But then when you look on the obverse, you see there is a distinctly anti-Semitic image that shows capitalist Jews with their waistcoats and their bulging bellies and the heavy nose, the bald head, the bulging jowls, hanging from a tree as ravens come to feast on their corpses. In other words, this kind of currency is telling the bearer that we believe that all the Jews should be killed. Can you imagine if you're a young kid and your mother says, would you please go to the store and pick up a quart of milk and here's some money? And if you're a Jewish kid and you're looking at, wow, this is what my neighbors think of me. That's the level of anti-Semitism that was prevalent in the 1920s. Here's another example from the city of Sternberg, which commemorated an ancient desecration of the host libel that occurred in that town. Here on one side of two bills, you see a medieval drawing of the town of Sternberg. And here is the story. On the right, you can see a group of Jews who have gone to a corrupt priest, and they buy from him the host. The host is a wafer that Catholics will use in their religious ceremonies, which is through the doctrine of transubstantiation, identified with the founder of Christianity. I won't go into the details of theology here, but basically the host is holy, especially since the 13th century when this doctrine was really pushed in Europe. They take this host, which again is identified with the founder of Christianity, and they torture it. Here you see in this image, they've got it typically on their Passover seders. That's the way the story goes. And on the left, they are stabbing the host, and it is running freely with blood. A miraculous event that also, provides support to the whole argument that the wafer is, in fact, the founder of Christianity. And then they're discovered and burned alive. Now, this last slide is actually what happened in Sternberg about 500 years prior, and it is celebrated as some kind of important element of city history that is so wonderful that we should put it on our currency. Can you imagine what that must be like for the Jews who lived in Sternberg? Incredible. But that gives you a sense of what it was like in the 1920s vis-a-vis the kind of background noise level of anti-Semitism that could be found in Germany. Here's in Austria nearby a 1920 election poster that says German Christian, German here used in the sense of an ethnicity, German Christians, Rettet Österreich, save Austria, right? And the picture shows the Austrian eagle being strangled by this disgusting worm-like creature that is clearly identified as an observant Jew with the forelocks and with the side locks and with a kippah, as a forked tongue, a snake, and so on. It's really hard not to interpret this negatively for Jews. So Hitler was definitely very much part of this kind of feeling. He joined the However, he met with a very, supportive judge who essentially identified with much of Hitler's ideology and much of the Nazi Party's political aims, and so he gave him a very cushy ride, less than a year in prison for attempting to take over the government. Can you imagine that? And in prison, as you can see him here, actually in the Landsberg prison, he's allowed to have visitors. He's clearly not wearing prison uniform. He had a personal cook. He had a personal valet there, and he was able, while he was in prison, to compose his autobiography, Mein Kampf, which means literally my struggle, which was essentially a chance for him to gain in notoriety. And kind of like you have today in certain types of urban cultures, by going to jail for his beliefs, he earned street credibility, street creds. And when he came out of jail, he was like a rock star. He was hugely famous. His Mein Kampf book was well read, even though it is a scurrilous, hard to put together argument with lots of screeds against Jews and things like that. Nevertheless, he emerged from that period a hero and was able to parlay this popularity into the leadership of the Nazi Party and then ultimately to all of Germany. Here's a photograph of the so-called Sturmabteilung, the brown shirts as they are popularly known. This is one wing of the early Nazi Party. They were later destroyed by Hitler in 1934 as he tried to gain a little bit more respectability for his movement in the so-called Night of Long Knives. But throughout the 1920s and into the early 1930s, these brown shirts were like kind of thugs that would march around and intimidate Jews, intimidate moderate Germans, intimidate journalists, and so on with their paramilitary expressions. And people were afraid to stand up to Hitler because, among other things, he actually had a kind of a quasi-army at his disposal. In the elections, you can see that the power of the Nazi Party proceeded apace. In the elections of May 1928, you can see that he only claimed, the Nazi Party only got 2.6% of the electorate. But by September 1930, that had risen to 18.25. And by July 1932, a very strong 37.27%. Now, for those of you who are watching this in America, you may think, well, 37, that's not a majority. You need to have at least 51% to be able to form a government. But that's because you're thinking in American terms, where there are basically only two major parties that have any serious shot at winning the presidency in modern America. In Germany, there was a plethora of parties, much like, for example, in Israel, in this parliamentary system that made up the government. And the government typically goes to the party that is able to have the largest single plurality. So if you look at this chart here, you can see that the Nazis claimed 33% of the popular vote. The Social Democratic Party was the second largest party with only 20%. And so Hitler had to essentially make coalitions with the other parties in order to govern.
But he was given that opportunity in 1933 and was named actually chancellor. His greatest enemies, the ones who he feared the most, were the communists, and then through some political wrangling, which will take us a little further afield, he was able to eventually sideline the communists and ultimately consolidate his control as the chancellor of Germany. And it's at this point that we're going to leave this video, and we're going to look at how he implemented his anti-Jewish policies during the interwar period after being named chancellor. Thank you very much for watching.
I think it was with Brian Callen this time. No, that was my first one, but I do, yeah, that was the first one. I do with Steve Byrne, Dale Davidoff, and Brian Callen. We had this very nice man who was showing us around. He was our kind of our leader of our tour. And he was telling me that in World War
In this
I,
video, we will look at the period between 1933, when Hitler first takes control of Germany, through the late 1930s, and especially right up until Kristallnacht, which was a turning point in Nazi policy for Jews, as we shall see in the next video. And during these 6 odd years of activity, Hitler really makes Germany into a police state. Let's try to understand some of the major elements of that. So on a political level, he begins when he's made chancellor in January of 1933. The next month, there is a very suspicious fire at the Reichstag, which is the building that houses the German parliament. And there's a lot of discussion as to how this fire was actually set and under what circumstances, but Hitler definitely capitalizes on it, in particular to stoke fear against the communists, who are the political bloc that he fears the most. He passes almost immediately afterwards the Enabling Act, which is essentially a law that Parliament agrees to that gives him the right to control the country like a dictator, martial law. And this is a very important point that we should remember, in that Hitler was democratically elected to office. He definitely made use of dirty tricks and misleading rhetoric and of force, particularly through the person of his brown shirts, the essays shown on dialogue that we spoke about last video. But he was nevertheless democratically elected, which is an important cautionary tale for us even in the 21st century. Shortly after establishing the Enabling Act, he went to work to round up his political opponents, journalists, various individuals and organizations that he felt could threaten his power base, and create the first concentration camps. We will contrast these early concentration camps with the 6 death camps later on in this course. There's a major difference between them, in that the concentration camps were designed primarily for political enemies. They housed principally non-Jews, and they were, as a whole, while brutal, nothing like the death camps, so-called Vernichtungslager, that were designed specifically to kill people, but they were only established in the 40s. But for now, he set up concentration camps all over Germany, primarily to contain his political enemies. Shortly after that, he has all political parties disbanded, with the notable exception, of course, of the Nazi Party, which continues. So, in a nutshell, within a few months of being appointed chancellor, Hitler effectively becomes the dictator of Germany, and a very willing population on the whole followed him further into the 1930s. There's much more to say about the social nature of Germany, but we're going to focus specifically on those aspects which relate to the Holocaust. There are 2 major things that are happening in Germany on a social level at this point. One element is the social ostracism of others, the designation of those who are not part of the master narrative that the Nazis are advancing, and the specific isolation of those groups and persecution. Among the first to feel this are the so-called Jehovah's Witnesses. This is a Protestant group. They are popular in America as well. We have quite a few of them in America. And in Germany, they were regarded as the other. They were not Lutherans, they were not typical Protestants, they were not Catholics. And so Hitler's Nazi Party strove to isolate them. Early on in Nazi rule, the Jehovah's Witnesses put out a document shown here, the Wilmersdorf Clarification, which identifies them as,
non-politically active and not wishing to challenge the state and so on, but it did very little for them because in the end, Hitler sought to persecute them as well. Another group, a very small group, we're talking about no more than a few hundred people, were the so-called Rhineland bastards. This is obviously a derogatory term that was applied to the offspring of African soldiers who served in World War I on German territory, German soil. And there was a certain number of you would not think there's a lot of people in this category, but in fact there were some, particularly those serving in French regions, for example, who formed relationships with local German women and produced offspring. So these mixed race individuals were, blown out of proportion in terms of their size and also in terms of their purported negative racial impact on German people. And they were a favorite, target of Hitler's ire. So the Rhineland bastards, quote unquote, were specifically identified as people who were outside of the general German narrative. Shortly after that, terrifyingly, in June of 1933, Germany passed a law called the Law for the Prevention of Genetically Diseased Offspring. Horrible, inhumane law that gave the state the right to determine anyone who would promote a negative impact as perceived on the German population, and the state was given the right to sterilize that individual. And obviously, the term genetic is not appropriate here. It's very early period in the understanding of genetics as a whole. But even so, the German state nevertheless went way beyond what they felt were appropriate criteria on a genetic level to those characteristics which we might consider racial or political or ideological or religious, certainly. And a quarter of a million Germans were sterilized under this law, forbidding them to have children. It's a horrible period in which these individuals were isolated and were persecuted, and because they felt to challenge the overall self-protection of Germans. Now, Jews, of course, suffered tremendously as part of this overall policy, but not necessarily in the same ways as those mentioned. For Jews, one of the most significant early attempts was actually unsuccessful. In April of 1933, Germany attempted to impose a nationwide boycott of Jewish-owned businesses. And this was hugely unpopular with the larger population. For various reasons, perhaps the most pragmatic is that, people enjoy going to Jewish stores, department stores, and so on, because they had better value than other stores. Also, it was felt to disrupt the entire economic system of the country. Jews were deeply enmeshed in the commercial activity of the state. A very small number of people, about 1% of the population overall, about 500,000 people. But the boycott ended up being a big flop. Hitler sent out his Sturmabteilung, the so-called brown shirts, essentially thugs in military uniform, to wear these kinds of signs that said, Germans beware, do not buy anything from Jews, and they would stand outside Jewish businesses. They would deface the windows and the storefronts of Jewish businesses and so on. But it turned out not to be a very popular thing with Germans at all, and it was ultimately abandoned. Hitler, however, was quite innovative, and he would find other ways to persecute Jews. A very important point that we must understand is that for every minority group that was ostracized and persecuted, Hitler also imposed, in a rather diabolically brilliant manner, something called Gleichschaltung, which means literally bringing into equality, shifting into the same gear, finding common direction. The word Gleich means equal or same. And so there's a tremendous amount of emphasis on saying that, okay, these people, these populations are not us, they are the other. But let us emphasize the value of being inside the same group, inside the in-group. You see this inculcated from the earliest youth. Here, for example, are the potential Boy Scouts called the Hitler Youth Corps, when there was a tremendous amount of focus on, kind of paramilitary formations and discipline, and order, and all kinds of typical, Prussian values. Or for women, the Bund Deutscher Maid, that we'll have more to say about how women were understood in Germany later. But the idea of you may not be part of the out group, but you are definitely included in the in group. So it's kind of a self-reinforcing social model that makes people want to participate even more in distancing themselves from the out group. And all of this, by the way, was focused very much on the person and personality of Hitler. I'm not talking about, the glory of Germany and its values and things like that. So much of it is focused specifically on Hitler the man. Like this book cover, which reads, Mutter, erzähl von Adolf Hitler. Mother, tell us stories about Adolf Hitler, where these adoring young children look up at their mother, and there's this glowing image of Hitler in the background, where she will tell them these idealized heroic stories of their Führer, and they will develop this kind of cult of personality surrounding him, and that's supported the focal point of Gleichschaltung, the bringing together of the entire society. When it comes to Jews, one of the most problematic issues for early Nazi Germany was the question of who exactly is a Jew. Do we understand to be Jewish, so that we can properly put them in the outgroup? Because Germany, for at least a century, had been going through a process of greater and greater assimilation on the part of its Jewish population. Intermarriage rate was roughly 1 in 3 in the interwar period, and there are many esteemed Germans who were at the very top of their cultural hierarchy, who were in fact Jewish or partly Jewish. The names of great authors like Heinrich Heine, thinkers like Sigmund Freud, Karl Marx, you can go on and on, all kinds of Germans of Jewish origin, Einstein, who were regarded as geniuses, as really leading the culture. Many war heroes who had earned the Iron Cross in World War I were of Jewish or partly Jewish origin. And so Nazi Germany had to define who was a Jew, so that they could actually put in place later much more sophisticated anti-Jewish laws. The most significant law that came out in this regard was the so-called Nuremberg Gesetz, the Nuremberg Law, which identified once and for all what Nazis meant by Jews and Germans. From this chart, you can see that anyone with 4 or even 3 grandparents who were Jewish is considered a Jew. Anyone with 4 Aryan grandparents, that is non-Jewish basically, would be considered an Aryan. And then you have these middle categories, the so-called Mischlinge. The Mischling of the Erste Grade, the first degree Mischling, is someone who had 2 Jewish grandparents, or a Mischling of the second degree, more diluted, was someone who had 1 Jewish grandparent. In the end, this had a lot to say about the priority of sending people to the gas chambers, but ultimately even Mischlinge of the second degree were sent to gas chambers. Notice also that the chart makes no recognition of whether it's a grandmother or a grandfather, maternal or paternal descent. That does have a role in the way Jews define themselves. It does not have a role in the way the Nazis define themselves. It was entirely racial in this regard and not related to gender. So, with the passing of the Nuremberg laws in 1935, then you could have actually a system where Jews could be formally classified and then persecuted. A whole series of laws called the Laws of German Blood and Honor were put in place that specifically banned Jews from a whole variety of occupations. Some symbolic gestures, like Jews were not allowed to fly the German flag. Some issues related to Rassenschande, which I'm going to explain in a second, where Jews were not allowed to employ female servants below the age of 40, things like that. But perhaps the most significant are the
civil service exclusions, that Jews were no longer allowed to have any kind of job that was associated with the state. Jews could not serve as judges, as teachers, for example. And you see in this particular piece of really twisted propaganda by a bizarre 18-year-old kindergarten teacher named Elvira Bauer, who made a name for herself creating children's propaganda for the Nazis. This is the cover of the book describes sort of a German proverb where you should never trust a fox in a green field, nor a Jew on his oath, meaning that they're definitely going to lie. And in this sort of depicts in a historical way what the Nuremberg laws must have been like. This is a German school, a public school, in which all of the Jews are driven out. And you can see that the laughing, happy, cheerful, blonde Aryan children are tormenting the ugly, heavy-nosed, heavy-jowled Jews with their less than pure complexions and their, curly hair, and that includes not only the children who are driven out from the schools, but also the teacher who is driven out as well. And we're celebrating the Aryanization of their school as part of the consequences of the Nuremberg Law. Also added to this, by the way, was the infamous laws of Aryanization per se, which meant that Jews could not own the majority stock in their own businesses. They had to take on a non-Jewish partner and give that non-Jewish partner 51% control of their business. Typically, this would mean that shop owners would hire their janitors or their clerks to become the actual owners of the store, and a whole bunch of other economically discriminatory practices. Here's another page, by the way, from Elvira Bauer's book, which is one of several that were published this time, that contrasts the stereotypical Aryan working man on the left, bare-chested and muscular and upright, tall, and so on. And on the left, and on the right is the typical Jew, a city dweller, involved in commerce, overweight, smoking, hungry, so on. This is the kind of mindset of those who are in the out-group and those who are in the in-group. Ras and Shanda was of particular concern to Hitler. This means literally race shame. Hitler himself had a rather bizarre fixation on this idea, and of course everything that Hitler thought, because of his cult of personality, really percolated down throughout the Nazi hierarchy and into German society as a whole. Ras and Shanda specifically refers to relationships that involve a male and a female partner. And there was a tremendous amount of emphasis placed on trying to root out mixed marriages and so on, typically employing the brown shirts to rough them up. Here you can see public humiliations of mixed couples, Aryan and Jewish couples. The woman is wearing a sign that she refers to herself as a pig because she lays down.
Yo, what's up, Greek freak?
Right,
I live in a little pork chop. Long time no speak. What's good?
German women into his room. Here's another example of a German woman, an Aryan woman, who is wearing this placard accusing her of having relationships with Jews.
Playing your dick like it's going out of style.
Just watching history lectures, some podcasts. Saw you guys were in here. Figured I'd say hello. So
see the woman on the
checking in.
Smiling civilians who are clearly enjoying the public humiliation of this individual. It's terrifying to just put yourself into the mindset of what it must have been like at that time.
All right, very well. How's Greek Freak doing?
And after the Nuremberg laws, there are a whole series
Greek
of
Freak, you there? You're jerking yourself off raw.
Park benches marked only for Aryans. Or
Yeah,
signs that went up saying,
all right, little
Jews
pork
are
chop. I'll let you
unwelcome
continue
here.
doing what you're doing. I just wanted to come in and
unasked
say
for
hello.
guests.
Hope all your
And
investments
Jews
are doing well.
Not welcome in this town, store. These kinds of symbols that we saw in the United States through the Jim Crow period, right up until the 1960s.
Yo, little pork chop. I was just
water
saying, I hope
fountains
all your
for colored
investments are doing well.
people, so to speak,
You take it easy, okay, my friend?
restrictions on buses where people can sit. All these kinds of things. Public, obvious signage that specifically indicated that Jews were the out-group must have had a phenomenal impact on people's thinking, both Jews and non-Jews.
During the 1930s, it's not surprising there was a significant number of German Jews who chose to flee the country. If we look at the period between 1933 and 1937, before Kristallnacht, we see that 130,000 Jews fled Germany. More than a quarter of the Jews of Germany fled. The real challenge, however, was not that they should flee, but where could they flee to? Most countries had severely restricted their immigration policies, and this would only increase with a severe constriction of the conduits for Jews to escape Nazi Germany. We'll explore that a little bit more later on in this course, but nevertheless, Jews had to have an exit visa to get anywhere, and so you have to pile on the natural inertia that makes it difficult for a person to leave his or her hometown, all of their connections in the community, their economic support, and so on, and take a risk on going to some far off country. But you add to that the fact that those countries are not willing to have them, to take them in, that must have made it incredibly difficult for German Jews to leave. And sadly, many of them who fled to closer regions in Europe simply did not flee far enough. And that's how we're going to pick this up in our next video when we talk about Kristallnacht, which marks really the end of the interwar period and prepares us to discuss the war itself. Thank you for watching. One of the most important dates in the history of the Holocaust is the 9th and 10th of November 1938. This is also known as the November pogrom, or more popularly, Kristallnacht. Kristallnacht was a term that was actually coined by Joseph Goebbels, who wanted to try and create a kind of a positive spin, a heroic sound to this night of violence, or 2 nights of violence. And the term Kristall, of course, means a crystal or really broken glass in this context, the night of broken glass. And this refers to the wide-scale looting and damaging of Jewish-owned stores in cities throughout Germany. Kristallnacht is remarkable for many reasons. So first off, it represents a dramatic escalation of state-sponsored attacks on the Jewish population as a whole, with literally hundreds of smaller attacks occurring throughout Germany and Austria as well. And it represents a dramatic escalation in terms of the violence of the attacks as well. The precise number of those killed is not certain, but it most likely is in the triple digits. There are also an unknown number of rapes and certainly a wide-scale damage of property, which is perhaps the most prominent feature of Kristallnacht, the destruction of synagogues. Nearly 300 synagogues burned to the ground. There's also a massive collection of Jews for the new concentration camp system that had been growing throughout the 1930s, and this represents actually the first time that Jews are actually seized for simply being Jewish in the Nazi Empire. Some 26,000 Jews were rounded up in the context of the atrocities of Kristallnacht and sent a chilling message to the wider Jewish population that they were definitely not welcome in Germany, and things were actually going to get much worse before they would get better. So let's take a minute and go through the events that led up to Kristallnacht, and specifically the pretext that the Nazis used to justify this organized statewide pogrom. It's very clear from archival documentation that this pogrom was long in the making, and that there were plans laid in place simply waiting for some kind of pretext to justify a wide-scale damage of this nature. It happened that the date of a pretext occurred quite close to the anniversary of the Munich beer hall putsch that we discussed earlier, and so this happened to fall very nicely into Goebbels' lap as a major propaganda victory. But the night's pretext focuses on the activity of a young 17-year-old, Herschel Grinchband, shown here in this photograph. Herschel Grinchband had been living in France and was distressed to hear that his parents had been abused by the Nazis in a recent roundup of former Polish citizens living in Germany. Basically, Poland had revoked citizenship of those people who had left the country a few years earlier, and this actually applied to quite a few Jews who were of Polish origin who are now living in Germany. Fearing that they would be saddled with a large number of Polish Jews in their territory, Germany retaliated by expelling them to Poland. Poland, however, was not willing to accept their former citizens, and so for a tense standoff that lasted actually several weeks, there were Jews who were living in a kind of no man's land in the border region of Poland and Germany before they could finally be repatriated into Poland. Grinchband, who was a student living in France at the time, received a postcard from a relative who was living in unbearable conditions at this time, and he resolved to do something about it. He went out the next day, he bought a pistol with the intention of murdering this man, Johannes von Welczek, who was the German ambassador to France. Grinchband made his way to the embassy and finding himself unable to contact Welczek himself, he instead shot Ernst von Rath, shown here, a minor consular official. So Grinchband murdered von Rath specifically with the intention to make a statement against Germany for their maltreatment of his own parents. Incidentally, he would later regret this on a personal level. He would fast every Monday in repentance for his killing of von Rath. But nevertheless, he did it quite consciously as a political act intended to demonstrate to Germany his displeasure with how they had treated his parents. Goebbels, however, seized on this with a tremendous fervor because it represented an opportunity to finally put in place this night of rage that ultimately was expressed as the Kristallnacht. 2 nights went by in Germany with massive looting throughout the population. It was made to look as if it was spontaneous, and the principal engine of destruction was the Sturmabteilung. The Sturmabteilung, also known as the Brown Shirts, had suffered a major blow to their status in 1934 in the Night of Long Knives, when Hitler had sought to, kind of push them to the side to make his Nazi movement seem more palatable to the German population as a whole. But nevertheless, the Sturmabteilung continues to exist. They're known in English as the Stormtroopers. And Kristallnacht was really something that was almost perfectly suited to the makeup of this particular group. Goebbels argued for a night of rage that spread across the entire country, clearly well organized in advance. The stormtroopers rampaged throughout the cities and towns of Germany, destroying shop windows whenever they felt that a particular store was owned by Jews, burning synagogues, looting them, destroying and desecrating Torah scrolls, and even engaging in home invasions where rape and murder were the norm. Again, the number of Jews killed is a matter of some debate. This happens to be a very fluid time where many Jews fled, and the final number is not known, but estimates, very reasonable estimates, number from just under 100 to almost 300. 26,000 Jews, however, were arrested in these widespread roundups of Jews and sent to the concentration camps. We'll have a lot more to say about those concentration camps later on in this series. But this is the first time, as I mentioned, that Jews were rounded up simply for the fact that they were Jewish. And this set a major precedent for future Nazi activities. The Jews were also subject to a tremendous degree of collective punishment. The Nazis argued that the Jews collectively in Germany were responsible for Grinchband's actions, and they held the entire Jewish population accountable, demanding that it pay some $500 million in German currency to repay not only the damage that it was the stormtroopers that wreaked upon their cities, but also as a punitive damages
for the murder of their consular official. Incidentally, there is a strange epilogue to the entire story of Grinspan. He was caught and arrested, and the Nazis wished to put him on a show trial. He, however, deftly maneuvered past that in fact the reason he murdered von Marat had nothing to do with the Nazi maltreatment of his parents, but rather it was a matter of a lover's quarrel, that he was engaged in a relationship with von Marat, and he killed him as a result of some spat. The Nazis, of course, were flummoxed by this argument. They certainly couldn't put Grinspan in a show trial if he was going to call out a German official as a homosexual, and so therefore the show trial ultimately was dropped. Grinspan, however, disappears, and his fate is largely unknown. He was declared dead in 1960. The reaction to Kristallnacht is perhaps even more significant than the event itself. Here is an image I personally find very chilling. This photograph is of a parade float that was taken just a few months after Kristallnacht. And you can see an absolutely horrific thing. The float itself has the title Der Judenfresser, which literally means the one that feeds on Jews, or the Jew eater. You can see it's some kind of attempt at humor, that there's this kind of monstrous thing, and here there are people who can kind of climb up as if it's some kind of ride. They put on these paper noses to mimic Jews in an anti-Semitic fashion, and then they step up and they actually enter into the mouth of this beast. Now, this is actually a long tradition in German art. Here's an example from a 14th century church wall in Nuremberg that shows something called a hellmouth. And this is a large beast that is some kind of like representation of hell. And all of these various sinners, you can see the figure, the bearded figure, just second from the right, is in fact a Jew wearing a Judenhut, one of the distinctive articles of clothing that Jews were required to wear after the 13th century Fourth Lateran Council. And there are also some church figures in there as well, various sinners who are forced to descend into hell by entering the hell mouth of this great beast. And that's in fact what the German town is depicting here, where Jews are going to walk into Der Judenfresser, the Jew eater, the hell mouth. And in fact, that is ironically exactly what was going to happen to Jews in just a few months with the onset of World War II. But to return to Kristallnacht, there was a huge outcry worldwide over the attacks on Jews. Here you can see the New York Times reporting immediately on November 11th, Nazis smash, loot, and burn Jewish shops and temples until Goebbels calls a halt. Clearly very well orchestrated kind of activity. And there's a tremendous amount of finger pointing and finger wagging at Hitler, but ultimately not much was done. And in fact, not too many Jews were allowed visas into various countries either. And so it was simply kind of like an outward show of displeasure without really much enforcement going on. In Germany, fascinatingly, Hitler was quite unhappy to see that there was general disapproval among the population over Kristallnacht, but not so much for its anti-Semitic content, but more because of the tremendous amount of disorder it implied. Germans were not happy with the idea of hooligans, even affiliated with the Nazi Party, running around their streets, destroying businesses, which of course had a significant economic impact on the entire country. And so Hitler essentially had two very important takeaways from the entire experience of Kristallnacht. The first is that based on his reading of German domestic reaction, Germans would tolerate the persecution of Jews, but it had to happen out of sight. It could not be something that was so obvious and so riotous as, attacks in the street. Jews had to be transported elsewhere if they were to be persecuted. And secondly, based on foreign reaction, the world will act upset, but there will be no real consequences for Germany, no matter what actions they take. This played very heavily into the overall strategy that Hitler had of pushing the envelope
as we will discuss in the next class when we get to the actual beginning of World War II. Nevertheless, this is a very important date in our understanding of the Holocaust. It was the first major escalation of attacks on Jews, and it was a harbinger of much worse things to come. Thank you for watching.
They don't want him to do it. Yes. They want to be right, not do right. Yeah. There's how many really nutty Marxist, left-wing, lunatic conferences do I see online where they're all...
Thank you very much for coming. It's wonderful to have an audience here. I'm amazed that so many people have the same kind of passion for learning Jewish history. I spent way too much time preparing this class, so I hope I can squeeze it within 1 hour. I will do my best to do that, but I hope that you enjoy it as much as I enjoy doing the research on this. So let's go straight to the material. We're going to focus on the tumultuous first century of Jewish history in the modern era. I'm speaking now about the first century of the first millennium, right? The zeros up to 100, and we'll just edge over a little bit into the second century. We'll cover the following events in this lightning tour of Jewish history. We're going to look at the first Roman-Jewish war that began in the year 66 and extended, by most scholars' count, to the year 74. Some will date it a little bit earlier. We're going to look at the Kitos Rebellion, sometimes called the Kitos War, which it's certainly not a war. It's not exactly a rebellion either, but we'll get to it to try to understand what exactly happened at that point. Then we will continue to the incredible Bar Kokhba Rebellion, which is actually one of the most dramatic points in Jewish history, and I hope to share with you a little bit about what that rebellion meant for the future of Jewish survival. And that will basically take us through our schedule for today. We're also going to look at the positive side of the ledger. I mean, in all of those battles that I've described, the Jews essentially lost. We kept running our heads up against a wall, tremendous barriers. The Romans were able to defeat us at every turn. We inflicted tremendous losses on the Roman occupying powers, but nevertheless, we were defeated in each one of those battles. But the one battle, the war in reality that we won, was a battle of the mind, and it's expressed in the codification of the Mishnah. So we're going to look at what exactly the Mishnah is and how it provided for Jewish survival over the next centuries and, in fact, millennia. I would like you to bear in mind some of the thought of this great historian, the phenomenal Salo Whitmire Barron, who is generally regarded as the greatest Jewish historian of the 20th century. He was a towering intellect with multiple languages at his disposal and a phenomenal grasp of so many different cultures. He's a very difficult scholar to read. I mean, when you look at his massive 16-volume, unfinished social and religious history of the Jews, you really need a PhD just to figure out what he's talking about, and it is written in English.
Nolan.
Yeah. Closeted thoughts. Maybe everybody did it back then. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Back then. So they just fucked. The thing with the Lincoln stuff, they just said they're all like, come over here, Bob. Together. No, that's true. That's true. You know, it's probably not that weird for us, but back then it was like excommunicated. But yeah, airships. They're called airships. Is what they're. And there's a certain so was that supposedly a thing where a person could get in? Oh yeah. So the boats are there back. So I've been seeing other flying machines here. Okay, so what that looks like is like sails, right? Can you show me that thing? Look at that, Sam. That's like sails, like a sailboat. It's even attached to a base. So do you just jump off the cliff with that? How do you get that picture off the ground? Matt was describing, I think it's this, there was a traveling gas thing that went along with it. So if you keep refueling right here, see a little gas generator. It was made by a wagon consisting of necessary. Oh my God. See if you can look up. That's crazy. Tinfoil Hat 901. That's the episode, and there's a picture of the craft that they had made. So they're just refueling these balloons with gas. But these aren't even balloons, dude. It's like literal aircrafts that are going 200 miles an hour.
In English, but nevertheless, it's brilliant work. And in this regard, he warned us against what's been called the lachrymose school of Jewish history, the tearful vision of Jewish history. The lachrymose view of Jewish history is this kind of indoctrination. It's very common in day schools. It's a great kind of model for Jewish history if you want to build Jewish identity, where the Jews are oppressed over and over again, and that nevertheless they manage not only to survive but to thrive, and they have a heroic kind of renaissance despite the most awful suffering. There is remarkably a lot of truth to that vision of Jewish history, which other scholars have called the books and pogroms and books view of Jewish history, where Jews are creating these tremendous intellectual achievements and contributing to world civilization despite their oppression. And we will see it, I think, fairly clearly in today's lecture. But there are moments when Jewish oppression is pretty close to total, and we don't see the other end of the story, not even in our own lifetimes. And there are times when the achievements are so phenomenal that we don't realize them in our own lifetimes. But I nevertheless would like to offer you some caution about the model that we will be using to theoretically understand the period. Let's look at our sources quickly before we get to the actual history. We are going to, of course, rely heavily on Josephus. We met him last week. We looked at the Testimonium Flavianum and his problematic relationship to the period. We're going to see that problematic relationship actually occur here, because whereas in the previous period, Josephus was a chronicler. He was working with sources. He was working with archival documents. Now he's actually a first-person player in the story that he is describing, and he corresponds with many of the figures who are writ large in this history. So he is a participant observer in the history that we'll be studying today. We will also be relying on some Roman historians like Dio Cassius, some church historians who will look at this period of history from a very different perspective and yet offer quite enlightening perspective on the material that we study. And we will be relying on the Talmud, which, although it is not a very reliable source for history, as we said before, because it's not trying to write history, it's trying to teach ethical, legal, theological concepts, and yet historical data is sometimes very useful for that purpose. So we will see the Talmud's view on some of the passages in Jewish history we discussed today. We'll also be looking at some great archaeological finds, most notably the amazing finds in mid-century of the Bar Kokhba tunnels. Here's one of my children here who is exploring some of the Bar Kokhba tunnels, which are now open to select groups to go through them. These are the tunnels that were dug by the rebels in the 2nd century to evade the Romans as they were mounting guerrilla attacks on them with tremendous efficacy. By the way, if you're ever, this is sort of a product placement. He's wearing a cap I got from Kosher Riverboat Cruises. So if you want to do something fun this summer, yeah, okay. Anyways, that's my son. Okay, and one of the an example of the amazing documents we get from the archive or the archaeological finds are, for example, the Babatha archive, which is a phenomenal trove of the most precious documents in an otherwise completely anonymous woman whose name was Babatha, and she was hiding out with the rebels during the Bar Kokhba period, and she left behind a precious trove of documents that says so much about the experience of women from a woman's perspective. Really quite an amazing document. So these are the kinds of things we're going to rely on today, and I look forward to getting to them over the course of the next 15 minutes or so. Okay, so let's go right to our history. Where we left our heroes last week, we had just seen the death of Herod. And we took a few minutes to leap forward in time to look at early Christianity, the growth of this movement, and its impact on Jewish history in the 1st century. We will, of course, be coming back to this very significant movement over the centuries. But what about the political life in Israel after the death of this phenomenal leader who had left such a major impact on the life of the region? So he had 3 sons, and he nominated one of them, Herod Archelaus, as his successor. However, once he died, the other two brothers were unsatisfied with this, and the Romans had actually dictated that the region should be divided into three. You can see in this color-coded map, Archelaus, who was designated as the prime inheritor of Herod, but the Romans, of course, did not allow the Jewish client kings to designate the successors. They would have to approve them themselves. So they gave Archelaus the major chunk of what would be later Israel, right? The regions of Judea and Samaria, Idumea, from the Mediterranean coast to the Jordan River. And they gave a second son, Herod Antipas, the Galil and the Perea, which is actually on the other side of the Jordan River, also considered part of Judea writ large. And then to the north, Herod Philip took Gaulantius and Decapolis. These are the three divisions. The brothers were unsatisfied with this division, and so all three of them went to Rome to complain to get a better deal for themselves. While they left Israel behind, of course, it fell into disarray. There was an altercation between the ever-present and often offensive Roman soldiers and the Jews living in Jerusalem, and it actually broke out into violence that was actually taking place on the temple ground. The Roman soldiers under the procurator Sabinus, we'll speak about what a procurator is in just a moment, actually took advantage of the violence to loot the temple. This is one of many times the temple would be looted over the next 100-odd years. Before it was completely destroyed, it was considered a major source of funding for various officials within the Roman government. Let us not forget that the Jews have been dutifully submitting the Machathisa shekel, the half shekel tax that it's mandated in the Torah that they should give a half shekel every year towards the upkeep of the temple. And these funds keep coming in even through the Roman period, and even after the temple is destroyed, Jews will still be contributing this machzis shekel, which is quite a significant amount of money. After the temple is destroyed, of course, one of the punitive measures that the Romans would take is they say that you still have to contribute this machzis shekel, this fiscus Judaeus, but it is not going to be applied to the upkeep of the temple, which we have destroyed. It is going to be applied to a temple dedicated to Zeus in Rome, which added insult to the taxation burden, but nevertheless was a constant flow of cash for the Romans. So the Roman soldiers under the procurator loot the temple, which was a precedent that we would see would have dire consequences for the Jews afterwards. And what else is going on? While the three would-be kings are in Rome, there are two other Jewish people who are standing up saying, we're actually the real kings, and they're claiming the right to the throne. So you have to imagine that the entire region is descending into political chaos at this time. Varus, who is the governor of Syria, Israel is technically within the political bounds of a region that was led from Syria, comes down to put an end to this political infighting, and he captures as many rebels as he can, and he crucifies 2,000 of them. Crucifixion, of course, was the favored method of execution for the Romans, very, very painful method of death. People would be left out on the street for days as a deterrent to future would-be rebels. So you get a sense of the kind of savagery of the period. And as for Archelaus, the leader of the three brothers, he is ultimately exiled because the Roman emperor has enough of all this, and he sends them off to the south of France to this town called Vienne, which is actually one of the places that we visit on the Kosher Riverboat cruises. Okay. So now let us think a little bit about the political organization of the Jews at this time. They're living under someone called a procurator, which is not exactly a provincial leader, but nevertheless someone with a tremendous amount of power. We will get back to the Jewish client kings who are present throughout the first century. The procurators were based in Caesarea. You recall this is the city that Herod built specifically for the Romans, with all kinds of amphitheaters and gymnasia and a beautiful deep water port and things like that. And Caesarea was really known as a Roman center, even though there would be some important Talmudic rabbis who would establish a foothold there. like Rabbi Abahu, for example. But it's distinct from Jerusalem. This is a very, very Roman city with lots of Roman architecture, lots of Roman gods, so lots of Roman idolatry and so on. The term procurator replaced a term that had been used up until the middle of the century, which was prefect, sometimes spelled the A-E with the English spelling, or just with the E as you spell it in America. And it seemed to indicate a decline in status of the prefect. The prefect had more authority. The procurator was primarily a financial figure, collecting funds. The most important prefect, of course, in the history of this time is Pontius Pilate. And in 1961, this stone was discovered in Jerusalem that actually names Pontius Pilate. You recall, he was the prefect who put Jesus to trial, and he wanted to, substitute him for Barabbas. And when the huddled masses decided they wanted Barabbas to go free, something which has no precedent in any example of Roman law we have from the period, then Pontius Pilate famously washes his hands of the affair, which is how we get the expression in English. Here he is. You can see the inserted letters, which are kind of wiped out, are from Augustus, which would be from the Caesar, Tiberius, to Pontius Pilate, the prefect of the Jews or of Judea. This is dedicated. This is kind of like the first shul plaque in history. No, not really. I thought that was funny, but I just made it up now. So, okay. So it's interesting though. It clearly is an archaeological point of data to prove the existence of someone named Pontius Pilate, and one can, by extension, argue that many of the other stories have some historicity as well. The relationship of these prefects to Syria is not clear, and quite a bit of ink is spilled among Roman historians trying to figure out exactly who reported to whom. But in general, it seems that the Syrian governor was where the real military political power would come, and that's very significant, as we shall see, during the First Roman-Jewish War. But what's not as well known is that for most of the first century, the Romans were actually remarkably tolerant of this bizarre people they ruled in Judea. We were so different from every other culture that they'd encountered. We worshiped an invisible God. We were extremely insistent that we would not worship any other gods. We would not bow down to idols, which in the civic religion of the time, you have to realize it's the moral equivalent of standing up while they play the national anthem at a ball game. Refusing to stand, which of course is in today's politics, is a principled, very demonstrable act of defiance. And if today we're upset about it, you can imagine in the Roman Empire how much more so you would have been upset about it. Nobody took, except for Caligula, we'll see him in a second, nobody took the religion really that seriously. Nobody thought that the emperor was actually a god. Nobody thought that the statues, you really had power, but this was just what you did. This is just, normal Roman behavior. And we Jews refused to do these things. We refused to work 1 day out of 7, which was considered incredibly lazy. We practiced circumcision, which was considered barbaric, which considered, a mutilation of the human form, all kinds of, and of course we refrained from very basic dietary elements of the Roman diet, like pork. So there are all these kinds of things that the Romans didn't understand about the Jews, but nevertheless, they basically gave us space to do what we wanted to do. As long as we came up with the money in our taxes, our tribute, as long as we were not rebelling openly, then the Romans were perfectly fine with the Jews. We see a couple of examples of this. For example, here's one exception though. The big exception is Caligula, who is really one of the most bizarre and awful of the Roman emperors. He ruled between the years 37 and 41 when he was assassinated, about 4 years too late. He actually believed he was a god and wanted everyone else to believe the same. And after there was a major pogrom in Alexandria, Egypt, generally considered the first anti-Jewish pogrom in history, there was a demonstration in the city of Yavne. We'll come back to Yavne a little later today. It's a very important city in this period of time. Jews were demonstrating against the setting up of smaller idols in the city of Yavne. And so he said, that's it. It's ridiculous. If the Jews in Yavne, this small provincial town, are going to be upset about a few statues, I will show them. I want a statue made of myself, and I want it planted in the temple in Jerusalem. And he actually ordered the stone, and he ordered it carved. It was actually carved in the city of Sidon in the north of Lebanon. And even the local Roman governors, the local Roman prefects were saying, you know, please, the Jews, what's the point of this? The Jews are just going to make a lot of trouble, and really trying very hard to dissuade Caligula from this particular course of action. In the end, Caligula died before the icon could be installed in Jerusalem. It actually ended up being shipped somewhere else. But this is one of the major exceptions to the general rule that until the 60s, the Romans were generally fairly tolerant of Jewish idiosyncrasies. Other examples, if a Jew was called to court in a Roman court of law, they were exempted from attending on Shabbos. I'm not even sure if we can say that about many modern European countries. If they have courts of law on Saturday, would a Jew be exempted? I know that kids going to non-Jewish universities have difficulty getting out of classes on Shabbat. Can you imagine the Roman Empire would say, well, that's no problem for you. By the way, I am a dean at an amazing college, Touro College. We have a lot of people complain about anti-Semitism rising on campus. We have precisely 0 incidents of anti-Semitism on our campus in Brooklyn. Okay. So the Romans were also satisfied with just token observances of their authority. Like, for example, they were perfectly okay knowing that the Jews were offering sacrifices in the morning and in the evening for the benefit of the empire. We'll come back to the controversy around the sacrifices when it ends later. But they said, okay, that's fine. You don't want to bow down to our statues. You don't want to celebrate our feasts. That's fine. You're doing the sacrifice thing. That'll be your assignment. So basically, they were willing to go along to get along as long as they got the money and as long as we do not fight back. They also made some really tremendous efforts not to display standards with the form of any living creature within the boundaries of Jerusalem. This didn't apply for the rest of Judea, but they were very sensitive in general not to walk into Jerusalem, let's say, with military banners that had an eagle on it and things like that. They had instructions, depending on which emperor was in charge and which procurator was in power at the time. By and large, for much of the first century, they're really pretty good about these kinds of things because Jews at the time were very, very particular about the graven image, which of course relates to the second commandment, which says you shall not make such graven images. And the interpretation that was common then was literally no images of cows, fish, people, anything. And so these things were observed. So for the most part, they were not terribly awful as oppressors go. But we'll see that this is going to go south very rapidly in the 60s. So let us turn now briefly to the 2 major client kings of the first century. They're both named Agrippus. They're actually both named Herod Agrippus, but they're usually referred to simply as Agrippus or even Agrippa. Agrippus the First, this is a coin minted by Agrippus the First. He ruled in Israel between the years 37 and 41. You can see this is actually a pruta. This is a copper coin. It is the smallest denomination of currency in the Mishnaic and Talmudic period. This is the minimum. It's about the size of a dime in real life. This is the minimum amount of money that it takes to seal a transaction or an agreement. Famously in the Tractate Kiddushin, this is what it takes to get married. Getting unmarried is considerably more expensive, I understand. But you can see that on the left, it says in Greek, basileos, which means king, and there is a parasol
which I think is kind of like a symbol of protection, of shade, something like that. And on the right are sheaves of wheat, which are symbolic of plenty, of harvest, and so on. So Agrippus was an unusual figure. He was raised in Rome from the age of 6. We see this quite often with minor royalty, that they are raised in a kind of a hostage environment in the host city in order to learn the values of Rome, which he, of course, absorbed quite heavily. He was somewhat of a dissolute character. He was frequently in debt, and he was moving from place to place, borrowing money, essentially against his family name. And at one point, he was so impoverished and so heavily in debt, according to Josephus, he actually contemplated suicide. However, he fell in with the Emperor Caligula, who found in him a kindred spirit, and he actually traveled with Caligula's retinue. It was kind of like a Caligula groupie. And then when Caligula was assassinated, oh my gosh, he was in big trouble now, because what is he supposed to do? He has tied his entire career to this individual. He makes his way to Israel, and he becomes something of a Baal Tshuva. He actually becomes much more interested in Pharisaic Judaism, that is the traditional rabbinic Judaism of the great rabbis that would later form the basis of the Judaism we know today. And the rabbis actually express some of their admiration for his support of Pharisaic ideals. For example, this famous passage in Tractate Sota, where Agrippas the king is given an aliyah within a particular context, and he's called up to read the Torah. And as he's reading the Torah, he begins to cry because he reads the verse, "You may not appoint a foreigner over you." And he, of course, is from Herod, his grandfather, and Herod was an Idumean, and so he feels, as much as I like these people, as much as I'd like to be appointed over them, I can never be though, because the Torah says I may not. And as he's crying, the entire nation said to him, "Fear not, Agrippa, you are our brother, you are our brother. Achinu ata, achinu ata." Right? Like, it's a very beautiful passage for which the Jews are all criticized because, hey, it says in the Torah, the passage, it doesn't change. The kingship would have come through the father. So he's a kind of a complicated character, but he was not azoi frum. He was not so stark. We know, for example, that he sort of practiced kosher style. Like when he was in Jerusalem, he was really straight and narrow. He loved the rabbis, showed up for Daf Yomi, he did everything. But when he was on the road, he was great with going to theaters and to the naked gymnastics and things like that. And we even have coins in which he printed images of himself, which were totally verboten in Jerusalem. But outside of Israel, he had no problem with transgressing these Jewish norms. So it was a little bit of a complex character. His son, Agrippus II, who reigned from around the year 50 until possibly the year 92, there's a lack of clarity about that. He's an even more complicated character. This is an amazing portrait from 1875, Nikolai Bodarevsky, the Apostle Paul on trial, because Agrippus II actually shows up in the New Testament, the Christian scriptures, where Paul is put on trial and defends Christianity before King Agrippus. So like his father, he was raised in Rome. He comes to Israel about the year 53. And just as his father was a groupie of Caligula, so too is the son a groupie of Vespasian and later Titus. And it's absolutely astonishing that while the temple is besieged by Titus and while Jews are being killed by the Romans, he is enjoying banquets with the leader of the Roman generals. It's absolutely astonishing that he can simply be completely allied with the Romans, but that is the fact where he put himself on the political spectrum. He had a very scandalous relationship with his own sister, Berenice. There's in this painting, Berenice, the queen is right next to Agrippus on the throne there. He corresponded with Josephus himself. Josephus reproduces some of his letters, so we get a sense of his personality directly as a result. And he had some interesting curiosity about Christianity, as we see from this particular famous passage that occurs in the book of Acts, where Paul defends the charges against Christianity to Agrippus, not successfully, but nevertheless a fascinating correspondence about the period. So those are the client kings that are active at this time. Let us now turn to the war itself and try to understand the roots of this first Roman-Jewish war that ended in such disaster, so much so that we commemorate it every year with the fast on the 9th of Av. The war lasts from about 66 to about the year 74. And what's going on is it begins in the north, where there are many, many people who are upset with Roman rule. They are upset with the procurators. They're very upset with the heavy taxation. They are upset with the impositions on their Jewish culture. And as we discussed last week, they coalesced into a group which are known in general as the Zealots, the Kanoim. In Josephus, he tends to call them not zealots, but bandits, because again, remember, he's writing for a Roman audience, and they see these people as kind of like, you know, hoodlums who are wandering around the north and attacking Roman caravans and things like that. And many of them put together significant followings. There's Judas of Gamala, there's John of Giscala, Simon ben Zioria. Many of them will be very important figures in the actual fight against Rome later, especially concentrated in Jerusalem. Just to give you a sense of the kind of atmosphere that was developing, Josephus describes as typical. He actually gives us half a dozen kind of examples like this. Some Jew from Egypt who is known simply as the Egyptian. He claims to be the Messiah. He claims to be the new political savior of the Jews. This is happening a lot in the first century. And he wants all the Jews to meet him in a particular place on the other side of the Jordan. They'll gather together and they'll go back to Jerusalem and they will proclaim his messiahhood. The Romans hear about this and they simply take a group of troops over there and they massacre them all in the fields. They don't even arrest them. They don't even give them a chance to explain. They just take care of it in one fell swoop. And although the Egyptian may have been, to use the technical term, a meshuggah, to kill them all was seen as a very brutal and excessively harsh response. And so it just accelerated the dissatisfaction with Roman rule. You also have the rise of a group called the Sicarii, from these short knives called Sicarii that they carried. And these were essentially political assassins who murdered Jews who opposed their radical views. Their modus operandi, as recorded by Josephus, is they would, the Sicarii would dress like, you know, regular Jews. They would go to some marketplace where there were a lot of people milling about, and then they would pull the knife out from their robes, and they would stab the person they wanted to kill, you know, a moderate in particular. And when the body fell, they would quickly put away the knife, and they would feign like horror and shock and say, "Who did this? How is that possible?" And then they would blend away into the crowds. The Romans would come in, they would arrest them from time to time, but then they were very happy to give them back for ransom. And so the Romans were, as it were, complicit in putting the Sicarii back out on the streets all the time, and this was just causing a tremendous amount of ferment within the Jewish community. Let us recall that their prime targets were not the Romans, but were moderate Jews. We also see this kind of thing happening in the Middle East with lots of cultures, right, where moderates cannot speak out because the radicals are simply too violent. So society is rapidly devolving in the north in particular. So in order to deal with this, the Syrian legions are going to have to come down. And the spark of the flame is associated with the local procurator, a particularly harsh individual named Gestius Florus. He, at one point, decides to raid the temple for a remarkably small amount of money, 17 talents of gold. Not exactly sure how much a talent is. That was not the term that was used, and I read it in a 19th century source, but it's definitely a small amount of money. He goes in, he takes the money from the temple, and the Jews of Jerusalem are upset, of course, because the temple has been raided, but even worse, they mock the procurator by passing around baskets asking for collections for the poor procurator, that he's so broke that he has to actually sack the temple for 17 talents. Gessius Florus is so insulted, he comes back and he attacks the Jews who are making fun of him, and crucifies even those who would have Roman citizenship, not simply the rabble, but even prominent individuals. This is in the summer of 66. Jerusalem is very upset. They fight back, and Florus, because he doesn't have quite enough troops there to mandate his will, they actually retreat to Caesarea, and they call in the big guns. They call in the Syrian generals. It is at this point,
Yo, can you hear me? Nolan Lost, how you living? Do you talk? It's cool if you don't. We're just watching Jewish history lectures. Hope you're having a wonderful day.
If you are addicted to Instagram, you've probably seen this woman pop up on your feed. This is the Philly Mom, the character known for talking about all things Philly and a series of viral posts. And now she's teaming up with Visit Philadelphia to spotlight the city.
by the way, where we have the intersection of the accounts provided in Josephus and Roman historians with the account provided in the Talmud. The Talmud has, and I won't go into it in great detail here because I'm looking at the clock and I want to be able to cover to the end of our period, but I'm sure you're all familiar with the story that we read about on Tisha B'Av of the botched wedding invitation of Kamsa and Bar Kamsa, right? Where there are two people with very similar names and they're mortal enemies, and one of them is making a wedding, and so he sends his servant out to invite his relatives. I forget whether it's Kamsa or Bar Kamsa, but by accident, the servant invites his mortal enemy. The mortal enemy says, wow, I can't believe it. Let's say it's Kamsa is invited by Bar Kamsa. Bar Kamsa invited me to his wedding. I feel so amazing. He wants to make it up. I'm going to go. I'm going to bury the hatchet. We're going to make friends again. He shows up at the wedding, and Bar Kamsa says, what are you doing here? He says, you sent me an invitation. And Bar Kamsa says, you can't be here. This is my wedding. I hate you. You're my mortal enemy. Get out. Kamsa is so embarrassed. He says, look, don't kick me out while all these other dignitaries are here. I have a big wedding present for your children. He says, I don't care. He says, listen, you know what? I'll pay for half the wedding. Just let me stay. Don't embarrass me. Bar Kamsa says, I don't care. You've got to go. He says, I'll pay for the whole wedding. I would have taken him up at that point. But at that point, he says no, and he sends him away. And the rabbis, the Talmud excoriates the rabbis for being there and not intervening and not saying at this point you should be mavater, you should compromise, let him stay already. Anyways, he goes off, and at that point he cooks up a plot that in the Talmudic version he submits a intentionally defiled animal to be sacrificed, and the rabbis are discussing what should we do about this animal, which is to be sacrificed on behalf of the Roman emperor. If we don't sacrifice it, then the Roman Empire is going to be even more upset with us than the local procurator was. If we do sacrifice it, then of course we're compromising Jewish law and we're offering an illegal sacrifice. And even the possibility of killing the person who offered this blemish sacrifice was discussed and discarded because they said, we're not going to do this over a sacrifice. And at this point, the sacrifices were stopped. And by not offering that sacrifice, the reverberations are felt throughout the Roman Empire as well, because this was like a tremendous chutzpah, a tremendous slap in the face of the Romans, that the Jews will no longer even, as we do even upstairs in the synagogue on Saturday mornings, we always read a prayer for the government, right? It's actually mandated in the Mishnah that we have to pray for the welfare of the government. It's as if we're making a pointed statement of saying, you know what? This government we're not going to pray for. And so this is where the story in the Talmud, the story in Josephus intersect. Cestius Gallus, he brings down a legion and some associated troops, perhaps 6,000 battle-hardened soldiers. He brings them down to teach the Jews a lesson. He marches straight through the south. He goes to Jerusalem, and he burns a few of the suburbs of Jerusalem, but for reasons which are not entirely clear, When he can't get into Jerusalem on the first attempt, he mysteriously retreats. Josephus cannot explain exactly why he retreated, but on the way back, he is attacked at the Bet Horon Pass. If I just go backwards here, you can see this is a drawing of Bet Horon. There is a fairly narrow pass from a higher elevation to a lower elevation, and there's a valley which is quite exposed. As they are coming through this fairly narrow pass, that's when the rebels attack, and they completely destroy the legion. Cestius Gallus, the leader, the governor of Syria, he manages to escape with his life, but he's completely humiliated because he went there with 6,000 soldiers, and he's coming back just with the ragtag elements of the original force. And this was at the hands of some, totally dominated minority population that really should not even have even the wherewithal to attack them. By the way, a lot of the war loot that the Jews took from the corpses of that legion was extremely useful in the future war that was going to ensue, because they were unarmed. The Jews didn't have anything other than pitchforks and things like that. The rebels returned back to Jerusalem, but everybody knew that, you can't take out a governor's legion and expect to be left alone. At this point, they prepared for war, and they appointed our Josephus to be in charge of defending the north, thinking that, correctly, the next attack would come from the north, and the Galil was the front line. So Josephus marches up there to be, although he has, as he describes, a lot of hesitations about the cause because he really likes the Romans. Don't forget, he's writing this for the Romans, but he decides to take up the cause, and he happens to be an extremely brilliant general, the most effective general of his time, and we know this because, Josephus tells us just how great he was. At any rate, what happens is the Emperor Nero says, I can't believe those Jews destroyed an entire legion. That's incredible. We have to we're not sending Cestius Gallus back there because obviously he doesn't know what he's doing. We're going to send a much more well-trained general, Vespasian, shown here in this picture. Vespasian is tasked with the charge of going back to Israel and destroying the rebel movement. He will invite his son Titus to assist him in this task. And unlike Cestius Gallus, he takes a very methodical approach. He's not in a rush. He realizes that the siege of Jerusalem is going to be long and hard. It's circled by 3 walls. There is a sharp valley in the most important area of attack, and he's going to wear them down. He's not in a rush to attack Jerusalem, but he mops up the rest of Israel fairly quickly. In particular, at the Battle of Yotapata, or Yodfat, which is in the north, where Josephus was active, they besiege the Jews there. Josephus describes his, he really does sound like a pretty brilliant general. Like, for example, to try to make the Romans think that they have no problems. They have lots of supplies inside the fortress of Yodfat. They have plenty of water, and they don't. They're dying of thirst. He has the soldiers soak some of their laundry in the precious water they have left and hang dripping wet laundry on the outside walls, as if to say, we got so much water here, we're wasting it by washing our clothes like this. And in order to convince Vespasian that we can stand this for a long, long time. And many other such devices that Josephus, in his very fertile imagination, provides for his readers. But ultimately, Yodfat is forced to fall under Vespasian's might, and Josephus finds himself alone with about 40 other soldiers, and they all agree to enter into a suicide pact. They are not going to surrender to the Romans. Josephus does not really want to participate in a suicide pact, so he comes up with this idea. I have a better idea. How about we all draw straws, and the person who draws the shortest straw will kill everyone else, because it's a hard thing to kill yourself. Let's put one person in charge of it. And then after they're all dead, then he'll kill himself. And of course, he draws the shortest straw. Isn't it amazing, right? His idea, he's holding the straws. He managed to draw the shortest straw, kills all the others, and then does not kill himself. He surrenders to Vespasian. and that Vespasian puts him in chains. But again, with his tremendous ability to think on his feet, Josephus greets Vespasian as Emperor Vespasian, which he is not. He's merely a general. And he says, "Why do you call me emperor?" And he says, "Because I have seen, I'm Jewish, we're connected with prophecy. I have seen that you will one day be emperor." And basically, as they're talking, they get a messenger that Emperor Nero it's not Nero at this point, I guess it would be Nero, has died, if I got my timing right. And Vespasian, you're called back to Rome to choose a new emperor, and ultimately Vespasian will be the new emperor. So he leaves Josephus alone with Titus, his son, who takes over charge of the attack on Jerusalem. This is, by the way, the monument at the city of Yotapata to Josephus and to the fighters there in this first battle 2,000 years ago. Now, the attack turns to Jerusalem, and it is really awful. It is something that deserves a lot more meditation than we have time for today, but it's really something to explore on Tisha B'Av. The rebels in Jerusalem show phenomenal ingenuity and remarkable bravery and hold off the Romans in an incredible manner. In fact, at one point, when the Romans were encamped on Har HaTzofim, on Mount Scopus, the Jews actually mounted a surprise attack and nearly destroy a legion while it's besieging them, which is really an incredible thing. They do things like when the Romans build these siege engines to bring them up close to the walls, the Jews tunnel underneath the roads, and they put in lots of wood, and then when the big heavy engines are coming along the roads, they set the wood on fire, collapsing the tunnels underneath and destroying the siege engines. Some amazingly ingenious kind of devices are used to try to hold off the inevitable. But what is also true is they had a stunning inability to get along. You have in Jerusalem several different zealot groups, Simon ben Gioria, John ben Giscala, who are fighting with each other in an incredible way. I mean, thank God we don't do that anymore. Like now, when we have an election, we just decide, right? We don't have to do it over and over again. But they even descend to such terrible depths in an attempt to try and weaken their rival Jewish zealot group. They actually burn their own grain stores to try and weaken the reserves of their rivals. And of course, this weakens the entire population living in Jerusalem. And we've already spoken about the moderates in Jerusalem who want to have none of this, but they are frightened into silence. So it is really, although the Jews are really amazing warriors with tremendous strategy and tactics, without leadership, they turn on each other in such horrible ways and really are responsible for the devastation that would follow. Titus's siege, eventually they're able to break through, and the walls of the temple are destroyed in the summer of the year 70, resulting in some absolutely horrific massacres that, of course, are commemorated on the date of the 9th of the month of Av. So that represents the end of the main part of the First War. The last holdout, of course, is at Masada, which the Jews actually took in the 60s. The rebels took that fortress, which was originally one of the palaces of Herod, and they managed to hold out on this mountaintop for another few years. And it's rather an amazing, dramatic story. And then, like the story that I described in Yodfat, the rebels of Masada also commit suicide when it is clear to them that they will not be able to hold off the Romans anymore. The aftermath is also quite significant, and with a longer time to present, we can talk about how the Romans really made a tremendous amount of political hay out of this defeat. We should recall that although it was a long war, we're talking about 8 years, it was not the conquest of a new territory. It was merely putting down a local rebellion of a very insignificant people, and yet the Romans made a tremendous amount of political propaganda out of this victory for their own internal purposes. They built, among other things, this amazing arch dedicated to Titus, the general that brought the war to a close. And of course, as you go on the right-hand side of this arch, you see the famous bas-relief that shows the Jews being taken off into captivity with the spoils of the temple. My colleague Stephen Fine, who is a great historian at Yeshiva University, the other great university that has a very low anti-Semitism rate in this city, he did some phenomenal work with the remains of pigmentation that's buried deep in the stone, and he was able to actually recreate the way it would have looked to Romans in the 1st century, because the Romans actually painted their statues. This is what it would have looked like to Romans. It's rather garish, I think. I like it better with the monochrome. On the left, you can see in the standard it says Leges Judeorum, the law of the Jews, which may have been, a Torah scroll, or maybe even the Luchos, the tablets. Then, of course, you see the menorah. And then to the right, it says Candelabrorum Judeorum, the candelabra of the Jews. And on the right, it appears to be the Shulchan, the table used in the temple. It says Sacra Judeorum, the holy thing of the Jews. And they have they're carting away Chatzotzros, the long trumpets and things like that. And this was meant to be a monument that enshrined the victory of the Romans over the Jews. They also minted about 24 varieties of this coin, Judea Capta, which means Judea is captured, that invariably has on the left Vespasian, who was the emperor at the time, while his son was, of course, the general. And on the right, you see Judea Capta, Judea is captured. And usually there is a balsam tree, which was one of the principal exports of the region. And on the left, you see a Roman soldier and a forlorn Jewish woman representing fallen Jerusalem, who is sort of like in a Tachanun-like pose, clearly very sad. Some of them are quite a bit more brutal, like, for example, this version here, where she is bound. She actually has her hands tied behind her back, in quite a bit more submissive state, and Vespasian looks even more ominous in this particular example. But these coins were incredibly popular, and they really seemed to harp on this. It was so important to them to demonstrate to the wider Mediterranean basin that they had really put an end to Judea. Okay, so that's a quick lightning tour through the first Roman-Jewish war. I've only got about 5 or 7 minutes left, but I will take you briefly through the Bar Kokhba revolt, which is incredibly important. So we'll do it very quickly, though, so at least we can cover it. There's a lot of repercussions for the Jews. Jews are banned from the city of Jerusalem at this time. Jews are forced to pay that extra tax. There's hundreds of thousands of Jews killed. The numbers are hard to really comprehend. Josephus, I believe, cites 600,000 Jews murdered, which is like a phenomenal number. Even if it's a fraction of it, it's still a huge portion of the population. And the Jews are still restive. The Jews are still angry about this. There is a flare-up in the so-called Kitos Rebellion, sometimes called the Kitos War, which is about 60 years later. And it occurs in the context of the Emperor Trajan, or Trajan, in his attack on the Parthian Empire, particularly in the region of Mesopotamia, down here, where the Euphrates and the Tigris rivers come close to each other, specifically the city of Ctesiphon, which many of you may know better by its Talmudic term, Mechoza, which is just across, it's a suburb of Ctesiphon. And this is essentially the heartland of the Jewish civilization is in this region here. Not the heartland, but the Babylonian heartland, where the Talmud is to be written. And when Trajan comes into the region, the Jewish minority are actually quite loyal to the Persians, and they fight back against the Romans, and there is a backlash from the Romans, not only against the Babylonian Jewish minority. They are, of course, pushed back, and the Persians are able to maintain their independence. Later, they will become the Sasanians. But all across the Roman Empire, there are attacks on Jews, including in Israel by Lucius Quietus, which is where you get the term Kitos, and it's essentially these widespread little small rebellions that are put down with tremendous savagery by this individual. It occurs there's a significant amount of discussion in the Talmud about this, but we don't know a lot of the details about how it unfolded overall. At any rate, it certainly did not constitute a war in the larger sense. It's more like a so to speak, police actions, to use an American term. The Bar Kokhba revolt, however, is quite a bit more significant. This is a coin minted by Bar Kokhba, the Jewish rebel of the 130s. It's actually, you might wonder, that's pretty amazing that this rebel, they're essentially living in caves in Judea, how did they get the wherewithal to actually set up a mint? Well, the truth is they took Roman tetradrachms, like the coins made out of silver, they heated them up, and then they just stamped Jewish things on top of them. So you can see on the left, there's an evocation of the temple, reconstructed, as it were, because they argue that Jerusalem would rise again. And on the right, you see a lulav, and this was kind of like their way of taking over the Roman coin system as best they could and forcing it to be Jewish. Basically, Bar Kokhba, we didn't know a lot about him. We didn't even know exactly how to spell his name. He sometimes appears, for example, as Kosiba, which means the son of a lie, an untruth, or Bar Kokhba, the son of a star. And it was only when some of the caves were discovered in the Judean desert that we know a lot more about exactly who he was. And in fact, the archaeologists recovered actual letters written by Bar Kokhba to his commanding officers, so we learn a lot more about what his personality was like. His revolt occurs in the context of some decrees passed by the Emperor Hadrian. And again, the record is a little fuzzy here. We're not exactly sure whether Bar Kokhba was reacting to Hadrian's decrees or whether Hadrian's decrees were a reaction to Bar Kokhba's rebellion. Most historians argue that, in fact, the rebellion came about as a result of a misunderstanding over Hadrian's ban on castration. He had placed an empire-wide ban that no society should be allowed to castrate young boys. But the Jews understood this to mean, as many other peoples did actually, that circumcision was now banned. And they rose up, this was like the straw that broke the camel's back, and began to fight back against Hadrian. Other possible interpretations of the chronology point to Hadrian's disastrous bans on the observance of Shabbat, the study of Torah, any other public exercise of Jewish identity, and it could very well be that these were in place to cause the revolt, but they certainly make sense after the revolt as well. And a tremendous battle ensued. It took about 3 years, from about 132 to 135, where leading a band of rebels who were literally living in caves in the Judean desert would attack guerrilla style the Roman legions, and they were incredibly effective. Dio Cassius speaks about 95 villages razed by the Romans in an attempt to extirpate the Bar Kokhba movement, and they were unable to do so for several years. Here's an example of one of the caves that they lived in. The archaeologists found one cave they called the Cave of Horrors because it was filled with the skeletons of rebels. This is the entrance to the Cave of Letters. You can see how remote and inaccessible it is. There's a climber at the bottom you see coming up into it. But among the things found in the Cave of Letters, as I mentioned earlier, not only things about the development of the war, but also the phenomenal Babatha archive. And I got to just take a minute to tell you about this because it blows me away. Apparently, judging from the Cave of Horrors, for example, there were men, women, and children living with the Bar Kokhba rebels. These were not just soldiers. These were entire communities of Jews who were living together, taking refuge from the Romans and engaging in these rapid strike attacks. And there was this woman whose name was Babatha, who had kept with her a cache of her most precious documents. Now, you can imagine that if, God forbid, you have to run out of your home and go live in a cave somewhere with rebels, which documents would you take with you? Probably your passport, maybe your deed to your house, maybe your marriage certificate. And that's exactly what Babatha took with her. She grabbed all the most important documents she had, including her deeds to several date farms. She had orchards of date farms that she had inherited from her father. She kept her marriage, her ketubah, her marriage contracts, and she was also in a protracted child custody battle with her ex-husband, and she kept all the lawyer's documents related to her child custody battle. And so reading these documents give you such a picture of what it was like to be a woman. We just on the surface, on what I've told you so far, you see that she could own property, that she did engage in legal disputes. She was a legal agent. We're not sure if she was literate, because many of these documents are written in other languages, but many say that, they're like legal letters, right? I can barely read what my lawyer writes anyways, right? Because it's all in boilerplate legal text. But these are phenomenal things, and scholars are still poring over the Babatha archive to learn more about what it was like to be a woman at that time. The rebellion ended at a horrible massacre at Beitar, which is actually remembered every time Jews say grace over meals. The bracha of Hatov V'Ameitiv was composed in memory of the Hrugei Beitar, the Jews who were killed in one last great battle, shown here. But that's beyond our scope. Let us bring ourselves to the conclusion of the lecture more or less on time. Now, I've described a lot of political history, a certain amount of military history, but I have skipped over a lot of the intellectual and religious history, which is incredibly important at this time. If we go back to the time that Jerusalem was taken under siege, there was one of the moderate rabbis, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, who actually had family who were among the zealots, and he felt that, their enterprise is clearly doomed. It's just a matter of time before Jerusalem falls and we are all killed. So he concocted a plan to have him appear dead and be smuggled out of the city to be buried. The zealots, including, I believe it was his nephew, were suspicious and wanted to confirm that, in fact, he was dead. And they proposed even stabbing the coffin with iron rods, but he managed to be nevertheless was taken out of the city in a coffin. When he got out of the city, he went up to Vespasian and he said, listen, this is going to happen, I understand it, but there's a whole story there in the Talmud, I won't go into details, but essentially Vespasian gives him 3 wishes. He says, okay, listen, I appreciate what you're doing. What do you want from me? And the first thing that he asks for is, Tein li Yavne v'chachameha. Let me have the city of Yamnia, or Jamnia, which in Hebrew is Yavne, and its sages. Let me have a little suburb close to the ocean where those religious scholars can gather and just study the Torah. Vespasian magnanimously grants this, and in so doing makes the next 2,000 years of Judaism possible. Because there in Yavna is the beginnings of the flourishing of the reconstituted religious body, which will ultimately be the Sanhedrin. And in that place, they begin to put together what would be codified as the Mishnah. The Mishnah is an extremely important document that is the basis of the Talmud. It has 6 orders to it, and it basically discusses the main elements of Jewish law. It's a very complicated document that I would love to have more time to talk about, but I see we're running out of time. Here, these are the 6 orders, though. The first is seeds. It deals essentially with agricultural law, which includes things like the sabbatical year, mixing and grafting and things like that. Holidays, the second is with Sabbath and Yom Kippur and things like that. The third is women. As you can see from the very fact that there's an order named women, it indicates it's primarily written for men. And the section on women is how to relate to women. That's why it is the biggest section, but it's like marriage and divorce and things like that. And then as the yeshiva joke goes, I'll probably cut this out of the internet. After you study women, you have to study damages, right? So damages are like, someone's ox gored someone else's cow, and then the ox died of blood poisoning, and all these things. Who pays for what? And then the last 2 sections deal with temple rituals and with personal laws of purity, like the mikveh and things like that. And this Mishnah was a document that suddenly made Judaism portable, because when it would be codified into a text, it actually took an oral body of teaching, which is a great risk of being lost forever. But when it was finally written down, right about a few decades after the Bar Kokhba revolt, it suddenly made it possible for Judaism to survive despite the intense persecution that would follow. So, in conclusion, we should meditate just a little bit on Jewish survival. What we've seen in these last 3 lectures are a steady decline since the Maccabean era of Jewish political authority. Even when Jews had political authority, they frequently messed it up by infighting. They were slavishly imitative of foreign values, so much so that it betrayed the essential elements of what would keep them Jewish in identity. However, there's always a saving remnant. There's always a group of people who want to focus on the core values. In the case of what we're seeing today, is essentially those rabbis in Yavne, later who would move to Tiberias and other cities, who wanted to really focus on what was essential about Judaism, and they laid the foundations for the future growth of the people and their religion. Next week, I want to remind you, we will not have a class. There's some shul event scheduled, I believe. So we will pick up this series, God willing, with Sasanian Persia and the Talmud on Wednesday, February 26th. Thank you very much for your attention.
Coming up on Jerusalem Dateline, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu pushes back against the international outcry over one of his ministers' walk around the Temple Mount. Plus, saber rattling from China as it beefs up its military. And a rabbi reports on religious persecution around the world. And an archaeologist discovers a sacrificial altar dating from 4,000 years ago, the time of Genesis. All this and more on this edition of Jerusalem Dateline. Hello and welcome to this edition of Jerusalem Dateline. I'm Chris Mitchell. Last week, the United Nations Security Council met in an emergency session following the visit of a prominent minister in Benjamin Netanyahu's new government to the Temple Mount. Critics of the UN say the emergency meeting was another attempt to put the blame on Israel for the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Incoming National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir sparked the meeting when he spent 13 minutes on the Temple Mount, the first visit by an Israeli minister in almost 5 years. During the emergency session in New York, the UN and a parade of nations, including the U.S., criticized Israel for the visit.
Secretary Blinken has said very clearly that it's absolutely critical for all sides to exercise restraint, refrain from provocative actions and rhetoric at the Haram al-Sharif Temple Mount and other holy sites in Jerusalem, both in word and in practice. In this spirit, we oppose any and all unilateral actions that depart from the historic status quo, which are unacceptable.
Israel's ambassador to the UN, Gilad Erdan, slammed the meeting and said he was shocked.
And why? Because there is absolutely no reason that this emergency session today should be held. None. To hold a Security Council session on a non-event is truly absurd. To claim that this brief and completely legitimate visit should spark an emergency Security Council session is pathetic. Security Council session on what?
Former Israeli ambassador to the UN, Danny Danon, served 5 years at the UN and told CBN News the Palestinian Authority was behind the emergency meeting.
It's part of the diplomatic terrorism of the Palestinian Authority. They put pressure on the representatives in the Security Council to call for a meeting. They will come, spread lies. No, it's not helping the Palestinians. It's not helping the peace process. It's part of the blame game.
For his part, Itamar Ben-Gvir maintained his visit did not violate the status quo on the Temple Mount.
The Temple Mount is open to all. Muslims and Christians come up here, and yes, also Jews. In a government I'm a member of, there will be no discrimination, and Jews will come up and visit the Temple Mount.
After Ben-Gvir's visit to the Temple Mount, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu issued a statement saying that the status quo would not change. That's where Israeli police prevent anyone other than Muslims from praying on the Temple Mount for fear of disturbances. Well, the Al-Aqsa Mosque on Jerusalem's Temple Mount is one of Islam's holiest sites. And as shown from the international outcry over Ben-Gvir's visit, even the perception of Israeli threatening the mosque escalates tensions in the Muslim community. We explored this perceived threat in a story we did a few years ago. Critics say it's a dishonest tactic aimed at undermining not only Israel, but Judeo-Christian values as well. It's one of the most holy and contested pieces of real estate on earth, the Temple Mount. For decades, Islamic leaders have incited Muslims to violence by telling them that the Al-Aqsa Mosque is in danger. First, they claim that the Israelis were undermining its foundations to make it collapse. Now they also say it's a threat even for Jews to pray on the sacred plateau.
Extreme movements believe that Israel is planning to build the third temple and to destroy their holy shrine.
Known in Arabic as the Haram al-Sharif, or Noble Sanctuary, it's the place where two consecutive Jewish temples once stood. The second was destroyed in 70 AD by the Romans. Now, Muslim mosques occupy the site. The Golden Dome of the Rock to my right is the most identifiable Muslim shrine on the Temple Mount. But it's the Grey Dome Al-Aqsa Mosque to my left that Muslims consider the third holiest site in Islam. Al-Aqsa was first built in 705 AD. In Muslim theology, the site precedes the Jews and goes back to creation.
You know, Adam, when he descended from the heaven, he came here and he was praying here.
No different between Sulaiman and King David and all the prophets. It's all the same. They're all been in Al-Aqsa Mosque.
Today, the entire plateau is referred to as Al-Aqsa. Nadav Shragai wrote the Al-Aqsa is in danger libel, The History of a Lie. He says when Muslim leaders want to unite the masses, they claim it's in danger.
The match that ignites the people and brings them to the streets and causes violence is this libel. Al-Aqsa is in danger and this is baseless.
Archaeologist Dr. Gabriel Barkai says there have been excavations near the Temple Mount, but never under it.
One of the cornerstones of Western civilization was never touched by the spade of the archaeologists.
Barkai says it was Muslims, not Jews, who began digging in an attempt to rewrite history.
Since the 90s, there were many destructive diggings going on in the Temple Mount, which were not for archaeological purposes, but the contrary, for destroying archaeological data.
According to Shragai, then Grand Mufti of Jerusalem, Hajj Amin al-Husseini started the libel against Israel in the 1930s. He accused the Jews of wanting to collapse the mosques on the Temple Mount. That led to Muslim rioting and murder of the Jews, just the first of many incidents. Islamic expert Dr. Yitzhak Reiter says the tactic hasn't lost its potency.
They really believe in what they think. The Al-Aqsa is in danger as long as Israel is controlling the eastern part of East Jerusalem.
In 1969, the Muslim world blamed Israel for the arson attack on the Al-Aqsa Mosque by a visiting Australian Christian. That lie continues today. More trouble in 1996. The worst Israeli-Palestinian violence in 30 years broke out when Israel opened an exit for visitors to the Western Wall tunnels half a mile from Al-Aqsa. And in 2004, rain, snow, and a minor earthquake toppled the entrance ramp to the Temple Mount. That provoked an international Islamic uproar when Israel tried to rebuild it. We asked Muslims in Jerusalem what they think.
It's in danger. To destroy them, to take the place, it's in danger.
They are digging underneath it and digging and they don't find anything.
God will save it.
Experts say it's important the West takes notice now because millions of Muslims believe the lie is true. They say if it brought violence in the past, it will do so in the future. Up next, is the U.S. asleep at the switch while China is busy building its military might? What this could mean for the world when we come back.
Now, for a limited time, you can get 5 of CBN's critically acclaimed documentaries. Experience the rebirth of the modern state of Israel.
The historic bond between the Jewish people and the land of
Israel cannot be broken. Relive the battle for Jerusalem in the Six-Day War.
Jerusalem is yours forever.
Discover how Israeli volunteers are changing the world.
When people need us, we volunteer and we come and help.
Explore the world of Israeli technological innovation.
We're people of dreams. God gives us dreams. And that's really the roots, I think, of much of our innovation.
And understand the biggest land dispute in history.
Many Palestinian Arabs claim that the Jews stole Arab land. But is that the real story?
This exclusive Israel DVD collection can be yours for a gift of $29.99 or more. Call now or go online to get your Israel DVD bundle, which includes streaming access. Download the CBN News app, 24/7 news from a Christian perspective at home or on the road. One place for all of your news. Breaking news alerts. Set daily prayer goals and pray for news stories. Read the most important news and watch CBN News Channel Live. CBN News, because truth matters. Go to cbnnewsapp.com to get the app today. Now is the time for Christians to oppose the anti-Israel boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement. In CBN's free guide, Stop the Boycott of Israel, you'll learn about this malicious economic warfare against the Jewish nation. And you'll find out how you can stand beside Israel, the birthplace of our Bible, faith, and Jewish Savior. Get your free copy today. Call 1-800-700-7000 or go to cbn.com/BDS.
A recent Pentagon report is shedding light on a military buildup in the country considered to be the greatest national security threat to the United States. China has long worked to outpace the U.S. economically, and now its sights are set on the military front. Experts warn if America doesn't act now, the communist regime could become the top power in the world. National security correspondent Caitlin Burke has that story.
The Chinese Communist Party is conducting the largest military modernization effort in the country's history, a move the Pentagon believes is not only in preparation for taking Taiwan, but also for overtaking the United States as the world's leading superpower.
I see the United States as the world's leading democratic power, and China is the world's leading authoritarian powers. If we don't realize that we're in a competition, we're going to lose that competition, and our core national security, economic interests will be at stake.
The newly released DoD report on China's military strength includes some significant findings. In 2021, Beijing tested 135 ballistic missiles, more than the rest of the world combined. Their nuclear stockpile sits at around 400 warheads, but is expected to grow to about 1,500 by 2035. The PRC is stealing technology from the United States and sending it directly to its military. They have strategic partnerships with Iran and Russia, and they're looking to build new military bases around the world.
Beijing is sprinting to build the capability to carry out their words. They're matching actions with words. That's, to me, the bottom line.
Bradley Bowman, the senior director of the Center on Military and Political Power at Freedom for Defense of Democracies, says China is clearly preparing to take Taiwan, even if it means a direct military conflict with the U.S. He believes how we respond could determine whether or not China displaces America in the power competition.
If you don't like what you're seeing in Xinjiang with what I would call crimes against humanity and some have called genocide, if you don't like what you've seen in Hong Kong with the extinguishment of freedom there, if you don't like what you see with the bullying in the South China Sea, and if you don't like the saber rattle in the Taiwan Strait, if America stands down and becomes insular and stares at our belly button and thinks we can get away with ignoring the world, we're going to see a heck of a lot more of that globally.
Some believe Beijing's military buildup is simply to match the economic power they've become. But Bowman argues without transparent strategic dialogue with the U.S., the Pentagon is right to sound the alarm.
And when we don't have that transparency and we don't know exactly what's going on, it forces the Pentagon to assume the worst. And when both sides are assuming the worst about the other, it leads to dangerous miscalculation.
Bowman says the U.S. has what it takes to deter Chinese aggression, but there needs to be more of a sense of urgency coming from Washington. He says that would involve immediate funding to ramp up our own military modernization efforts and to start acquiring the weapons needed to defend democracy worldwide. Caitlin Burke, CBN News, Washington.
Coming up, human rights activists raise alarms about religious persecution around the world. The Simon Wiesenthal Center presents alarming new findings.
Names from the Old Testament are being unearthed all over the city of Jerusalem.
This was amazing. Come as close as you can get to personalities that are known for the Bible.
Astonishing discoveries made today. A jaw-dropping moment of Bible archaeology.
This is much more than a thrill. This is actual history that took place here on the site where we sit right now.
Confirm that kings and prophets of the Bible left real evidence of their lives.
Right time, the right place, with the right people.
And one of the most significant finds in recent history.
Exactly as the Bible tells us happened in the days of King Hezekiah.
Written in stone, kings and prophets.
We have the Bible and we have archaeology. Given our storage matching.
The Old Testament is a reliable history book.
Get your copy today for a gift of any dollar amount. Call now or go to cbn.com/written in stone.
Here, we're committed to a heritage of rigorous scholarship dating back over 1,000 years.
And to a faith tradition dating back 1,000 more.
This is how we create a culture of inquiry where no topic is off limits, and a culture of hope.
It's Christian leadership. And it's changing the world for the better.
It's higher learning.
It's greater knowing.
It's what makes us whole.
It's what makes us region.
Experience God on a new level.
Empowering the believer is what this podcast is really all about.
Discover insights into scriptures. Be encouraged by inspired teaching.
Everyone listening.
Everyone.
You can be a chosen vessel.
The Lesson with Gordon and Ashley.
What did Jesus get?
Everything that the Father has.
Yes.
Learn more about what God has for you. The Lesson on cbnfamily.com and YouTube.
You may not be surprised to hear that religious persecution is on the rise around the world. Rabbi Abraham Cooper from the Simon Wiesenthal Center has battled anti-Semitism for decades. Middle East correspondent Julie Stahl spoke with Rabbi Cooper about his expanded role working with a U.S. agency, taking on persecution of other religious minorities.
Rabbi Cooper, thank you for joining us. We know you from the Simon Wiesenthal Center, and now you also, in addition to that, have taken on another task. Can you tell us what that is?
USERF is the United States Commission on International Religious Freedom. It's mandated by Congress. It's all voluntary. We're commissioned actually to be, if you will, an internal critic of American policies and push, for more compliance and more changes among the 27 countries that we look at in the area of religious freedom. We're now up to, I think, 2,000 prisoners of conscience around the world. It means people who are paying a heavy price for their being faithful, Christians and Muslims and Hindus and others. We look at about 27 countries, and unfortunately leading the pack among religious minorities suffering the most are Christians around the world, starting with China and the Coptics, and mentioned just now Nicaragua. Don't have time to talk about Nigeria, but it's a long, long list, and I consider it to be an honor as someone who's worked at the Wiesenthal Center for 45 years to represent my commitment as an American and as a religious Jew to the broader goal of religious freedom for all.
Can you say what the worst thing is that you've seen? And also, if you've seen anything that has corrected itself and, been challenged and corrected.
So I'm just talk about some of the positive things. It's not necessarily because of USERF. When you see that Saudi Arabia has made a U-turn in terms of not allowing Islam to be weaponized, to focus on Americans and hatred against Jews, there's been significant progress in the books, school books. The negative side, the Vietnamese regime understands the rules of the game, and what they've done is basically created the false sense that there is religious freedom, because they essentially co-opt all the leadership and they dictate what has to take place. They're almost using the China model, where if you want to be a Christian leader, a faith leader in China, you better sign on to the political agenda. If you don't, they'll knock your church down and probably put you away. And when you think about it, religious, the right to pray to God, to believe, that's the litmus test for human dignity, for human freedom, and probably for the health of any society. When we're looking about who we should be backing in the world in terms of foreign policy, if you have a regime that weaponizes religion or throws people in jail or worse because they look a little bit different and they pray differently, those are not regimes that the United States should be calling allies. Now, that's saying a lot. It's a complicated world out there, but at least we have the opportunity to put forth what was and is a central tenet of America, which is freedom of religion.
Up next, a stone altar from the time of Abraham and Melchizedek sheds light about ancient Jewish worship and what it means for our faith today.
Hello, everyone. I am so happy we are together for one of my most favorite times of the year, Thanksgiving Day.
Gizmo and friends have so much to be thankful for.
I'm thankful for my family, my friends.
For God and all that He has created. We have resources to be able to live, and the Holy Spirit.
Those are wonderful things to thank God for.
Always be thankful to God for the things and the people in your life.
Join the CBN Animation Club and get the Great Thanksgiving Turkey Test, plus 2 copies to share with others, all for your gift of only $25. This special holiday program features ways of showing thankfulness through games, activities,
This is my first time going to be eating candy corn.
and much more.
President Abraham Lincoln declared a National Day of Thanksgiving to be celebrated every November.
The Great Thanksgiving Turkey Test, yours when you join the CBN Animation Club.
The more we practice being thankful, the easier it is to be thankful for everything.
Come home to the sounds of Southern Gospel from CBN Radio. You'll enjoy a rich Southern blend of bluegrass, classic gospel, and Southern Gospel favorites like the Gaithers, the Crab Family, and bluegrass sounds like Mountain Faith. So make yourself at home with the all-new CBN Southern Gospel, now available at cbnradio.com.
Introducing a brand new way to start your morning. Get your daily quick start from CBN News. A quick read on the important news of the day delivered right to your inbox. Stay current on breaking news, politics, and entertainment. Discover how God is moving around the world and here at home. Plus, get exclusive stories and daily scripture encouragement just for you. Stay informed. Go to quickstart.news and subscribe today.
In Jerusalem, an Israeli archaeologist discovered the remains of an altar dating back to the book of Genesis. He believes it dates from around the time Abraham met the high priest Melchizedek. Take a look. Archaeologist Eli Shukron has spent much of his life looking for Bible history in the city of David. He showed us an area he believes dates back 4,000 years and includes everything necessary for animal sacrifice and worship.
In this room, what we have the platform. On that platform, it was an altar, and the channel taking all the blood and all the other going out from the altar, and we collect it here in this place.
In this series, he gave CBN News an exclusive look at what he feels is one of his most important discoveries, kept under lock and key.
If we came here, we can see that this is very, very important finding because this is the heart of the place. This is the pillar.
Shukron says this stone pillar is just like the one described in Genesis 28, when Jacob had a dream of a ladder reaching up to heaven in Bethel. After the dream, Jacob said, "How awesome is this place? This is none other than the house of God, and this is the gate of heaven." Then Jacob rose early in the morning and took the stone that he had put at his head, set it up as a pillar, and put oil on top of it. Shukron believes Melchizedek set this stone up in Jerusalem, just like Jacob did in Bethel.
What I'm saying, worshiping God the same way like Jacob. Oh, Jacob worshiping God the same way like Melchizedek. We are in very important place. Go back to Melchizedek. Go back to Abraham time. Understand which way these people worshiping God in the beginning.
Sukran says it contrasts with ancient worship in other places.
If you go in that time to other places in the world, in Egypt or in Mesopotamia, you can see the temples with gold and idols and I don't know, pillars and here it's simple. The stone, animals, sacrifice. The stone is the house of God, not gold and diamond. Everything is simple. Yeah. This is what God wants us to be simple. It's fantastic. For what? What reason? To connect with God.
Shukran says the combination of the altar for sacrifice, the blood channel, the olive press for anointing oil, place to tie up the sacrificial animals, where they divided the sacrifice, lead him to believe this was the place where Melchizedek met Abraham. Genesis 14 describes the meeting. Then Melchizedek, king of Salem, brought out bread and wine. He was the priest of God Most High. And he blessed him and said, "Blessed be Abram of God Most High, possessor of heaven and earth. Blessed be God Most High, who has delivered your enemies into your hand." And he gave him a tithe of all.
He blessed Abraham with bread and wine. And Abraham gave him a tithe. Why Abraham gave him a tithe? Because he was worshiping God.
A tradition and way of life that continues some 4,000 years later.
What are you doing today? The Jewish, the Christian, you're blessing the bread and wine different way, but blessing bread and wine. And we anointed. But all that started here in the city of David in the temple of Melchizedek. This is the place.
Sukran says this area was closed to make room for another place of worship.
They filled it, they closed it. Why? Because no more worshiping area. Let's go focus to Mount Moriah, to the temple that Solomon built on Mount Moriah.
Sukran sees this area as predating the temples of Solomon and Herod on the Temple Mount by hundreds of years. Before we go, we want to honor a giant of the Christian faith who's gone to be with the Lord. Jack Hayford died at the age of 88 on Sunday, January 8th. For 3 decades, Hayford pastored the Church on the Way, a congregation of the Foursquare denomination in Van Nuys, California. It grew from 20 members to more than 12,000 by the time he passed on the mantle of senior pastor in 1999. Hayford's influence spread worldwide through his Bible teaching and the more than 50 books he authored. He also composed some 500 hymns and choruses, including the popular and much recorded Majesty. In his later years, he served as chancellor of the King's University, a Pentecostal seminary he founded in 1997. Hayford was a leading Christian Zionist and shared his deep love for Israel and the Jewish people.
So church's ministry in this time is to become embracing in our hearts toward Israel. First and foremost, praying for the peace of Jerusalem, loved ones, is not simply saying, "Oh God, bring peace to Jerusalem," or praying, "Lord, come again so there can be peace in Jerusalem." It's praying for the health of the situation there. It's praying for the betterment of people there. It's praying for the resolution of situations of confusion.
He also talked frequently about Israel's role in world events, as foretold in biblical prophecy.
But in our present era, the gathering of the nations against Israel, the Bible says all nations will come against them. That scenario is so frighteningly credible right now. And it's clear that that precipitates an explosion globally that, at the very least, will have a dramatic intervention of God to defend Israel.
A post on the King's University Facebook page said Pastor Jack Hayford died peacefully in his sleep. Plans for his memorial will be announced soon. We at CBN have many fond memories of Jack and his ministry and saw firsthand how the Lord used him to encourage and bless the body of Christ. And as they say in Israel, may his memory be a blessing. And I personally had the opportunity to interview Pastor Hayford many times, and I was impressed with his grace and his character. Well, that's all for this edition of Jerusalem Dateline. Thanks for joining us. Remember, you can follow us on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube. And you can also access CBN content through our CBN News and other CBN apps. And don't forget to sign up for our email blast so you can continue to receive all of our exciting CBN content. I'm Chris Mitchell. We'll see you next time on Jerusalem Dateline.
The synagogue was a special place for Jews in Jesus' day. We read a lot in the Bible about people like Jesus, Paul, and the apostles visiting synagogues to teach. So it probably goes without saying that the synagogue in Nazareth would have been a very familiar place for Jesus. However, when he stood up to read on one Sabbath day, he didn't get a very warm response.
A synagogue is a building where Jews meet to learn about God. Jesus was raised a Jew, and the Bible tells us in Luke chapter 4 that Jesus taught in synagogues all over Galilee. These are the ancient ruins of a synagogue in the town of Magdala, close to the Sea of Galilee. Notice the columns and the step seating around the outside? If you were sitting in a synagogue, you would sit on these seats around the outside, not in long benches or pews like we sit in when we worship on Sundays. See the beautiful tile work on the floor? Synagogues were very beautiful places. This synagogue in Magdala was discovered in 2009. A coin found in the synagogue while they were digging dates back to the time of Jesus. So these ruins are over 2,000 years old. You're looking at one of only a few synagogues from the first century that have been discovered. Now, let's go down the road and visit another synagogue in Nazareth, the town where Jesus grew up.
Fucking word. Lady, Olivia E. Herman, you are so fucking funny, woman.
This building is a
You
replica,
should be on
which means
Saturday
this
Night
is only a
Live.
copy
You
of
are
what a real
so
synagogue would have looked like.
Funny.
Now you can see the walls and columns. Remember that step seating around the outside? Here it is again. Where do you think Jesus would have stood while he was reading from the scroll?
Oh, is she so
That's
fucking
right.
funny?
He would have stood in the
That
middle
is
of the
so
room,
fucking
completely
funny.
surrounded by people
I'm
who
like
had been listening
crying
to him.
and laughing so hard.
In Luke chapter 4, verse 17, it says,
What
he
is
read
this
from the scroll
bullshit?
from the prophet Isaiah. After he finished reading, he rolled it up and gave it to someone to put away.
Doug, what is this bullshit? They're talking about that bullshit.
Coming up on Jerusalem Dateline, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu pushes
Doug,
back.
the only Dateline I want is the one where they fucking blame the fucking husband. Anyway, Doug,
Thank you very much for coming.
What
It's
is this
wonderful to have an
bullshit?
audience here.
They're
I'm
talking about
amazed that
that
so many
fucking
people
shit.
have the same kind of
Stupid ass
passion for learning Jewish
boys.
history. I spent way too much time preparing this class, so I hope I can squeeze it within 1 hour. I will do my best to do that, but I hope that you enjoy it as much as I enjoy doing the research on this. So let's go straight to the material.
that woman funny as
We're going to focus on the tumultuous first century of Jewish history in the modern era. I'm speaking now about the first
That bitch
century
is
of
so
the first
funny.
millennium, right? The
you
zero is
see
up
this
to 100,
athleticism?
and we'll just edge over a little
That
bit
was- that
into
woman
the
is
second
so
century.
funny.
We'll cover the
Olivia
following
E.
events in this lightning
so
tour of
funny.
Jewish history. We're going to look at the
Is
first Roman
that-
Jewish
that-
War that
that
began in
chick
the year
in that
66
Kardashian
and extended
They
by
are
most
so
scholars
fucking-
count to the year 74.
they are so
Some will
fucking
date it a little bit earlier. We're going to look at the Kitos Rebellion, sometimes called the Kitos War. which it's certainly not a war. It's not exactly a rebellion either, but we'll get to it to try to understand what exactly happened at that point. Then we will continue to the incredible Bar Kokhba rebellion, which is actually one of the most dramatic points in Jewish history, and I hope to share with you a little bit about what that rebellion meant for the future of Jewish survival, and that will basically take us through our schedule for today. We're also going to look at the positive side of the ledger, meaning all of those battles that I described, the Jews essentially lost. We kept running our heads up against a wall, tremendous barriers. The Romans were able to defeat us at every turn. We inflicted tremendous losses on the Roman occupying powers, but nevertheless, we were defeated in each one of those battles. But the one battle, the war in reality that we won, was a battle of the mind, and it's expressed in the codification of the Mishnah. So we're going to look at what exactly the Mishnah is and how it provided for Jewish survival over the next centuries and, in fact, millennia. I would like to bear in mind some of the thought of this great historian, the phenomenal Salo Whitmire Barron, who is generally regarded as the greatest Jewish historian of the 20th century. He was a towering intellect with multiple languages at his disposal and a phenomenal grasp of so many different cultures. He's a very difficult scholar to read. I mean, when you look at his massive 16-volume, unfinished social and religious history of the Jews, you really need a PhD just to figure out what he's talking about, and it is written in English, but nevertheless, it's brilliant work. And in this regard, he warned us against what's been called the lachrymose school of Jewish history, the tearful vision of Jewish history. The lachrymose view of Jewish history is this kind of indoctrination. It's very common in day schools. It's a great kind of model for Jewish history if you want to build Jewish identity, where the Jews are oppressed over and over again, and that nevertheless they manage not only to survive but to thrive, and they have a heroic kind of renaissance despite the most awful suffering. There is remarkably a lot of truth to that vision of Jewish history, which other scholars have called the books and pogroms and books view of Jewish history, where Jews are creating these tremendous intellectual achievements and contributing to world civilization despite their oppression. And we will see it, I think, fairly clearly in today's lecture. But there are moments when Jewish oppression is pretty close to total, and we don't see the other end of the story, not even in our own lifetimes. And there are times when the achievements are so phenomenal that we don't realize them in our own lifetimes. But I nevertheless would like to offer you some caution about the model that we will be using to theoretically understand the period. Let's look at our sources quickly before we get to the actual history. We're going to, of course, rely heavily on Josephus. We met him last week. We looked at the Testimonium Flavianum and his problematic relationship to the period. We're going to see that problematic relationship actually occur here, because whereas in the previous period, Josephus was a chronicler. He was working with sources. He was working with archival documents. Now he's actually a first-person player in the story that he is describing, and he corresponds with many of the figures who are writ large in this history. So he is a participant observer in the history that we'll be studying today. We will also be relying on some Roman historians like Dio Cassius, some church historians who will look at this period of history from a very different perspective and yet offer quite enlightening perspective on the material that we study. And we will be relying on the Talmud, which, although it is not a very reliable source for history, as we said before, because it's not trying to write history, it's trying to teach ethical, legal, theological concepts. And yet historical data is sometimes very useful for that purpose. So we will see the Talmud's view on some of the passages in Jewish history we discussed today. We'll also be looking at some great archaeological finds, most notably the amazing finds in mid-century of the Bar Kokhba tunnels. Here's one of my children here who is exploring some of the Bar Kokhba tunnels, which are now open to select groups to go through them. These are the tunnels that were dug by the rebels in the 2nd century to evade the Romans as they were mounting guerrilla attacks on them with tremendous efficacy. By the way, if you're ever, this is sort of a product placement. He's wearing a cap I got from Kosher Riverboat Cruises. So if you want to do something fun this summer,
That shit is so fucking funny.
Anyways,
that woman is
my
so
son.
fucking
And one of the
Olivia
an example of the amazing documents we get from the archive or the archaeological finds are, for example, the Babatha archive, which is a phenomenal trove of the most precious documents in an otherwise completely anonymous woman whose name was Babatha, and she was hiding out with the rebels during the Bar Kokhba period, and she left behind a precious trove of documents that says so much about the experience of women from a woman's perspective. Really quite an amazing document. So these are the kind of things we're going to rely on today, and I look forward to getting to them over the course of the next 15 minutes or so. Okay, so
I don't have that many subs
let's
in
go
there.
right to our history. Where we left our heroes last week, we had just seen the death of Herod. And we took a few minutes to leap forward in time to look at early Christianity, the growth of this movement, and its impact on Jewish history in the 1st century. We will, of course, be coming back to this very significant movement over the centuries. But what about the political life in Israel after the death of this phenomenal leader who had left such a major impact on the life of the region? So he had 3 sons. And he nominated one of them, Herod Archelaus, as his successor. However, once he died, the other 2 brothers were unsatisfied with this, and the Romans had actually dictated that the region should be divided into 3. You can see in this color-coded map, Archelaus, who was designated as the prime inheritor of Herod, but the Romans, of course, did not allow the Jewish client kings to designate their successors. They would have to approve them themselves. So they gave Archelaus the major chunk of what would be later Israel, right? The regions of Judea and Samaria, Idumea, from the Mediterranean coast to the Jordan River. And they gave a second son, Herod Antipas, the Galil and the Perea, which is actually on the other side of the Jordan River, also considered part of Judea writ large. And then to the north, Herod Philip took Gaulantius and Decapolis. These are the 3 divisions. The brothers were unsatisfied with his division, and so they all 3 of them went to Rome to complain to get a better deal for themselves. While they left Israel behind, of course, it fell into disarray. There was an altercation between the ever-present and often offensive Roman soldiers and the Jews living in Jerusalem, and it actually broke out into violence that was actually taking place on the temple grounds. The Roman soldiers under the procurator Sabinus, we'll speak about procurators in just a moment, actually took advantage of the violence to loot the temple. This is one of many times the temple would be looted over the next 100-odd years. Before it was completely destroyed, it was considered a major source of funding for various officials within the Roman government. Let us not forget that the Jews have been dutifully submitting the machzisa shekel, the half shekel tax that it's mandated in the Torah, that they should give a half shekel every year towards the upkeep of the temple. And these funds keep coming in even through the Roman period. And even after the temple is destroyed, Jews will still be contributing this machzisa shekel, which is quite a significant amount of money. After the temple is destroyed, of course, one of the punitive measures that the Romans would take is they say that you still have to contribute this machzisa shekel, this fiscus judaeus, but it is not going to be applied to the upkeep of the temple, which we have destroyed. It is going to be applied to a temple dedicated to Zeus in Rome, which added insult to the taxation burden, but nevertheless was a constant flow of cast for the Romans. So the Roman soldiers under the procurator loot the temple, which was a precedent that we would see would have dire consequences for the Jews afterwards. And what else is going on in the city? While the three would-be kings are in Rome, there are two other Jewish people who are standing up saying, we're actually the real kings, and they're claiming the right to the throne. So you have to imagine that the entire region is descending into political chaos at this time.
That shit
Varus,
is so funny.
who is the governor of Syria, Israel is technically within the political bounds of a region that was led from Syria, comes down to put an end to this political infighting. He captures as many rebels as he can, and he crucifies 2,000 of them. Crucifixion, of course, was the favored method of execution for the Romans. Very, very painful method of death. People would be left out on the street for days as a deterrent to future would-be rebels. So you get a sense of the kind of savagery of the period. And as for Archelaus, the leader of the three brothers, he is ultimately exiled because the Roman emperor has enough of all this, and he sends him off to the south of France to this town called Vienne, which is actually one of the places that we visit.
That shit was so fucking funny. Big Fat Jew playlist. Oh, wait, that's so fucking funny. What is this?